In the second level of the world, Wang Baol, who was flying in mid-air, suddenly raised his head and looked at the sky. A palpitating sensation was spreading through his body. The sky didn't seem to have changed much. There were ripples and cracks, but that was due to the pressure from him and the Emperor spirits chasing after him. The palpitations were too intense. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes and circulated his cultivation. In that instant, the sky he saw changed. A storm seemed to have appeared in the sky. It descended from the sky. After sensing it carefully, Wang Baol's pupils constricted. He could sense that the storm that descended was the shape of a large hand. The suppressive force emanating from it was extremely terrifying, even for him. This isn't the power of the fifth step. Wang Baol instantly recalled the legends he had heard about this world from the Grand Elder of the Branch of Happiness. According to the legends, there was a guardian above the divine sun. This guardian was protecting the sleeping god. This aura makes me feel terrifying and vaguely familiar. However, it's different from what the Empyrean Lord gives me. Then it must be that guardian, a guardian whose cultivation is at the sixth step. Wang Baol sighed in his heart, but he didn't regret his decision. In his judgment, the acquisition of the Tao seed would help him better integrate into the world. It would definitely be of great help. Furthermore, he didn't have time to think too much. His body instantly turned blurry, and a river of time appeared in front of him in an instant. Without any hesitation, he stepped into it. The laws of the outside world would be suppressed if used here. However, he was still being pursued, so it didn't make much of a difference to Wang Baol. In that instant, as his figure stepped into the river of time, his body disappeared instantly. In the next instant, in a different time, Wang Baol's figure continued to flash forward in the second level of the world. There was a gap between the cultivation levels of the Emperor spirits and his, and they could only rely on sheer numbers to win. Therefore, when Wang Baol didn't compete with them, didn't kill or destroy them, and instead fled at full speed, the disadvantages of the Emperor spirits. It was obvious. They couldn't catch up to Wang Baol. Just like that, with the help of the flash of the river of time, Wang Baol managed to completely shake off the Emperor spirits after more than 10 breaths. However, coming from the first level world, the black-robed man's giant hand formed from the storm-ignored time. No matter how Wang Baol shuttled through the river of time, it still existed. It existed in every spot of time, and it continued to descend. When Wang Baol was in the river of time, flashing through dozens of time nodes, his expression darkened. He raised his head to look at the sky and saw that the giant hand formed by the storm had completely taken form and was heading towards him. It grabbed at him. Even though it's the sixth step, you want to suppress me with just one hand? Wang Baol didn't want to engage in a confrontation with it. Exposing too much of the laws of the outside world made him instinctively feel uneasy. However, the palm seemed to have entered his bones and was relentlessly pursuing him. If he continued to flee, it would be meaningless. If he wanted to hide again, he would have to break the palm into pieces. Only then would he be able to make use of the gap between the palm and his divine ability. He would gain the right to hide. With that thought in mind, a look of determination appeared in Wang Baol's eyes. He no longer tried to escape. Instead, the moment the palm closed in on him, the desire to fight erupted in his eyes. He unleashed the full power of the 8 extreme Tao in his body. With a raise of his hand, the shadow of a silver ingot and the shadow of a tear appeared. The immortal fire talisman script and the body of the stone tablet appeared suddenly. Every one of them was earth-shattering. However, Wang Baol had no use for the essence of wood. In the Origin Universe Tao space, he was very restrained against wood power. Even though one of the 5 elements was missing, as Wang Baol activated the yin and yang of life and death. As the power of the dark death erupted, a majestic phantom that appeared to be stepping on the heavenly bridge but wasn't actually stepping on the heavenly bridge materialized. The combat power that gathered on Wang Baol's body had reached an astonishing level. It was based on this, drawing upon the power of the universe's myriad Taos to form its own law net. It gathered together and formed a gigantic figure that was as tall as the sky. This figure was Wang Baol's Tao body. The moment the palm reached out, The Tao body formed by Wang Bao's myriad Taos punched towards the giant hand. This punch unleashed the power of the fifth step, causing the river of time to collapse. When it came into contact with the storm palm, the river of time could not withstand it and exploded. The storm palm and Wang Bao's Tao body exploded together. The three parties exploded together at the same time. With a loud boom, as Wang Bao's Tao body collapsed, as the storm palm was destroyed, and as the river of time turned into countless fragments, the black-robed man sitting cross-legged on the parrot statue in the first level of the world. His eyes flashed red, and he stood up from his sitting position. He leaned forward and faced downwards. Almost at the same time as he leaned forward, in one of the countless fragments of the river of time, Wang Bao's figure flashed past. He left the river of time and appeared in the present. He was in another location in the second level of the world. He was very far away from the mountain range he had been in previously. After appearing, Wang Bao's face was pale, but his eyes were calm. He quickly circulated the law of joy in his body to the maximum, filling every corner of his body and covering the law of the external world. Even so, the sense of danger that came from the heavens still lingered. Therefore, without hesitation, he took out the Tao seed of the law of listening, pressed it between his brows, and fused it into his body. As it fused into his body, it was as if lightning had exploded in his body. It roared, but Wang Bao's expression didn't change. In a flash, he disappeared into the depths of the earth beneath his feet. Deep in the earth, in the soil, Wang Bao sat cross-legged, as if he had been buried. He didn't move, and the aura in his body was completely restrained. He didn't reveal the slightest bit of it. At the same time, the joy and listening in his body were like fire and water. Incompatible with each other, they began to fight. Their fight completely covered the traces of the laws in the external world within Wang Bao's body, causing his traces to be skillfully erased. If the storm palm had been locked onto him, even if Wang Bao had achieved what he had achieved, it would still have been difficult for him to completely remove the traces. However, the destruction of the palm caused a break to appear in his locked state. This was the opportunity that Wang Bao had created for himself. Just as the two laws of joy and listening in his body were battling against each other, a huge face slowly appeared in the sky above the second level. The face was filled with dignity. Its eyes were red, and it was cold and emotionless. At the same time, it contained the storm. It was clearly conflicted, but there was not a hint of incongruity on his face. As he appeared, all the powerful cultivators in the second level were shaken. They raised their heads from all directions and stared at the face in awe. Then they lowered their heads. Wang Bao, who was in a state of concealment, could not look at the face. To the powerful cultivators, seeing the face was karma. That was why he did not know what the face looked like. However, deep down in his heart, he already had an answer. My dream Tao has entered. His dream? The guardian of the gods. The great Emperor Xianxia, the face that appeared in the sky was the great Emperor Xianxia. Just like the Emperor in Wang Bao's dream, Xianxia appeared in the sky. He was expressionless and had a solemn expression on his face. The only difference was his eyes. They weren't filled with dignity, but with a crimson glow, a hidden storm. It was as if he hated the world and suppressed his madness. However, his expression, which should have been filled with emotion, was filled with an unconcealable coldness. Perhaps it was this contradiction that caused all the powerful cultivators in the second level to raise their heads. My heart is pounding. Even though there were many powerful cultivators in the second level, be it the 7 emotions, the 6 desires, or the mysterious ancient age city, it had to be said that all of this was in front of Emperor Xianxia, who was at least at the 6th step, can be suppressed by it. Because he, above the Son of God, is the guardian of the gods, and in a way he represents the ultimate law of the world. At that moment, the face looked down from the sky at all living things, as if searching for Wang Bao. After the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, the face clearly lost track of Wang Bao and slowly disappeared. In the first level of the world, the black-robed man standing on the parrot statue sat down again. He lowered his head and closed his eyes. As the face disappeared, the emperor spirits that had been attracted by Wang Baol also disappeared. The entire world gradually returned to normal. When the first rays of the sun shone on the world the next day, everything returned to normal. The world continued to operate, and all living beings continued to cultivate. However, a strange atmosphere began to spread within the second level of the world. Although outsiders did not know the details of what had happened last night, they could still make a rough guess based on their guesses. The only people who could cause the appearance of the emperor spirits and guardians were outsiders. Although this was extremely rare in the second level of the world, it was not unprecedented. Therefore, more and more local cultivators began to discuss their guesses. At the same time, in the city of listening pleasure, in the middle of the morning, the sound of a zither could be heard from an unknown area in the city. The sound of the zither was filled with anger and unwillingness. Once it was heard, it enveloped the entire city, causing the sky above the city of listening pleasure to instantly become overcast with dark clouds and heavy rain. Soon, a dharmic decree was sent out. A large number of cultivators in the city of listening pleasure received a high reward. The target of the reward was to find Qing Ling. Qing Ling was the woman in green who had been killed by Wang Baol and obtained a Dao seed. As Listening Desire City trembled and a large number of Listening Desire City cultivators went out, signs of an imbalance began to appear in the second-level world, which had been in a state of balance. When a storm was brewing in the outside world, in a remote area of the second-level world, this place was not a mountain range but a boundless desert. However, unlike the yellow sand in the traditional sense, the desert here was purple. The purple sand formed a purple sea of sand, making this place seem desolate. At the same time, there was something sinister and strange about it. This was because anyone who approached or walked in would smell the stench of blood, which could not be washed away. There was a name for this place in the second-level world. It was called Zimo. Legend had it that a few years ago a powerful expert was killed here. Her blood soaked the entire desert, causing it to turn purple. At the same time, there was a strong interference. It affected the cultivation of cultivators who stepped into the area. There was also a sense of inferiority in the wilderness. Powerful cultivators came to search the area, confirming that there were no fortuitous encounters. Therefore, few people appeared in the area. Deep underground in the purple desert, Wang Baol sat cross-legged. He didn't move at all. His entire body and mind were immersed in the fusion of the Tao of joy and the law of listening and desire. In theory, this fusion could be accelerated. However, this acceleration would result in some flaws in the laws that covered Wang Baol's body. Therefore, Wang Baol was not anxious. Instead, he allowed the two laws to fight against each other slowly in his body. He knew very well that the first time he unleashed the power of the external world, it only caused the appearance of the Emperor Spirit. However, the second time it caused the Guardian to descend. If he were to make such a deduction, he believed that once he used the laws of the external world for the third time, or if his aura was once again locked onto, then he would have no way out. At that moment, his cultivation level was not high enough to fight against the Guardian. Furthermore, his purpose in coming to the Origin Universe Tao space was not to just sweep through everything. I need to solve two problems. First, I need to think of a way to walk up to the Emperor. The second problem is that Guardian, Wang Baol, who was sitting cross-legged underground, slowly opened his eyes. In the pitch-black underground, a bright light flashed. Mystic Dust Grand Emperor. The final changes and problems in his dream. Wang Baol fell silent. He thought of the words of good and evil. He had felt that the other party's problems were strange. Now that he looked at it, the strangeness was even stronger. He had a faint, strong feeling. This seemingly simple problem of good and evil had a deeper meaning behind it. In silence, Wang Baol lowered his head to look at his body. He felt the two laws within his body fight against each other. After thinking for a moment, he had made a decision in his heart. Since his main body could not be revealed easily, and the best way was to hide from the other party's search, the most effective way now was to form a clone and leave. However, an ordinary clone had karma with the main body. Once it was discovered, it would still be locked onto the main body. Therefore, the clone could not have karma with the main body. To a certain extent, it was equivalent to creating an independent clone. Independence often meant the risk of rebellion. However, this risk was not insurmountable for Wang Baol, who was at the fifth step. Therefore, after some thought, Wang Baol closed his eyes. In the next instant, overlapping shadows appeared on his body. Gradually, a clone appeared. In a flash, it disappeared underground. Not long after, a figure walked out from the edge of the purple desert. The figure looked very thin and small, and there was no resemblance between him and Wang Baol. Be it his appearance or aura, his cultivation seemed to be that of a nascent soul realm cultivator. However, there was a hint of coldness hidden in his eyes. If one were to look closely, one could see that within the coldness there was killing intent and coldness. It was as if a destructive force had been sealed within his body. This was the unique clone that Wang Baol had created. This clone was an independent body that Wang Baol had formed based on the state of the Emperor Spirit. It didn't have too many emotions. To a certain extent, he was very similar to the Emperor Spirit. The difference was that the control of the Emperor Spirit was unknown because the Emperor Spirit was in a deep sleep. The control of Wang Baol's Tao Spirit was with him. From now on, I am the new Wang Baol. At that moment, the clone that had walked out of the purple desert turned around and glanced at the desert. He sneered and walked into the distance. The new Wang Baol? Deep underground in ZMO, Wang Baol sat cross-legged. He smiled and paid no attention to it. The clone was indeed independent. There was no karmic connection between it and Wang Baol's past. If there was, perhaps the rules of happiness and the rules of listening and desire were present in Wang Baol's body. Therefore, the clone more or less existed. However, that didn't matter. The two laws belonged to the second level, and they didn't count as karma with him. There was only one true hidden connection, and that was, both of them had the determination to remove the karma with the Emperor. That was enough. With a calmer and more decisive attitude, I might be able to open up the situation. Wang Baol stared at the doppelganger that had walked far away and slowly closed his eyes. To him, success was the best. It didn't matter if the doppelganger failed. By then, he would have completely resolved the hidden dangers of the laws in the outside world. He would have completely fused the laws of happiness and the laws of listening. When that time came, he would be able to walk out again, and he wouldn't have to worry about being targeted and searched. Just like that, after Wang Baol closed his eyes, he immersed himself completely. His clone, on the other hand, was outside the desert, speeding off into the distance. Unlike Wang Baol's low-key thoughts, his clone's emotions didn't fluctuate at all. He unleashed all of his nascent soul cultivation, bolstered by his speed, and charged forward. He was aimless. Wang Baol's clone didn't know where he was going either. The world was too big, and this place was unfamiliar to him. Therefore, according to his thoughts, he needed to find a local cultivator to ask. With that thought in mind, Wang Baol sped up. Time flew by as he sped, and soon, for days had passed. In those 4 days, he didn't see a single cultivator in his path. The ground gradually changed from deep purple. On the 5th day, the color of the ground had turned pale yellow, and the vegetation had become much more lush. Wang Baol, who was speeding along, swept his gaze across the ground. He was about to continue forward when his expression changed. He turned his head to look to his right. There seemed to be signs of nomological fluctuations in the distant forest. After taking a look, Wang Baol changed his direction and headed straight for the area. However, the moment he neared the forest, he heard the sound of air being torn apart. Wang Baol didn't move his legs. He moved his upper body backward and saw a black shadow from the corner of his eye. It flew past him instantly. It appeared on the crown of a large tree not far away. It was an elder who was as skinny as a monkey. He was dressed in black and had the cultivation of a mid-stage nascent soul realm cultivator. He was squatting on the crown of the tree, his eyes glowing green. He stared at Wang Baol and spoke hoarsely. "Who are you?" "A cultivator from ancient G City," Wang Baol said calmly. He didn't say his name. His eyes shone brightly as he looked at the elder. Ancient G City? You are not welcome here. Leave immediately. The elder narrowed his eyes and licked his lips. His voice was slightly shrill. Wang Baol swept a cold glance across the area before looking at the forest that the elder had stopped him from entering. He could vaguely sense that there were 3 pairs of eyes staring at him from within the forest. They were filled with malice. He could also smell a strange fragrance from his nose. He didn't know what kind of meat the fragrance was from. It was very faint, but when it landed in Wang Baol's nose, his body instinctively felt the urge to eat. It was as if his body was craving for something. It was likely that these people were here to protect the strange object. If it was his actual body, he might be interested in it. However, at that moment Wang Baol didn't care. Give me a map of this area and I'll leave. Wang Baol withdrew his gaze and said directly. The elder in black frowned. Wang Baol's words made him feel a little dazed and strange. He sized Wang Baol up, raised his right hand, and threw out a jade slip. Wang Baol grabbed it. He scanned it with his divine thought and turned to leave. However, just as Wang Baol was less than 100 feet away, a deep voice suddenly rang out from within the forest. Fellow Taoists from ancient G City, it's fate that we've met. Do you want to come in and have a meal together? Almost at the same time as the voice rang out, the elder in black seemed to have received a voice transmission. He narrowed his eyes and turned into a blur. He appeared directly in front of Wang Baol and blocked his path. What do you mean? Wang Baol stopped in his tracks. He spoke calmly with an expressionless face. Nothing much. I just want to make friends. The person who answered Wang Baol wasn't the black-robed elder in front of him. It was the person in the middle of the 3 cultivators who had flown out from the forest. The 3 cultivators all looked middle-aged. 2 of them looked like they were at the early-stage nascent soul realm. Only the person who had spoken revealed the aura of a late-stage nascent soul realm cultivator as his cultivation fluctuated. When he looked at Wang Baol, greed flashed in his eyes. He even licked his lips, full of malice. Oh! Wang Baol's expression didn't change at all. The moment he nodded, his body erupted with speed. He was much faster than before. In the blink of an eye, before the 4 of them could react, he had already appeared beside the black-robed elder. He raised his right hand and grabbed the elder's neck. He pulled with force, and at the same time, he raised his left knee and pressed it firmly against the elder's crotch. With a loud crack, the elder screamed in pain. His body turned into a bloody mess, and even his nascent soul collapsed. Wang Baol held the head in his hand and turned to look at the 3 cultivators whose expressions had changed drastically. He threw it over. To make friends, you need a gift. I came in a hurry and didn't prepare anything. I'll use this head as a gift. Of the 3 nascent soul realm cultivators, other than the late-stage nascent soul realm cultivator who had spoken earlier, the other 2 instinctively took a few steps back. They looked at Wang Baol with intense fear in their eyes. To be able to kill a nascent soul realm cultivator in an instant was already a powerful enemy that they couldn't afford to provoke. Even the late-stage nascent soul realm cultivator felt his heart skip a beat. He took a deep breath, forced himself to smile more kindly, and cupped his fists. You're too kind, fellow Taoist. I like this gift very much. The forest has prepared a mutated beast cauldron and fine wine. Please. Wang Baol didn't move. He glanced at the late-stage nascent soul realm cultivator with a faint smile and said flatly, to make friends, you need a greeting gift. Where are my gifts? With that, Wang Baol swept his gaze across the necks of the 2 retreating cultivators. Noticing Wang Baol's gaze, the 2 cultivators' expressions changed drastically. They retreated once more, circulating their cultivation with all their might. The late-stage nascent soul realm cultivator's expression changed as well. He looked at the 2 retreating cultivators beside him, and thoughts raced through his mind. He knew that even he wouldn't be able to kill a mid-stage nascent soul realm cultivator so easily with his full attention. Therefore, since the person before him was able to do that, he knew that he was no match for him. He had provoked him first, so if he did not deal with it properly, he would definitely be in a life-and-death crisis today. Therefore, he narrowed his eyes and endured the pain in his heart. He raised his right hand and waved it, and a token appeared in his hand. There are 2 more entry slots to the City of Appetite as a gift. Is that okay? Wang Baol glanced at the token and didn't ask any questions. He raised his hand and made a grab. The token immediately charged towards him. Wang Baol grabbed it and put it away. Then he looked into the forest, where a strange fragrance emanated from. The late-stage nascent soul realm cultivator heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Wang Baol put away the token. However, he remained vigilant and spoke politely. "Fellow Taoist, please." As he spoke, he turned his body to the side. He didn't dare leave his back to Wang Baol. Instead, he waited for Wang Baol to walk side by side. At the same time, the 2 early-stage nascent soul realm cultivators on both sides spread out a little further. They didn't show any signs of aggression. Instead, they focused on defense. Wang Baol didn't pay much attention to the actions of the 3 people. With a flash, he walked into the forest. The late-stage nascent soul realm cultivator beside him also stepped forward. The 2 of them stepped into the forest in almost the same time and appeared within it. They saw the source of the strange fragrance. It was a huge cauldron that was about the height of a person. It was green in color and had some totem carvings and runes carved on it. It exuded an ancient aura. The runes seemed to contain a deep meaning as well, and together with the totem carvings on it. It caused the cauldron to emit low, rumbling sounds. It was as if there was something powerful within the cauldron. It was attacking continuously, trying to break out of the cauldron. However, it was very difficult to break out. It could only be refined continuously by the huge cauldron, emitting a fragrance that made one's stomach go crazy. At the same time, there were clearly signs of a battle. A few corpses could be seen in the distance. This scene made Wang Baol raise his eyebrows. As he took a step forward, he spread out his divine thoughts and scanned the interior of the cauldron. He could clearly see that there was a golden thread within the cauldron. It looked like the whiskers or hair of a certain creature. It was boiling within the cauldron. Perhaps the boiling water was originally clear and colorless. However, at that moment, the color of the water was slowly changing, turning into a faint gold color. The fragrance was also becoming stronger. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes. With his vast experience, he was unable to recognize what it was at first glance. However, he could sense that after eating it, it would nourish his body. It had a rather good effect. To him, its effect was average, but to a nascent soul realm cultivator, it was no different from a treasure. As Wang Baol sized up the large cauldron, the late-stage nascent soul realm cultivator was also observing Wang Baol. He noticed that Wang Baol's expression remained the same, as if he didn't have any greedy thoughts because of the beard. Only then did he feel more at ease. He sighed to himself. He regretted taking the initiative to stop Wang Baol even though he was about to leave. In the end, he had stopped such a god of death. He perked up. With a wave of his hand, a streak of blue light flew out from his storage bag. It transformed into a puppet that looked like a Tao child. It held a copper bowl, walked to the cauldron, and scooped up some. It then delivered them to Wang Baol. "Fellow Taoist, this is a great tonic. Please." Wang Baol was expressionless. He took the bowl and put it to his mouth. He took a sip. To him, with his original body status, regardless of whether it was a curse or poison, it had already lost its effect. It was the same even if he was just a clone. As the warm soup entered his stomach, it turned into waves of warmth that spread throughout his body. Wang Baol's eyes could not help but light up. Although the effects of the soup did not have much effect on him, the taste was unheard of. It was extremely delicious. "Another bowl," Wang Baol said as he licked the corner of his lips after finishing the soup. The late-stage nascent soul realm cultivator felt his heart ache. But he still had the Tao child puppet fill another bowl. He followed suit and sat beside Wang Baol, savoring the soup. As for the 2 early-stage nascent soul realm cultivators in the distance, they could only stand there and gulp their saliva. Just like that, Wang Baol and the late-stage nascent soul realm cultivator drank one bowl after another. Wang Baol seemed to be asking casually as well. He had said that he was a cultivator from ancient G-City, so he didn't think too much about Wang Bao's question. The late-stage nascent soul realm cultivator didn't think too much about it. After all, it was just an introduction based on common sense. There was no need to hide it and aggravate the conflict. An hour later, the golden tentacles in the cauldron were basically completely refined. The broth turned golden, and the two of them drank almost 80% of it. Wang Bao also obtained what he wanted. For example, he knew that the golden tentacle was called a strange tentacle. The cultivator didn't know what it was either. He only knew that this creature was a food ingredient unique to the City of Appetite, and there was a quota for it to be sold every month. They had to complete the mission issued by the City of Appetite before they had the right to purchase it. What they had here wasn't purchased, but plundered. As a result, it was difficult to store the item, and the cooking method was fixed. They didn't have any extra time, so they could only kill and steal the treasure before cooking it on the spot. That was how the strange fragrance spread, and the black-robed elder who had died at Wang Baol's hands stopped them from leaving. At the same time, Wang Baol had obtained the answer he wanted for the token to enter the City of Appetite. Hundreds of thousands of kilometers away was one of the 7 great cities in the world, the City of Appetite. Although the city wasn't closed all year round, there were strict requirements for people to pass through it. They had to hold the token before they could enter and leave the city. Each token had a limit on the number of times they could enter and leave the city. Once the time limit was up, if they didn't leave, they would be punished by the City of Appetite. After the number of times they could use the token was up, they had to complete the task of obtaining the token to replenish it. Otherwise, they would no longer have the right to enter the city. The City of Appetite is a paradise for us itinerant cultivators. The late-stage nascent soul realm cultivator, sitting opposite Wang Baol, said with a sigh. There, as long as you can pay the price, you will be able to obtain unimaginable delicacies. Every delicacy will allow your cultivation to increase. This is especially true for the Gluttony Festival, which is held on the first day of the month. The entire city is cheering and cheering. Just the smell of the food can nourish one's soul. If I count the days, today will be the day. It's a pity that I have other matters to attend to, and I won't be able to make it in time. Listening to the cultivator's words and sensing his admiration for the City of Appetites, Wang Baol's interest was piqued. When he saw that he was almost done with the soup, he stood up and, amidst the cultivator's surprise and delight, left. He bade farewell and left. Only after Wang Baol had left did the late-stage nascent soul realm cultivator heave a sigh of relief. His 2 companions, who didn't dare approach him, rushed over and immediately filled the soup. They were depressed, but at the same time, they were glad that they had at least left some. They finished the soup as quickly as possible. The 3 of them quickly put away the cauldron and left in a hurry. At that moment, Wang Baol was speeding through the skies, heading straight for the City of Appetite according to the directions he had obtained. If it had been any other cultivator, hundreds of thousands of kilometers might not have been too far, but it would have taken some time. Furthermore, there were some restrictions and obstacles to the teleportation. However, to Wang Baol, these were not a problem. Just like that, 2 hours later, Wang Baol was speeding through the sky. In front of him, in the distance between heaven and earth, he saw a huge city that shook his heart and soul. The entire city was like a huge cauldron. The sounds of bustling activity could be heard from afar. The most eye-catching thing was the green smoke that was rising from the city, forming a large dark cloud in the sky. Bolts of lightning streaked across the dark cloud, and thunder rumbled. However, they couldn't suppress the cheers within the city. It was as if a grand event was taking place within the city. A large number of cultivators could be seen lining up outside the city, continuously entering the city. Appetite City. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes and left in a flash. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes as he watched everything from afar. With a flash, he appeared in the crowd and followed the crowd towards the city gates. As he neared, a fragrance that made one salivate spread out from the city, causing the cultivators lining up to enter the city to breathe slightly faster. Although it had little effect on Wang Baol, the fluctuation of desire still brought back memories of eating when he was a youth. Wang Baol couldn't help but touch his storage bag. It was a pity that the ice spirit water had been gone for many years. I suddenly miss it, Wang Baol sighed. He raised his head and looked at the city gates in the distance. There were guards, but they ignored the people who had entered the city. There was a screen of light at the city gates. It was clearly some kind of dermic artifact. Anyone who entered the city through the screen of light would be automatically recognized if they had a token and how many times they could use it. Those who met the requirements would naturally be able to enter without any obstacles. However, there would occasionally be people who tried to fish in troubled waters. Without exception, these people would be blocked outside. If they were to be entangled, the guards would attack and throw them far away. What caught Wang Baol's attention was not the people who were thrown away, nor was it the dermic artifact light screen. It was the guards themselves. They were dressed in standard but luxurious armor, and their faces were glowing red. It was as if they had eaten a tonic and didn't have time to digest it. Their expressions were filled with arrogance, and they looked at the people who had entered the city with disdain. Based on Wang Baol's understanding of human nature, for the guards to behave in such a manner, it was mostly because they had a strong sense of belonging and pride towards the city. That was why they behaved in such a manner. That made Wang Baol even more interested in the city of appetite. Before long, the crowd that Wang Baol was in entered the city. After passing through the light screen, it was Wang Baol's turn. Without any hesitation, he walked closer to the light screen. The moment he stepped in, he felt the token that he had obtained for entering the city flash for a moment. Then, a thought appeared in his mind. 7 days once. The thought was cold and mechanical. There were no emotions. It was obvious that it came from the dermic artifact at the city gate. What it told Wang Baol was simple. It made Wang Baol understand that he could stay in the city for 7 days. At the same time, he still had the right to enter the city once. Interesting. Wang Baol muttered to himself as he walked out of the light screen and stepped into the city. The moment he entered the city, a rich fragrance wafted into his nostrils. At the same time, there were waves of cheers. It was as if it had been magnified, filling Wang Baol's ears. He saw that in the vast city, there were a large number of people dressed in colorful clothes walking along the main road in front of him. Their actions were comical, and they were cheering as they walked. These people dressed in colorful clothes were very special. Most of them were bloated, especially the one at the front. He wasn't any weaker than Wang Baol when he was at his fattest. He looked like a mountain of meat. The mountain of meat didn't move forward on its own. Instead, it was lifted up by dozens of cultivators dressed in colorful clothes. Countless people crowded in front of the buildings on both sides. They looked at the mountain of meat and the parade and cheered together. As the people on both sides cheered, the parade-like procession along the main road threw out all kinds of delicacies from time to time. There were meat, fruits, vegetables, pills, and other things that could be eaten. They were snatched by the people on both sides and swallowed. It looked lively, but there was something strange about this scene. That was because, other than the parade of people in colorful clothing, almost every single person on both sides was emaciated. Their faces were yellow, and their eyes were bloodshot. When they ate, they looked even crazier. Wang Baol could even see that a few people had fought each other to the death over a piece of meat. The person who had died, because the crowd was too dense, could not fall. He looked even weirder as he was trapped in the crowd. It seemed like everyone had gone mad. Behind the colorful parade, there were even more emaciated people. They followed the procession, cheering and fighting for food. When the procession had left into the distance, the people on both sides also rushed forward and joined the crowd behind them. They followed the procession like a giant snake that was constantly growing. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes. In such an environment, almost no one paid attention to his existence. Therefore, even if he joined the crowd and moved forward, no cultivator would pay attention to him. Just like that, as they observed and moved forward, time passed slowly. For hours later, as the procession moved forward, more and more people followed behind them. Under the dense crowd, there were more than 1 million people. Even Wang Baol, who was in such an environment, would feel dizzy as the deafening sounds continued to grow louder and louder. If he was like that, There was no need for others. However, compared to Wang Baol, who could suppress them, there were many who could not. Furthermore, once they were unable to resist, it was as if they were infected and lost in the dizziness. Their actions would naturally align with that of the masses. As for the food that was thrown at him, Wang Baol did not move. His intuition told him that there was something wrong with the food. Just like that, for hours later, the procession in front suddenly stopped. The cheers quickly disappeared and became quiet. Wang Baol spread his thoughts and immediately saw that the procession in front of him was located at a huge altar. On all sides of the altar, there was a procession in every direction. The leader was like a mountain of flesh, and behind him was a large group of skinny people. It was as if all the people in the city, including the outsiders, had gathered here. The altar, which was originally empty, was now shining with light. A huge figure descended with a loud bang. The figure was 10,000 feet tall. It shook the hearts of everyone. Due to its form, it made him feel even more pressured. Compared to ordinary people, the 8 fatties who were being carried around the altar could be called mountains of flesh. However, compared to the 3,000-meter giant, they were like children. To a certain extent, the 3,000-meter giant could no longer be considered a person. It was a chunk of flesh that surpassed everything else. The fluctuations of a cultivation base comparable to the peak of the 5th step spread out from the chunk of flesh, shocking heaven and earth and suppressing everything. "Greetings, Master!" As the 8 fat men around the altar roared, everyone around them went crazy. Their eyes were filled with fervor as they shouted in unison. As everyone shouted, the lump of flesh on the altar raised its astonishing right hand slightly and pressed down. Instantly, the surroundings fell silent once again. At the same time, a ball of threads formed from countless golden threads appeared silently in midair. It appeared silently in midair. It was a huge ball formed from countless golden tendrils that Wang Baol had eaten before. All the tendrils within were squirming, and it looked extremely terrifying. The moment the golden tentacles appeared, Wang Baol immediately heard the sound of millions of people swallowing their saliva. He also felt a strong desire to eat. It grew crazily in the city. It was as if everyone was attracted by the golden tentacles. As everyone's desire to eat grew stronger, a smile appeared on the half-buried face of the meat on the altar. It opened its mouth slightly and inhaled. As it breathed, the gluttony in the surroundings immediately surged toward him and was sucked into its mouth. No one else could see or feel this scene because the gluttony was invisible. However, to Wang Baol, the level of his actual body determined that even his clone could still sense it. He could clearly sense this scene and could not help but squint his eyes. With this festival, I'll absorb the desire for gluttony, and then I'll cultivate. Wang Baol was deep in thought. After absorbing more than half of the desire for gluttony, the huge chunk of meat seemed to be satisfied and stopped absorbing. Then, the 8 meat mountains outside the altar began to absorb. Then, the colorful robe team behind the meat mountains began to absorb the meat. After absorbing the meat layer by layer, the desire for gluttony in the surroundings decreased significantly. However, very quickly, a new desire for gluttony was born. It seemed like this desire was almost limitless here. As long as the people around them had desires, they would definitely be born. However, the appearance of the second round of desires still consumed the people around them. This consumption came mainly from their physical and mental states. Upon closer inspection, one could see that the millions of people outside the altar had lost some weight after the second round of desires. Their mental states were in a state of abnormal excitement, and they didn't realize that they were tired. This is a city that eats people. A glint flashed across Wang Baol's eyes. At the same time, the cultivators in Kai Yi's team had also finished absorbing the meat. With a wave of the meat on the altar, the golden ball of tentacles suddenly exploded. It turned into countless tentacles that spread in all directions as if they were fleeing. "My people, go enjoy your food." A bewitching voice came from within the meat, affecting the entire city. Almost everyone in the surroundings went completely crazy and roared, "Gluttony! Gluttony! Gluttony!" As they roared, millions of people went crazy and spread out, fighting desperately for the tentacles one by one. The entire city began to spread out in all directions from the center. causing chaos. Wang Baol looked deeply at the pieces of flesh on the altar that were gradually fading away, as well as the group of colorful robed cultivators and the 8 meat mountains. They followed the crowd and gradually disappeared into the distance. This city might be crazy, but it's very suitable for hiding. Wang Baol thought to himself as he stood in the crowd. What he needed to do now was to integrate into the world. The rules that were revealed in the chaos of Appetite City gave Wang Baol an idea on how to hide. After all, the other cities were too far away from here. There was a lot of uncertainty as to whether it was suitable or not. Since that was the case, choosing the city of Appetite as his base of operations was the most convenient idea for Wang Baol at the moment. If I want to hide here, I need to solve the problem of the length of stay first. When Wang Baol had arrived with the crowd earlier, he had noticed that there were a large number of shops in the city. Although most of them were restaurants, they seemed to have all the accommodations. Therefore, what was placed in front of him was that as long as he had enough currency in the city and completed the mission of increasing the length of stay in the city, everything would be solved. Spirit stones were useful for currency, but the golden tentacles that were flying in the sky were clearly more valuable. With that thought, Wang Baol's body flashed and appeared at a corner of a street far away. He raised his right hand and grabbed a golden tentacle. He threw it into his storage bag and continued forward. The golden tentacles that were difficult for others to capture were easily available to Wang Baol. Very quickly, he caught more than 100 of them. In the process, he also saw the madness of the people in the city. Life and death often happened because of a single golden tentacle. He even saw 7 or 8 skinny people fighting each other with bloodshot eyes and dying together. The law of the jungle had become the rule here. Gradually, the smell of blood spread throughout the city, stimulating the people in the area even more, causing the tentacles that were still flying. More than half of them were dyed red with blood. Wang Baol didn't like such tentacles. He didn't want to grab them. However, even though he didn't want to, there was still a blood-colored tentacle that flew towards Wang Baol while he was walking on the streets. He was followed by dozens of skinny, red-eyed cultivators. All of them were filled with killing intent as they chased after Wang Baol. There were even 3 nascent Soul Realm cultivators among them. As they arrived, Wang Baol's eyes flashed coldly. He was about to attack, but as his expression changed, the blood-colored tentacle that was flying toward him, it was suddenly grabbed by a pale hand that reached out from the crack in the door of the shop beside it. As the blood-colored tentacle was grabbed, the crack in the door slowly opened, revealing the figure of a fatty inside. He stuck his head out and placed the blood-colored tentacle into his mouth. As he chewed, he sized up the people outside. "Everyone, are you here to stay or to eat?" As he sized them up, the fatty had already swallowed the blood-colored tentacle in his mouth and asked with a smile. The people who had chased after the blood-colored tentacle stopped in their tracks and looked at the fatty warily. They retreated in silence and quickly left. "Sir, what about you? Are you staying or eating?" Ignoring the people who had retreated, the fatty looked at Wang Baol with a smile. There was a hidden brilliance in his eyes that flashed past. Wang Baol glanced at him and turned to leave. However, in the next instant, the little fatty's figure flashed and appeared in front of Wang Baol. He continued to speak with a smile. "Sir, we're already at the entrance. Why don't you come in and have a taste? On this street, the taste of my house is the best." As he spoke, the door of the shop opened even wider. There was no lantern in it. It was pitch black and there were stifling gasps. It was as if the world within the door had turned into a huge mouth that devoured people, waiting for the arrival of food. "Do you have to go?" Wang Baol tilted his head and asked. The little fatty nodded with a smile. The brilliance in his eyes could no longer be concealed. At the same time, all the passers-by who saw the scene quickly moved away. "What if I don't go?" Wang Baol asked curiously. "We won't be happy if that happens," the little fatty said with a smile. "All right." Wang Baol nodded. Since the other party had invited him so sincerely, he felt that it would be unreasonable for him to refuse. Therefore, he turned around and walked toward the door. "Guys, it's time to open." The little fatty's smile grew wider. He shouted toward the door and followed Wang Baol toward the door. In the crowd in the distance, there were outsiders like Wang Beol. When they saw this scene, a complicated look appeared on their faces. They knew that in the city on the day of the Gluttony Festival, the most dangerous place was not the desire for the owner or the procession, nor was it a competition between them. Instead, it was every shop in the city. Usually, the people who walked into these shops were the customers. On the day of the Gluttony Festival, the people who walked in were the ingredients. However, no one noticed that Wang Beol, who had his back to them as he walked towards the door, had a faint smile on his face. There was a hint of blood in his eyes, and it was throbbing. As for the little fatty who had sincerely invited him to come, he naturally did not know what kind of existence he had invited in. It's time to open up. Wang Beol smiled as he stepped into the pitch-black shop. Following Wang Beol's figure, he entered the door of the shop. After being swallowed by the ghastly mouth, his vision turned slightly dark. It was as if he had passed through a barrier and entered the shop. The shop wasn't big. There were 7 to 8 dining tables. Due to the festive season, there weren't many customers. The only people that entered Wang Beol's site were the shop staff, the shopkeeper, and the chef. The manager was a woman. Her body wasn't skinny, but rather curvy. She was dressed rather flirtatiously, and her clothes were very revealing. She exuded the charm of a mature woman. She was sitting at a table, one of her legs stepping on a chair beside her. Her eyes were red as she licked her lips. When she saw Wang Beol walk in, she couldn't help but let out a lewd laugh. Wow! On the Gluttony Festival, such a fragrant guest has arrived. Beside the female manager was a dwarf. The dwarf was extremely ugly. Although his body was not as round as the fatty outside, his ugly appearance and the viciousness he exuded, it was enough to shock most people the moment they laid eyes on him. There was also a plump man not far away who held a kitchen knife that was dripping with blood. His eyes were very small. If one did not look closely, one would not even be able to see his eyes. Only heavy breathing could be heard from his mouth. It was as if he was about to lose control of himself. When he looked at Wang Beol, his throat was clearly squirming. Looking at the 3 strange cultivators from Appetite City, Wang Beol's heart was calm. A faint smile appeared on his face as he spoke softly. Are you closing the shop today? Why aren't there any other customers? Also, I would like to ask, are you lacking a shop owner? A shop owner? The female manager laughed out loud. Young sir, you're really interesting. Today is the day to stock up, so naturally, we won't open the shop to the public. However, the fragrance from your body is overwhelming. It's a good ingredient. I'll make an exception for you this time, the female manager said. She kicked the dwarf beside her. What are you standing there for? Go and put the ingredients into the storage room. Remember not to break them. The complete price is better. The dwarf grinned, and the ferocity in his eyes exploded. He turned into an afterimage and charged toward Wang Beol. At the same time, the brawny man roared and strode toward Wang Beol. At the same time, after Wang Beol entered the shop, the greed in the eyes of the little fatty outside could no longer be concealed. He licked his lips and looked at the crowd around him. With a sneer, he walked toward the door. As he stepped inside, the door of the shop slowly closed. The crowd around also lowered their heads and quickly walked away. However, it had only been 5 or 6 breaths since the fatty had stepped through the door. Before the crowd could get very far, loud banging sounds could be heard coming from the closed door of the shop. It seemed as if someone was struggling inside, trying to open the door and escape. The people who hadn't gone too far heard the sounds and turned their heads to look. Fear could be seen in the eyes of the outsiders who had entered the city. They could imagine that the young man who had just entered the shop must be facing an incredibly miserable treatment. Although he was struggling to break open the door, it was clearly impossible. Even if he did break open the door, he would be dragged back. It was just as they had expected. In the next moment, the door was forced open, and a figure struggled out. However, when they saw who it was, they didn't go too far. When they saw who it was, their eyes went wide, and expressions of disbelief and shock appeared on their faces. Their judgment was correct, but it was also wrong. It was true, it was true. Even if they had broken through the door, they would have been dragged back. As for the person who was wrong, it was a person. At that moment, the person who was struggling to crawl out through the gap in the door was not the young man they had seen before, but the fatty who had been laughing smugly just a moment ago. The fatty's face was covered in blood, and his smugness had long since disappeared. His laughter had been completely cut off from him, and what appeared on his face was unprecedented terror. That terror seemed to have surpassed desire, and on the fatty's face, it was exceptionally clear. It was as if the world within the door contained a great terror, causing his mind to be filled with only one thought, which was to struggle his way out as quickly as possible and go all out. However, just as half of the fatty's body crawled out of the crack in the door, a clean white hand stretched out from within, grabbed the fatty's hair, and slowly pulled it back into the door. "Save me! Save me!" The fatty let out a shrill scream, and the fear in his eyes completely erupted. He struggled to grab the ground with both hands, trying to stabilize his body to resist the hand that was grabbing his hair. However, the difference between the two parties was too great. Amidst the piercing sounds, the ground was scratched deeply by the fatty's hands, but his body was still pulled back by the hand. With a bang, the door closed, and not a single sound could be heard from within. This scene caused the surrounding people to feel their scalps go numb. They felt that the terror within the shop was beyond their imagination. One by one, they sped up and left. Soon, their surroundings became empty. At that moment, as the crowd left in a hurry and the entire city chased after the golden tentacles crazily, they were nearing the end. In the shop, where no one was paying attention to them, Wang Baol was sitting on a chair with a bowl of porridge in front of him. He held a spoon and tasted it slowly. In front of him, the ferocious-looking dwarf was missing an eye and half an arm. His legs were broken, and his body was trembling as he danced. He looked like a circus clown. As he danced, blood splattered in all directions. His legs were broken, so every time he jumped, he would feel extreme pain. If anyone else were here and saw this scene, it would definitely be a shocking sight. As for the burly man, he sat there paralyzed. The fat on his body was trembling, and his hands were constantly slapping his stomach. A drumming sound could be heard, as if he was playing a musical accompaniment. However, there was a huge gash on his stomach, and every time he slapped it, the wound would tear open even more. The burly man's face was pale, and his life force was rapidly draining away. There was also the female shopkeeper. Her flirtatious and lascivious aura did not exist on her at all. At that moment, she was slumped on the ground. In front of her was the little fatty whose face was covered in blood. The two of them were trembling. They were using all their strength to slap each other across the face. One slap, one slap. The sounds of slapping echoed in the shop with the muscular man's drum beats. As they had to use force, the two of them were basically beyond recognition. Even their necks were broken. It was an extremely tragic sight. However, the four of them did not dare to struggle at all. Occasionally, they would look at Wang Baol, who was calmly eating his porridge. There was an unprecedented fear in their expressions, as if they were looking at an evil demon. After a long while, Wang Baol put down his spoon. He was very satisfied with the taste of the bowl of porridge and spoke calmly. "I would like to ask, is this shop lacking a new owner?" The four of them nodded frantically. Wang Baol smiled when he saw the people in the shop welcoming him so warmly. He looked around, and as he looked at the shop, he felt a little emotional. He could be considered to have his own business in this city. Also, what was the matter with the ingredients you mentioned just now? Wang Baol wiped the corners of his mouth and looked at the four of them. The four of them did not dare hide anything and quickly answered Wang Baol's questions one after another. The so-called ingredients were not actually meant to eat people. Such a situation was rare even in Appetite City. The reason why they were filled with greed when they saw Wang Baol was because they smelled joy. Wang Baol's clone had been separated from his original body, so naturally, it was tainted with the aura of the law of joy. To the cultivators in Appetite City, this aura was like a rare delicacy. Just a whiff of it would increase their appetite greatly. That was why they were so greedy. They planned to capture Wang Baol and use the refinement method to extract the aura of happiness from his body to satisfy their appetite. At the same time, if they were to sell it, it would be extremely valuable. In reality, it wasn't just the aura of happiness. The 7 emotions were all like that. To the cultivators in the city of appetite, every single one of them was a peerless delicacy. However, it was clear that the 4 people in the shop could not have predicted that the ingredients that they thought were very good would turn into evil beings and instantly suppress them. Especially now. As they explained, they keenly noticed that the young man who was sitting there like a nightmare had a look of regret on his face. This made the 4 of them tremble. Noticing the expressions on their faces, Wang Baol shook his head. So that's how it is. It's not what I thought. It's a pity. As Wang Baol spoke, his gaze swept across the 4 of them. Finally, he focused on the little fatty whose face was swollen and bloody. However, his body was clearly fair and tender. As his gaze swept across them, the 4 of them instantly turned even paler. Their hearts trembled violently, and they could not help but guess what the other party's regret was. It's a pity that the ingredients are not human flesh. That must be the case. This is a lunatic, especially the little fatty whom Wang Baol had looked at the last time. At that moment he was about to wail. The fear in his eyes seemed to scare him to death. The 4 of them shivered and looked at each other. At that moment, there was no difference in status between them. Whether it was the waiter, the kitchen, or even the manager, they were all prisoners. There was an unconcealable fear in their expressions. It was getting late outside, and the end of the festival had arrived. The hustle and bustle had slowly subsided, and many shops had lit up. Even though they hadn't opened yet, looking around the lights in the city. Gradually, more and more lights were lit up. However, as night fell and silence fell, the atmosphere in the shop became more and more oppressive. Perhaps frightened by Wang Baol's gaze and regret, the 4 cultivators, including the shopkeeper, became even more fearful. They were also extremely nervous in their answers to Wang Baol's next question. They stuttered, not daring to hide anything. This allowed Wang Baol to have a more comprehensive understanding of the city of appetite. After all, the 4 of them had combined their understanding of the city of appetite. Even if Wang Baol was unfamiliar with the city of appetite, he would still be able to gain a better understanding of it. He had gained a lot of knowledge. For example, all the cultivators who were qualified to live in the city for a long period of time could come from any city. Even in ancient G City, there were quite a number of people who were qualified to live in the city of appetite. The difficulty of obtaining such a qualification wasn't small, and required a certain amount of contribution. However, as long as one was qualified to live in the city, one would receive significant benefits. That was because as long as one lived in the city, one's cultivation base would slowly grow. Furthermore, the food in the city of appetite would be very useful in supporting cultivation. At the same time, if one opened a shop in the city, then the contract of the shop would be a catalyst, which would allow the cultivator to gain enlightenment of the law of appetite. This law was the foundation of the city of appetite, and it was also the symbol of the direct descendants of the city of appetite. As for how to comprehend it, one had to start with all sorts of delicacies. The more delicacies the shop had, the more famous the shop would be. The more people who desired to dine there, the more benefits the shop owner and all of his employees would receive. Outsiders in the city of appetite aim to improve their cultivation with all sorts of delicacies. However, for cultivators of the law of appetite, what they need is to absorb the greedy thoughts of others. The female manager said, trembling. Wang Baol listened to her words thoughtfully and asked some other questions. For example, the hierarchy and structure of the cultivators in the city of appetite. Generally speaking, the city of appetite could be considered a huge sect. There were countless disciples in the sect, but most of them were outer sect disciples. Only those who had their own shops were considered inner sect disciples. Such inner sect disciples were known as the ones who ate in the city of appetites. Outer sect disciples below the level of those who ate were divided into 2 categories. One category was known as the hungry ghost, while the other category was known as the poor. The former had the largest number. The scrawny, crazy people that Wang Baol had seen outside were mostly the hungry ghost, while the slightly better ones were the latter. However, there was a limit to the number of people who were better off. Therefore, the two types of cultivators in the City of Appetite were, to a certain extent, the source of cultivation for cultivators who cultivated the law of appetite. As if they were being exploited layer by layer, there was another level above those who were hungry. They were known as people who were fed and fed. These types of people often had their own insights into the law of appetite. After traveling for a certain distance, the shops were no longer able to satisfy their cultivation. Therefore, most of them chose to keep servants who could provide them with a large number of greedy thoughts. For example, the people in the parade were this type of people who could feed themselves. After feeding themselves, there was another level. This was considered one of the higher-ups of Appetite City. They were known as meat-eaters, and there were very few people who could cultivate the law of appetite to this level. In the entire Appetite City, there were only a few dozen of them. Due to their special cultivation methods, most of these cultivators were in secluded meditation all year round and rarely went out. As a result, they were rarely seen. On the other hand, cultivators of a higher level were easier to spot. That was the glutton god, second only to the Lord of Desire. The 8 meat mountains that Wang Baol had seen in the parade were the glutton god of the City of Appetite. Any one of them possessed the terrifying combat strength of the 4th step. There was only one peak in the entire City of Appetite, and that was the Lord of Desire, who had founded the city and occupied the source of the law of appetite. He had descended from the altar like a piece of meat. From its structure, the City of Appetites is actually a sect. It just doesn't have that many sect rules. Hearing that, Wang Baol narrowed his eyes. Such a City of Appetite, which was like a sect with no rules or regulations, was very suitable for Wang Baol to hide in. Furthermore, Wang Baol could tell that there didn't seem to be anyone in the City of Appetite who could be treated as an enemy. Theoretically, everyone in the outside world could enter the city after obtaining the right to do so. This caused the City of Appetite to be a mix of dragons and snakes. What they needed was openness. More and more people would pour into the city, and gourmet food was just a method and cultivation method. The more people contributed to their gluttony, the more the cultivators of the law of appetites in the city would benefit a lot. Perhaps it was precisely these needs that caused the City of Appetites to appear chaotic, but contained a certain law of existence. Human lives were meaningless here. What was truly meaningful was the ability to protect oneself. Interesting. After thinking through all this, a smile appeared on Wang Baol's face. He realized that he was beginning to like the City of Appetites. Most importantly, he had a business here. Then, where's the primer for this shop? Wang Baol narrowed his eyes and looked at the female shopkeeper, who had been seductive and gorgeous in the beginning, but was now beyond recognition. The female shopkeeper didn't dare reject him. She immediately patted her chest upon hearing his words. Immediately, a ray of crimson light spread out from her body and slowly gathered in front of her, forming an illusory token. There were a large number of runic symbols on the token. They were woven together, causing anyone who saw it to feel as if they were looking at a delicacy in the world. Their appetite couldn't help but rise. Even the little fatty, the dwarf, and the chef were in a miserable state. However, when they saw the token, their breathing quickened, as if they were trying their best to restrain themselves. However, it was clear that this restraint couldn't last for long. If the token was exposed for too long, the 3 of them might not be able to resist rushing forward to snatch it. Wang Baol swept his gaze across everyone's expressions. He seemed to be deep in thought. He raised his right hand and grabbed. Immediately, the illusory token charged towards Wang Baol. When he held it in his hand, everyone's gazes were instinctively drawn towards it. Holding the token, Wang Baol felt it for a while, and his eyes flashed. This primer, in his eyes, was actually just a Dao seed that had shrunk and become much thinner. Only with the true meaning of Dao seed, this thing is only a very small branch, even 1 in 10,000 do not have, with Dao silk to describe, perhaps more appropriate. Even so, it could still allow one to have the ability to connect with the law of appetite after gaining enlightenment. One could obtain the right to cultivate and gain enlightenment. If the law of appetite was compared to a large river, then this Tao thread was like a small sapling with its roots connected to the river. However, due to the weakness and limitations of the sapling itself, the degree of absorption wasn't high. As for the female manager, she had become much weaker due to the release of the primer. However, Wang Baol could clearly feel that although there was no primer in her body, perhaps it was because she had been comprehending it for many years, she could still comprehend the law of appetite. It was just that her speed and efficiency were much slower. It seems like the cultivation of this world is based on the Tao seed, and the way of comprehending the law is also the same. Wang Baol thought of the law of delight and the law of listening. It was the same as the law of appetite before him. After a moment of silence, Wang Baol clenched his right hand. Immediately, the law of appetite token in his palm seemed to melt and seeped into his palm. It swam around his body. A vortex the size of a fingernail appeared in his dantian. As the vortex appeared, a strong sense of hunger immediately emerged in Wang Baol's body. It was as if he could swallow all the delicacies in front of him, even if there were mountains and seas in front of him. If there was no food to alleviate the hunger would be restrained and absorb the cultivator's life force. It was difficult to suppress the feeling, enough to drive an ordinary person crazy. However, to Wang Baol it was still within his limits. He rubbed his belly and suppressed the feeling. Then, he raised his head and looked at the female manager with a faint smile. At that glance, the female manager trembled even more intensely, and disbelief appeared in her eyes. She quickly knelt down and kowtowed continuously. Her words were unable to be spoken due to excessive fear and nervousness. The reason for this was because she had been fantasizing when she had sent out the primer earlier. She had deliberately not mentioned the side effects of fusing with the primer. She had thought that she could use this to reverse the situation. After all, the others had never fused with the primer before, so they did not know what would happen at the moment of fusion. This was a secret to a certain extent in the City of Appetite. Back then, when she had fused with the primer, she had been reminded. However, as she had not been fully prepared, she had almost been devoured by the primer. Therefore, from what she knew, no matter how strong the person in front of her was, it would be difficult for him to be safe. Once the backlash happened, it would be the best opportunity for her to launch a desperate counterattack. However, she had never expected that the backlash, which she had thought to be extremely terrifying, wouldn't manifest in the other party at all. That had destroyed the last sliver of hope in her heart. After Wang Baol swept his gaze across her, her desire to survive had only reached its peak. Clean this place up. We'll be open for business tomorrow. Wang Baol retracted his gaze. He stood up and waved his hand. Four restrictive spells spread out and flew into the four people's bodies. After locking their souls, he stretched. He headed upstairs to the second floor. The first floor of the shop was a restaurant, while the second floor was a living room. As he walked up the stairs and pushed open the door to the master bedroom, Wang Baol suddenly spoke. I like to listen to music. Tonight you'll sing until dawn. As he spoke, Wang Baol pushed open the door and walked in. When his figure disappeared, the four people downstairs trembled and looked at each other. They could see the helplessness in each other's eyes. Then, the dwarf suddenly jumped up and appeared in front of the little fatty, slapping him hard. The slap sent the fatty flying into the wall. It wasn't over yet. The muscular chef did the same. He kicked the fatty hard, causing him to spurt out blood and fall to the other side. Are you blind? How could you send such a fiend into the shop? The fatty was in a terrible state. He felt aggrieved, but he couldn't refute it. After all, he was indeed the one who had pushed Wang Baol into the shop. The chef is right. Your eyes are indeed blind. As the fatty struggled to get up, a faint voice sounded in front of him. The fatty's expression changed. He didn't have time to dodge as the female manager appeared in front of him. He raised his right hand and stabbed his finger into the fatty's right eye, digging it out. The fatty was just about to scream when the dwarf appeared behind him and covered his mouth. The fatty couldn't make a sound and could only tremble violently, allowing the female manager to dig out his eyes. He was sent into the mouth of the dwarf beside him. "Drag him away and teach him a good lesson," the female manager said softly. She no longer looked at the dwarf and the chef. Instead, she sat at the side, sighed, and began singing. Her voice was filled with bitterness, helplessness, and tremulousness. It reverberated in the shop for a long time. In the house, Wang Baol's expression was cold. He was neither happy nor sad as he sat cross-legged in meditation. In this world filled with lust, what was needed was for you to be more ruthless than others. The singing continued throughout the night. The next morning, when the door of the shop was opened and the sunlight shone in, the floor of the shop was clean and spotless. The tables and chairs were the same, without the slightest damage. Only the two waiters who were entertaining the guests were left. One of them had a pale face and was limping as he walked, but there was something in his mouth. He kept chewing, but he did not swallow it. The other one had become thinner from being a fatty. Furthermore, he was blind in one eye and was not in high spirits. As for the kitchen, because he did not show himself, he could not see it. However, he could faintly smell the faint smell of blood coming from the kitchen and the sounds of meat being chopped. There was also the usually enchanting and beautiful female shopkeeper. Her expression was dispirited and her voice was a little hoarse. Her smile was also very forced. This made the regular customers in the shop very surprised. However, they didn't think too much about it. One after another, people came and ate their usual food while chatting. Then they left one after another. By noon, the number of customers in the shop gradually increased. Although it wasn't full yet, it was about 70 to 80% full. There were residents of Appetite City, and there were also outsiders. It looked very normal. It was as if the chaos of Appetite City itself was hidden away during non-festive times. No one paid attention to the abnormal behavior of the employees and shopkeepers in the shop. That was until a few outsiders who were not residents of the city carefully stepped into the shop. Their gazes occasionally swept across the surroundings. They sized up the dwarf and the little fatty. If it were any other time, the dwarf and the little fatty would have been impatient. However, they seemed to have changed their temperaments today. They allowed themselves to be sized up, listlessly served their dishes, and left in silence. This scene shocked the few outsiders. They were the ones who had personally seen Wang Baol being forced into the shop yesterday. They had come here today because of yesterday's strange situation. Out of curiosity, they had come to take a look at the situation. After all, after the festival, the danger level of the shops in Appetite City would be greatly reduced. Seeing all of this, the few outsiders felt great waves in their hearts. They realized that the youth who had entered the shop yesterday was definitely not an ordinary person. However, looking at the staff and shopkeeper in the shop, although they were injured, they were still alive. Therefore, the few of them were guessing whether the youth was outnumbered and had become a food ingredient. Just as the few outsiders were deep in thought, the door to the second-floor house was pushed open. Wang Baol walked out slowly and stood on the balcony, looking down. His appearance immediately attracted the attention of the customers downstairs. They all looked up. The few outsiders did the same. After seeing Wang Baol, they quickly averted their gazes. At the same time, the dwarf's body was visibly trembling. He worked even harder to pass down the dishes. As for the little fatty, he also pulled himself together and used all his strength to wipe the clean and empty table, as well as the female manager. It was as if he had been injected with stimulants. He lowered his head and quickly settled the score, looking extremely serious. Even the sounds of the kitchen cooking became louder at that moment. Looking at everything from afar, Wang Baol took a deep breath. He could feel the faint scent of gluttony permeating through the shop and drifting towards him. After being sucked into his mouth, it merged into the whirlpool in his dantian. A strong sense of satisfaction made Wang Baol feel much more energized, and he became even more interested in the cultivation of the law of appetite. This kind of cultivation was both strange and enjoyable for him. However, it was a pity that the scent of gluttony was not strong here. Wang Baol only took a few breaths and sucked up all the scent. This made Wang Baol feel a little regretful. He thought of the day before the festival. The entire city had gathered at the altar, and the scent of gluttony was unimaginably strong. If this law of gluttony can be cultivated to the extreme, all living things will be controlled. This is because this desire is a part of life itself. The 7 emotions and 6 desires are essentially the same. Wang Baol sensed the vortexes of gluttony in his body. As he pondered, he turned around and returned to his room. His departure caused the dwarf, Fatty, and the shopkeeper in the shop to heave a sigh of relief. Time passed slowly, and soon it was night. Wang Baol appeared once again. After absorbing the aura, he returned to his room. It was late at night. After the shop closed, the employees and the others remained silent throughout the night. Days passed, and soon Wang Baol became the owner for 8 days. During these 8 days, every time he appeared, he absorbed the aura of his appetite. He did not pay attention to the rest of the time, causing the dwarf and the others to gradually relax. However, on the 9th night, when they thought that everything was fine, after closing the shop, Wang Baol appeared on the first floor. As he sat on the chair, the dwarf and Fatty, the shopkeeper, and the chef on the first floor, all of them instinctively became nervous. "I'm very dissatisfied," Wang Baol said calmly as he sat on the chair. "The business of this shop is terrible." As Wang Baol said that, the dwarf stopped chewing. The little Fatty lowered his head, and the chef looked at the female manager. The female manager looked aggrieved as she replied softly, "Boss, the situation over the past few days has already been considered good." Ignoring the female manager's words, Wang Baol waved his hand and took out a storage bag, throwing it on the table. "This item will be released tomorrow." After saying that, Wang Baol stood up and returned to his room. After he left, the dwarf and the others looked at each other. They immediately approached the table and curiously picked up the storage bag. After opening it, they saw that there were hundreds of small bottles inside. Each small bottle contained half of the water. The chef was curious. He picked up one and opened it. After smelling it, he took a sip. Then his eyes widened abruptly. His ugly face unknowingly revealed a smile, and his eyes were filled with intoxication. When the dwarf and Fatty saw this scene, they hurriedly took out 2 bottles and drank them. Soon, their bodies trembled and revealed the same expression. This made the female manager's eyes light up. She took them out and took a sip. In the next instant, her breathing quickened. Sour, sweet, with some bubbles. Most importantly, it contains the scent of happiness. It was ice spirit water. Wang Baol, who was in his room, also had a bottle in his hand. After taking a sip, a strange light flashed in his eyes. He had originally planned to keep a low profile in Appetite City, but after understanding the laws of appetite, Wang Baol felt that keeping a low profile would not solve the problem. If he could gain a foothold in Appetite City and obtain more laws of appetite, it would be of greater help to himself. Therefore, he fused the aura of his laws of happiness into the ice spirit water and created this drink. It was not uncommon for 7 emotions to be used as ingredients in the City of Appetite. However, other than the 3 to 5 super shops that could provide a specific type of 7 emotions ingredients all year round, most of the other shops could only provide some occasionally. After all, most of the 7 emotions were hidden, which was very rare. As for the laws of joy, they had been targeted by the lustful singers. Over the years, they had been continuously destroyed, leaving only remnants that were on the verge of extinction. That was why they were even rarer. Even if there were occasional captives, they could not be like Wang Baol, who could provide unlimited information with his own insights. Therefore, it was almost foreseeable that with the introduction of the ice spirit water, the shop would gradually become popular. This made the female manager, the dwarf, and the others' eyes instantly lit up. However, the shopkeeper and the others didn't know that Wang Baol could provide unlimited amounts of ice spirit water. Therefore, even though their eyes were bright, what they saw was a momentary burst of popularity. In reality, they had never considered that they could manage a category of 7 emotions ingredients for a long period of time. After all, such a thing could only be found in 3 or 4 extremely popular restaurants in Appetite City. There was usually a glutton behind such alcohol. It could even be said that only gluttons had the right to have a store in Appetite City that provided the 7 emotions ingredients for a long period of time, without others watching and fighting over it. Therefore, the shopkeeper, the dwarf, and the others did not realize what kind of storm the ice spirit water would bring to the store. However, all of these were within Wang Baol's considerations. This was also the decision he made after weighing the pros and cons for 7 to 8 days. Sometimes it was not necessary to keep a low profile in order to hide. It would make him more valuable and perhaps allow him to hide better. Therefore, the introduction of the ice spirit water was only the first part of Wang Baol's plan. Soon, a night passed. When the next morning arrived and the shop reopened, all the regular customers were surprised to find that the shop assistants and shopkeepers were no longer as dispirited as they had been a few days ago. All of them were in high spirits, and the smiles on their faces had never disappeared. At the same time, apart from their daily meals, the dwarf and the little fatty kept pushing a drink called ice spirit water to the customers. Because it wasn't very expensive, some cultivators tried it. After taking the first sip, the cultivators who tried to buy it without exception all trembled. Their eyes widened, and they couldn't hide the intoxication in their eyes. More or less, smiles appeared on their faces. This scene immediately caused those who had not tried to buy the bottle to be shocked and confused. Some of them bought the bottle out of curiosity, and in the next moment they looked the same. After a long while, someone let out a long breath. The rules of the 7 emotions. This is the aura of happiness. It's actually a drink with the aura of happiness. This item has an astonishing effect on our cultivation. Wang Baol had long realized that the 7 emotions and 6 desires in this world were in conflict with each other. This conflict was mostly reflected in the absorption and fusion of the 7 emotions and 6 desires. To each other, the 7 emotions and 6 desires were great supplements that could strengthen one's body. This was also one of the reasons why the 7 emotions had no choice but to hide in this world and were on the verge of extinction. Due to this, after tasting the wonders of the ice spirit water, its sales naturally soared. However, after receiving the ice spirit water last night, the shopkeeper and the others had already discussed it and decided to sell it in limited quantities. On the one hand, they didn't know that the water could be produced in unlimited quantities. On the other hand, all of the purposes of the ingredients were to attract even more greed. Therefore, selling it in limited quantities wasn't the first initiative of their stores. In other stores, it also existed from time to time. Therefore, after buying a bottle, the cultivators who wanted to buy a second bottle were quickly informed of the matter. Although there were regrets and desires, they also understood that they could only wait. As noon and night fell, and the ice spirit water was introduced, it caused quite a bit of a stir in the city of appetites. However, there were too few of them, and the shop itself wasn't famous enough. As a result, the commotion was very small and didn't attract the attention of the other shops in the area. However, anything that was explosive, coupled with a sufficient amount of accumulation, would cause shocking fluctuations to spread out. That was the case with the ice spirit water. After 10 days passed, the shop began to supply 100 bottles per day. As the news spread, the people who had tasted it became more and more eager. Soon, people began to line up outside of the shop in the middle of the night. To a certain extent, this line-up was the best form of publicity. It caused all the passers-by to be filled with astonishment and curiosity, especially when 7 or 8 days later, the number of people lining up outside of the shop in the middle of the night reached more than 100. This matter finally stirred up a stronger wave within a certain area. The other shops in the area also began to be moved. They began to investigate. With so many people queuing up, their desire and the scent of their appetites became stronger and stronger, making it impossible for others to ignore them. Similarly, the appearance of the lineup made it easier for Wang Baol, as the owner, to absorb the scent of appetites. The rules of appetite in his body grew at an extremely fast speed. Even the shopkeeper, the dwarf, and the others benefited greatly. Even though they had lost the shop, the amount of cultivation nutrients they absorbed every day was much more than when they had the shop. Violence could make people submit physically, but benefits could make people submit mentally. This was the case for the shopkeeper and the others. They no longer held any grudges against Wang Baol. If Wang Baol had suggested leaving now, they would not agree to it. With the increase in mutual benefits, they had to protect it even more wholeheartedly than Wang Baol. Soon, the businesses of the shops in the area plummeted due to the incident. However, they did not think that the ice spirit water would last for long. Many shops had done such things before, and they would disappear in a month at most. Therefore, they chose to watch the fire of the shop next door. It lasted until the fire of the ice spirit water grew stronger. It lasted for more than a month, and the number of people lining up reached more than 1,000. In the City of Appetites, this matter erupted in a larger scale. The other shops in the area could no longer sit still. The first to cause trouble were the shops closest to them. The shop assistants and shopkeepers, under the watchful eyes of the people lining up outside, broke into the shop in the middle of the night and forced their way in. As the shop doors closed, there was no sound inside. The onlookers outside also began to observe the shop. However, even in the early morning, there was not the slightest movement inside. When it was time to open for business, the blind fatty walked out with a proud expression on his face. He opened the doors of the shop, and after business resumed as usual, the cultivators lining up outside all gasped to find that the shop assistants were. There were several more people. These people were none other than the cultivators from the neighboring shop who had barged in last night. All of them were listless, and their weak eyes were filled with terror. At the same time, the shop grew larger. It was impossible to say when, but it was now connected to the neighboring shop, and they were now a family. The customers who had been waiting in line were shaken, and the cultivators from the other shops gasped. For a moment, they didn't dare to act rashly. Another month passed, and ice spirit water poured down like rain into the City of Appetites. In the minds of nearly half of the cultivators in the City of Appetites, it became one of the hottest rumors in the Eastern District. It was at this point that a large restaurant in the Eastern District locked its greedy gaze on the area. Send a message. Either hand over the ingredients and formula of the law of happiness, or you won't be able to see the heavens tomorrow. Late that night, Wang Baol's shop was filled with a heavy atmosphere. The enchanting female shopkeeper, the dwarf, and the others stared at a scale placed on the table. There was a hint of nervousness in their eyes. There were also 4 people opposite them. Among the 4 people, 2 of them were particularly tall and sturdy. There was also a youth dressed as a waiter and an elder. At that moment, they had bitter expressions on their faces as they occasionally swept their gazes toward the second floor. These people were the people from the shop next door. They had barged in that day and had been amicably negotiated with by Wang Baol. In the end, they were moved and decided to join the big family, and they were willing to give up their own shop. They had put in a lot of effort for the promotion of the ice spirit water. However, at that moment, their eyes were filled with nervousness. It was obvious that the scale on the table had a very different meaning to them. He's being targeted by the blood scale. The blood scale is above us who are hungry. As people who are well-fed, why would he target our small shop? The blood scale is a headache to begin with, not to mention that he has a minion behind him. Everyone discussed in low voices. Their gazes on the second floor were even more intense. After a long while, just as they were getting more and more anxious, the door to the second floor opened and Wang Baol walked out. The moment they saw Wang Baol, the crowd below lowered their heads and knelt before Wang Baol. "Greetings, boss." Wang Baol was expressionless as he walked down the stairs step by step. His aura was faintly discernible, causing the 8 of them to tremble in fear. They didn't dare raise their heads, and they could only see Wang Baol's feet as he walked down the stairs. He appeared in front of them. The reason for this was respect on one hand, and the pressure from Wang Baol's body was too strong. It made it difficult for them to breathe even if they approached him. Their cultivation seemed to be suppressed. All of this started after Wang Baol had absorbed the primer from the second shop. As the sales of the ice spirit water increased, the number of people eager to buy it increased. Wang Baol walked to the front of the crowd. He didn't say anything. He picked up the scale on the table and walked towards the door. When he pushed the door open, he spoke calmly. "They won't be able to see the sky tomorrow. After saying that, Wang Baol walked out of the shop. Only after he left did the crowd in the shop dare to raise their heads. Their bodies were drenched in cold sweat. They looked at each other. They saw the fear in each other's eyes. Boss, what is his cultivation level now? Where did he come from? It's too scary. It's only been a few months. Why do I feel like I've met the glutton god when I'm facing the boss? Everyone, the boss's background isn't something we can know about. However, this might be a good opportunity for us to rise up in Appetite City. Once the owner has dealt with the blood-scale child, we will definitely enter the eyes of the glutton god. The female manager licked her lips. Her eyes shone with a strange light. She had completely submitted to the owner. When the others heard her words, they also fell silent. Slowly, ambition appeared in their eyes. No one continued speaking. There was a moment of silence in the shop. Everyone was waiting for the result. Wang Baol didn't care about anything in the shop. He was walking on the streets of Appetite City. The sky was dark, and the sounds of swallowing could occasionally be heard from the buildings around him. However, when Wang Baol walked past, the sounds stopped abruptly. It was as if his neck was stuck, and he didn't dare make a single sound. Occasionally, pairs of eyes would open in the dark. When they swept their gaze at Wang Baol, they would instantly turn distracted and quickly withdraw. They retreated quickly, as if they were afraid that if they were too slow, they would be swallowed. All of this was because the aura emanating from Wang Baol's body was extremely terrifying. It was like a whirlpool, attracting the wandering gluttony in all directions. The fusion of the second shop caused the whirlpool formed by the seed of gluttony in Wang Baol's body to become even more majestic. At the same time, the absorption of the aura of gluttony over the past few months caused the whirlpool to become even more majestic. A black crystal was born within it. This object was completely formed from the laws. The moment it was formed, it replaced all the laws of the external world within Wang Baol's body. It became the strongest power that he could unleash at this moment. I shall call my current state the body of desire, Wang Baol muttered. He was neither happy nor sad as he moved forward slowly. If one were to look down from the sky, they would be able to clearly see that Wang Baol's body had disappeared. What replaced it was a huge black vortex. Just like desire, it continued to expand, causing all the residents around it to tremble and lower their heads. In complete silence, it was as if they were facing a god, sending him off respectfully. Just like that, Wang Baol walked further and further away. The aura on his body grew stronger and stronger, turning into a black vortex that became even more monstrous. His goal remained unchanged from the beginning to the end. It was, at the end of the street, it was a magnificent and luxurious four-story restaurant. At the same time, on the third floor of the four-story restaurant, a middle-aged cultivator who was sitting cross-legged suddenly opened his eyes. The cultivator's hair was blood-red, and his body was covered in scales. He looked like a demonic beast. However, his eyes shone brightly as he stared out of the window. With his cultivation base, he could see the terrifying black vortex slowly approaching. The vortex caused his expression to change, and his pupils to constrict. He began to pant and was just about to rise to his feet. However, in the next moment, a pair of eyes suddenly appeared within the black vortex. The eyes were devoid of any emotion. They looked like an abyss as they stared at him from a distance. That gaze caused the cultivator's mind to reel, and his world to grow blurry. He seemed to be in a daze. He fell into a dazed state. That was why he did not notice that the vortex he was looking at was originally in the distance. However, in the blink of an eye, it appeared outside the door of the restaurant as if it was flashing. As it got closer, the resplendent and luxurious restaurant was immediately enveloped by the black chi that was released by the black vortex. As it was enveloped, the door of the restaurant let out a bang and shattered inch by inch, collapsed and tumbled backwards. A figure that was completely formed from the black mist lifted his foot and stepped into the restaurant like a nightmare from the abyss. As his foot landed, the black mist surrounding his foot also spread out rapidly on the ground, wherever it passed by. At the same time, The black mist turned into wisps like ghosts and monsters that instantly wrapped around the dozens of employees on the first floor of the restaurant. Their expressions changed drastically. No matter how hard they struggled, no matter how much they cried out for help, it was all futile. As the black smoke approached, their bodies began to burn visibly as they let out shrill screams. Then they turned into ashes. It was as if the desire in their bodies had been ignited. Only the shrill cries spread out from outside the restaurant. They lingered for a long time, shocking all the trembling residents in the area, causing them to bow their heads in worship. "I like this place." Wang Baol's deep laughter could be heard from within the black fog. At that moment, as he walked through the broken door, the black fog surged in crazily, dyeing every inch of the first floor of the restaurant. As everything decayed, green flames appeared and began to burn. As the flames burned, Wang Baol walked towards the stairs. With every step he took, the stairs would turn into ashes and disappear. However, the restaurant still existed and didn't show any signs of collapsing. Just like that, Wang Baol walked to the second floor of the restaurant. There were individual private rooms on the second floor of the restaurant. The moment he stepped on them, all the doors of the private rooms opened with a loud bang. Cultivators with bloodshot eyes charged out from within. They charged straight at Wang Baol. However, before they could get close, from the black fog surrounding Wang Baol's body, shadows that looked like malicious ghosts rushed out as they writhed. They floated out ferociously and charged straight at the cultivators. Wherever they passed by, tragic sounds reverberated once again. The cultivators' bodies withered upon contact and eventually dissipated. Only the dozens of ghosts let out soundless roars, emitting a strong aura of desire. They swam around the second level and eventually returned to Wang Baol, crawling down one by one. The law of gluttony. Once one has comprehended it to a certain extent, one can create their own nightmare of desire. Any one of these nightmares of desire, thrown into a small world, can turn that world into a sea of misery. Wang Baol shook his head. With a wave of his hand, the second level was completely decayed. He walked towards the third level. There were only 3 rooms in the third level. As the nightmare of desire rushed in, the 3 rooms turned into ashes, revealing the figures of 3 cultivators who were sitting cross-legged in meditation. 2 elders and a blood scale that looked like a demon beast. At that moment, the 2 elders were trembling, as if they wanted to open their eyes. However, they were unable to do so. They could only allow the nightmare of desire to approach them greedily, following the pores and orifices of their bodies and entering them crazily. As for the blood scale, after Wang Baol stepped into the third level, there were symbols shining on the scale between his brows. It seemed to have put up some resistance. Only then did he manage to open his eyes, revealing blood-red pupils filled with fear. He looked at Wang Baol. "This is yours," Wang Baol said calmly. With a wave of his hand, the blood-red scale that he had taken from the table in the shop floated in front of the blood scale. The blood scale trembled. Its eyes seemed to struggle as it tried to look up. Just as it tried to look up, a sigh came slowly from the 4th level of the restaurant. "Fellow Taoist, you've gone too far. If you leave now, I'll pretend that nothing happened." As he spoke, the wall between the 3rd and 4th levels of the restaurant became blurry. Above Wang Baol, a figure appeared on the 4th level. The figure was similar to him. It was pitch black like a vortex. One could only vaguely see that there was someone meditating inside. As the fog churned, a pair of eyes appeared and looked at Wang Baol. At the same time, within the vortex of the figure, there were also dozens of nightmares of desire. They spread out and roared at Wang Baol, causing the nightmares of desire around Wang Baol to raise their heads as well. As if they had met their mortal enemy, their killing intent exploded. Wang Baol's expression remained the same, and he didn't say anything. However, at that moment, the scale floating in front of the blood scale exploded when the blood scale saw 4 layers of figures appear. It heaved a sigh of relief and turned into sharp spikes. It instantly pierced through the blood scale's forehead and continued to explode within its body. The blood scale didn't even have time to make a sound before it was destroyed in body and soul. This scene immediately made the 4 layers of figures clearly angry. "You're courting death." As the muffled voice rang out, the 4 layers of figures seemed to stand up cross-legged. Immediately, the vortex that they were in expanded and turned into a giant that was more than 200 feet tall. It was earth-shattering. The giant's entire body was pitch black. Fog swirled around him, and his aura was overwhelming. When he stood up, it was as if he could support the heavens. He raised his right hand and swung it down toward Wang Baol. As he attacked, the waves of desire from his entire body erupted, affecting all directions. The residents of the City of Appetites were shaken. Gazes gathered from all directions. "It's the meat minion. A meat minion is making his move." As these voices reverberated in the air, within the City of Appetite, 8 gigantic figures that were 1,000 feet tall appeared in all 8 directions of the City of Appetite. Each figure was like a mountain of meat. They looked at the area with a strong and shocking pressure. The appearance of these 8 figures immediately caused all the noise to disappear, turning into respect. That was because they were the 8 gluttonous eaters of the City of Appetite. The instant the 8 gluttonous eaters' eyes landed on the restaurant, the giant made of minced meat slammed its palm down. Wherever it passed, the restaurant collapsed completely, and the palm landed on the top of Wang Baol's head. However, could no longer press down. Wang Baol stood under the palm, not moving an inch. What supported the palm were the nightmares of desire that emanated from him. "It's my turn to say those 3 words. You're courting death." The moment Wang Baol spoke calmly, his body exploded. The vortex that he was in suddenly expanded and exploded. 30 feet, 20 feet, 30 feet, 40 feet. As it expanded, the giant's hand continued to expand until it reached its limit. It seemed like it wanted to retract it, but it was grabbed by Wang Baol. In the next moment, when the vortex that Wang Baol was in exploded to 40 feet, he lowered his head and looked at the terrified meatloaf. "You?" Just as the meatloaf finished speaking, Wang Baol opened his mouth and sucked hard at him. It was as if a storm had blown back, or a black hole had exploded. A huge suction force was emitted from Wang Baol's mouth. It caused the law of appetite on the meatloaf's body to collapse instantly, and it charged toward Wang Baol. "How dare you!" In the distance, the shadow of a 1,000-foot-tall glutton growled. It raised its right hand towards Wang Baol and grabbed at him. Wherever it passed, the sky and earth changed color, and the wind and clouds swirled. The sky was covered. It turned into a part of the giant hand and was about to grab at Wang Baol. However, at that moment, a cold laugh came from the northwest direction. The other glutton who was in the shadow also raised his hand and attacked the palm in the sky. "Tuolingzi, it's best that you don't participate in the battle of meat paste. Zhouhua, how dare you stop me?" Amidst the loud boom, the 2 large hands in the sky came into contact with each other. As they fought against each other, Wang Baol had already sucked the meat paste disciple dry, causing the black vortex on his body to collapse, revealing his aged figure. He was on his last breath. After being thrown aside, as the desire in his body surged, his figure rose from 40 feet to 50 feet. He stood there and raised his head to look at the sky. Wang Baol didn't say a word. He cupped his fists at the glutton who had helped him. Then, he turned around and walked towards the direction of his shop. As he walked, his figure became smaller and smaller. Eventually, he became an ordinary person. The number of gazes that landed on him didn't decrease. Instead, they increased. It was impossible for any faction to be in harmony. This was especially so in a place where one's desire to cultivate was unavoidable. Internal strife and conflicts were unavoidable. Therefore, what Wang Baol had to do was to show his worth. Ice spirit water was a value, and its own powerful law of desire was even more valuable. Both were available. Even though there were people who would target him, there would definitely be people who were willing to come into contact and show goodwill. Very few people in the City of Appetites were able to remain calm until dawn. The battle of meat paste that took place at night caused a huge sensation throughout the city. In that battle, the old meat paste disciple Yun Lingzi, who had been standing behind the Bloodscale restaurant, was suppressed by an unknown person. In fact, there were no twists or turns in the entire process of suppression. Under the terrifying laws of appetites, Yun Lingzi was so weak that he couldn't even withstand a single blow. Furthermore, after he was suppressed, he was completely consumed by the laws in his body. He was now a cripple. This scene caused the hearts of the majority of the cultivators in the city of Appetite to pound. At the same time, they began to feel intense respect for the sudden rise of the minced meat thug. Although the city of Appetite was in chaos, and the law of the jungle prevailed, most of the people in the city of Appetite were apprehensive of such an unbridled and savage way of doing things. Most of the other meat eaters were the same, and took this newly promoted cultivator very seriously. Needless to say, this battle had also attracted the attention of two gluttonous eaters. One side wanted to punish this newly promoted meat eater, while the other side wanted to stop them. Although these two simply attacked as gluttonous eaters each and every one of their actions. Naturally, it was earth-shattering. Even if they fought across space, it would still cause the entire city to tremble. However, compared to them, the female innkeeper and the others in the shop were the most flabbergasted. The shock in their hearts were like tidal waves, almost drowning them. They knew that their boss was very strong, but they had never expected that his strength would reach such a terrifying level. They had never expected that his opponent would not only be able to easily suppress the external enemies in this battle. It had also caused the glutton god to make a move. All of this caused them to tremble under the close observation after Wang Baol left. This was especially so when Wang Baol appeared on the streets and walked over step by step. The reverence in the 8 people's eyes. It had turned into fanaticism. They immediately knelt down and bowed deeply from afar. Wang Baol ignored the 8 people who were waiting for him at the entrance. He walked past them, stepped into the shop, and went up to the 2nd floor. With a bang, the door to the house closed, and the 8 people who were kneeling outside the shop raised their heads. They could not control the intense excitement on their faces. "We're rising. We're rising." Their breathing quickened. They looked at each other and saw their intense excitement. They knew very well that, after this battle, the city of appetites would be filled with joy, and the tide would rise and the boat would rise. Their shops would definitely rise at an exaggerated rate. In the process of rising, the matter of their owners would definitely become a hot topic in the city of appetites during this period of time. Thinking of this, the female manager's eyes lit up, and she quickly turned around and returned to her shop. She walked up the stairs respectfully, knelt outside Wang Baol's house, and spoke softly. "Boss, if outsiders ask, how should we report the name of our boss?" The female manager had thought through everything thoroughly. Although it didn't matter if they knew Wang Baol's name or not, from this moment on, Wang Baol needed to have a name for himself. This would be convenient for his rise. It would also make it easier for him to manage the shop. After a long while, Wang Baol's calm voice came from inside the house. "Ice Spirit Child. Also, send 1,000 bottles of ice spirit water to Zhou Hua's Glutton Lord Manor tomorrow." The female manager outside the house immediately acknowledged Wang Baol's words. She quickly retreated and gathered her other companions to discuss the matter. The past few days had made them very clear that with the owner's personality, he didn't want to be involved in everything. Therefore, in running the shop, they still had a lot of autonomy. Just like that, when the next morning arrived, thousands of cultivators gathered outside the shop in an endless stream. Some of these cultivators came to line up every day, but there were even more who were shaken by what had happened last night and wanted to come over to pay their respects. As they waited in line, the door of the shop opened. The dwarf, the little fatty, and the others walked out. They did not open the shop immediately as usual. Instead, they held their heads high and puffed out their chests. With an arrogant look on their faces, they went forward and took down their plaques. They replaced it with a new one. Then, the two of them stood to the left and right. Their arrogant expressions made them feel as if their bodies had become infinitely tall, big enough to look down on the cultivators lining up outside. At the same time as the signboard was replaced, the eyes of the people in the area instantly focused on the new signboard. They could clearly see the 3 large words carved on it. Ice Spirit Workshop. These 3 words caused the people outside to focus. Then, the little fatty who was standing at the door, although he still lacked an eye, spoke in an extremely arrogant manner. From today onwards, the Ice Spirit Workshop will change the way it sells ice spirit water. It will no longer be first come, first served. Instead, 10 people will be chosen every hour using the method of drawing numbers. As soon as the words left his mouth, the people in the queue outside immediately went into an uproar. Most of them were not stupid, and they immediately knew that this method would make it even harder to obtain ice spirit water. At the same time, it would also make them even more famous. This required people to continuously line up outside the shop. If this method had been used before, it would definitely have aroused public anger. However, after the battle last night, the Ice Spirit Workshop already had the qualifications to be so overbearing. Ignoring the crowd, the little fatty turned around and walked into the shop. The dwarf chewed on the eyeballs in his mouth as he gave orders to the crowd. Gradually, as the new method of purchasing was implemented, the number of people queuing outside the Ice Spirit Workshop didn't decrease. Instead, there were more and more people. As for Wang Baol's name, as the number of people increased, and the news of the dwarf, fatty, and the others in the shop spread, people gradually became aware of it. Ice Spirit Child. That new minced meat disciple is called Ice Spirit Child. The clamor outside the shop did not affect Wang Baol. Instead, as the number of people increased and the restriction on the ice spirit water increased, the desire to eat grew stronger. This caused Wang Baol to sit cross-legged in the house. The black crystal in the whirlpool of the law of appetite within his body shone brighter and brighter. Just like that, a few days passed. During these few days, the ice spirit water caused a stir in the city of appetite. It was no longer limited to the eastern borough. Even the cultivators from other boroughs would come because of its reputation. Even though there were some who disdained queuing, all the cultivators who bought the ice spirit water, they were all obsessed with it. They had the ability to bring about side effects. This caused the ice spirit water to become popular in the city of appetite. At the same time, Wang Baol's Dao name was also widely spread. He became a celebrity in the city of appetite in an instant. It was at this moment that Zhou Hua, one of the 8 gluttonous eaters, invited him to the Ice Spirit Square, personally delivered to the Ice Spirit Workshop. Zhou Hua invited Wang Baol to the Gluttony Festival and dinner in 3 days. The Gluttony Festival of the City of Appetite was held once a month. Since the city was built, this tradition had never stopped and had been going on ever since. This was both a tradition and the reason why the City of Appetite kept its population strong. More importantly, it met the needs of all the experts cultivating the law of appetite in the city. Although most of the aura of appetite would be sucked away by the owner of the desire, the remaining ones could still benefit all the gluttonous eaters and minced meat disciples greatly. This benefit wasn't available to everyone. Only those who had certain qualifications could absorb it without being hindered. This involved the authority of the 8 glutton god and the choice of the minced meat disciples. It could be said that in Appetite City, whether it was food or food, they were all dispensable existences. As long as there weren't too many deaths, it didn't matter. Although they seemed to be in the middle level, in the end, they were all in the lower level. In Appetite City, besides the Lord of Desire, there were only gluttonous eaters and minced meat disciples. The former had a monstrous status, and there were very few of them. The latter was also strong, and had the possibility of growth. Therefore, the gluttonous eaters' attitude toward minced meat disciples was mostly to rope in and suppress them. They would rope in those who were willing to rely on them, and suppress the minced meat disciples under the other gluttonous eaters. Although the possibility of mincemeat becoming a gluttonous lord wasn't high, it still existed. After all, the other 8 gluttonous lords had all been promoted in the same way. Therefore, recruiting them could be considered as an early investment. However, it had been too many years since a new gluttonous lord had appeared in the City of Appetite. All of this was the reason why Zhou Hua had made his move. After all, Wang Baol was a new mincemeat. Although his origins were unpredictable and his rise was rapid, to the City of Appetite, they didn't care about the other party's identity. They only cared about the laws of cultivation. Furthermore, Wang Baol had done a very good job. The 1,000 bottles of ice spirit water that he had sent after the incident might not be of great value to the glutton, Zhou, but Wang Bao's attitude had been clearly expressed. That was why he had sent an invitation. He had invited Wang Bao to join his camp and share the scent of appetite with him. As long as Wang Bao agreed, he would be tied to Zhou. Wang Bao naturally wouldn't reject such an invitation. This was his plan all along. From what he knew, if one wanted to truly integrate into a faction, one had to have a very important position within the faction. He hadn't fully achieved this yet, and it could only be considered a preliminary integration. However, Wang Bao was very interested in the law of appetite. At the same time, he realized that he seemed to have a very special aptitude for cultivating the 7 emotions and 6 desires. Regardless of whether it was joy or his current appetite, he seemed to be able to grasp them very quickly. It should be related to my own cultivation realm? Wang Bao had thought about this phenomenon before. There were several answers, and cultivation realm was one of them. As for the other answers, Wang Bao narrowed his eyes, and a strange glint flashed across his eyes. Just like that, after replying to the butler from the Zhou manor who had sent him the invitation, time flew by. 3 days passed, and the Gluttony Festival arrived. This was the 4th Gluttony Festival that Wang Bao had experienced in the City of Appetite. Other than the first time where he personally participated, he did not leave the shop for the next 2 times. He only watched. The way he participated in the 4th time was completely different from before. With the arrival of the morning and the spread of the festive atmosphere, the cultivators in the entire city began to cheer. From the 8 gluttonous lords' mansions, the 8 meaty mountains were lifted up by their subordinates and walked out. After they walked out, they followed the established route and moved forward in the city. Numerous figures who had gone into seclusion walked out from different directions and disappeared in a flash. When they reappeared, they were in the ranks of their respective gluttonous lords' subordinates. These figures were all minced meat disciples. At the same time, the well-fed subordinates of their gluttonous eaters also arrived one after another and joined their respective processions. In an instant, the sounds of cheers and shouts spread throughout the city. Residents and cultivators on both sides joined in. Just like that, as the atmosphere of the Gluttony Festival gradually rose, Wang Bao also walked out of the shop, his figure disappeared, and in the next moment, he appeared in the procession of Zhou, one of the 8 gluttonous eaters. Zhou was the first to notice his appearance. His mountain-like body turned slightly and gave Wang Bao, who had appeared behind him, a deep look. Wang Bao looked at Zhou as well. His huge body exuded a heat wave that was like a furnace. It was quite shocking, and it made Wang Bao have a new understanding of the law of appetite. He cupped his fists and bowed. Zhou smiled and nodded. He didn't say anything as the parade continued. At the same time, 4 pairs of eyes gathered around Wang Bao. Following his senses, Wang Bao looked around and noticed that there were 4 cultivators around him who had auras similar to his. The 4 of them were an elder and 3 middle-aged men. The fluctuations of the law of appetite on their bodies clearly showed the cultivation of minced meat. After making eye contact with Wang Bao, the 4 of them looked calm and nodded slightly. They were fearful of minced meat, who had just risen to prominence. After all, the rise of the other party had been built on the battle to kill minced meat. Wang Bao wasn't someone who would casually make enemies, so he nodded in response. After the initial greetings from both parties, the parade continued. As the festive atmosphere grew stronger and the number of people behind the parade increased, the critical moment of the Gluttony Festival arrived. After all the gluttonous eaters had gathered at the central altar, the Lord of Desire had arrived. As the loud boom reverberated, and the shockingly large piece of meat appeared on the altar, Wang Bao stood behind Zhou and raised his head to look. It was his first time in the City of Appetite. He had been standing among the crowd in the distance, and now he was only second to the glutton eater in terms of distance from the piece of meat. From this position, he could clearly sense the extreme intensity of the other party's body. It had turned into the source of the law of appetite. The law of appetite had already affected the entire city, and this was under complete control. According to Wang Bao's deduction, once the other party spread out, he could instantly turn the entire second-level world into the world of appetite. However, it was clear that the other masters of appetite in the second-level world would not allow such a thing to happen. Unless the master of appetite dies, no one would be able to cultivate the law of appetite to such an extent while he was still alive. The origin universe Dao space is indeed marvelous. This small world contains so many mighty figures. Wang Bao narrowed his eyes and stared at the piece of meat before him. The other party was a powerful figure who could fight against his true form. Then, how did the law of 7 emotions and 6 desires be born here? Or rather, where did they come from? Wang Bao was silent. He had more or less an answer in his heart. The Emperor. The answer was already very clear. The 7 emotions and 6 desires of the second level of the world most likely originated from the Imperial Emperor. The slumbering Imperial Emperor's emotions turned into 7 emotions, and his desires turned into 6 desires. They filled this world, changing everything here and affecting everything here because of their tyranny. Therefore, other than the 7 emotions and 6 desires, all the other laws in this place were rejected. Unless it was like ancient G-City, where one could be considered to have gained recognition to a certain extent, all external laws could not be used in this place. Once used, it would be the descent of the Emperor's spirit. Wang Bao stared deeply at the huge piece of meat. With a wave of his hand, countless golden tentacles danced in the air. Cheers reverberated like thunder, and as the strong scent of food erupted, he retracted his gaze. As he averted his gaze, the scent of appetite surged forward. After being devoured by the glutton lord, only 40% remained, and his figure disappeared. After he disappeared, the eyes of the 8 glutton eaters shone with a strange light. They activated the law of appetite in their bodies and immediately began to devour. As they devoured, Wang Bao was unable to cultivate the law of appetite in this place for the first time. That was why he couldn't see too clearly. He could clearly see that 8 black holes had appeared around the 8 gluttonous eaters. The smallest of the 8 black holes was 1,000 feet wide. The scariest one was facing Zhouhua, the gluttonous eater on the other side of the altar. The black holes were more than 7,000 feet wide. The 8 of them instantly sucked in the surrounding aura of appetite crazily. At the same time, the minced meat disciples around the 8 gluttonous eaters also began to absorb it. Their whirlpool was clearly much smaller, between 100 feet and 170 feet. There was a gap in the absorption. Seeing all this, Wang Bao narrowed his eyes and took a deep breath. Immediately, the law crystal of appetite in his body suddenly shone, forming a huge suction force. It appeared outside and turned into a whirlpool of about 40 feet, which also absorbed it. As the strong scent of appetite was sucked in, Wang Bao's eyes shone brightly. He could feel that his law of appetite was rapidly rising at an unbelievable speed. Although it was still not as fast and violent as when he had swallowed the minced meat behind the blood-scale child, it was now more sustained and gentle, so the gains were greater. It was as if he was in a state of great nourishment. As the law became purer, a powerful feeling was also reflected from within the law. This made Wang Bao's eyes shine. He decided to let go of his limits. In the next instant, the whirlpool rumbled and expanded to more than 500 feet, and then to more than 700 feet. It could have continued to expand, but Wang Bao knew that he couldn't go overboard. Therefore, he tried his best to restrain himself and maintain the range, devouring the aura of his appetite. He had restrained himself, but his existence and changes had instantly attracted the attention of the other mincemeat disciples and gluttonous eaters. When they noticed Wang Bao's 700-foot-long vortex, almost all the mincemeat disciples' pupils constricted. Even the gluttonous eater revealed a strange look as he swept his gaze over Wang Bao. In fact, among the mincemeat disciples present, there were only 2 who had reached the 700-foot mark. One of them was Wang Bao, and the other was a bald, muscular man who belonged to the gluttonous eater beside the 700-foot-long black hole. Not only was the muscular man bald, he didn't even have eyebrows. However, as he stood there, all the cultivators who had seen him before had a look of respect on their faces that was second only to that of the glutton lord. This person was the #1 glutton disciple in the city of Appetite. At that moment, he had also noticed Wang Baol's strange behavior. He raised his head and looked at him coldly, his eyes shining brightly. His name is the Tao of the Divine Furnace. He is known as the person who has the highest chance of becoming the 9th glutton lord in the past 1,000 years. He has his eyes on you. Wang Baol raised his head as well. As he looked at the bald cultivator, a gentle voice rang in his ears. The person who had spoken was Zhou Hua's other glutton slave. When he saw Wang Baol turn his head to look at him, a smile appeared on the glutton slave's face. He wants to devour you. The glutton slave who had spoken continued to send a voice transmission. In the city of Appetite, there are no restrictions on fights between the glutton slaves of different gluttonous lords. However, life and death matters will be interfered with unless there are 2 scenarios. I will explain them to you in detail later at the banquet. Wang Baol nodded and didn't say anything. However, he narrowed his eyes at the Divine Furnace Tao. He quickly looked away, and so did the Divine Furnace Tao. As the crowd absorbed the energy, the aura of appetites around the altar gradually diminished. When it completely disappeared, the crowd dispersed and chased after the golden tentacles. The festival had come to an end. To the glutton god and the minced meat apostle it was already over. However, to Wang Baol what was next was the time for him to completely stand on his side. Especially before he left, Zhou Hu gave Wang Baol a deep look. Wang Baol cupped his fists and bowed. Without saying a word, he left with the other minced meat apostles. Zhou Hua's banquet was about to begin. The meat-paste disciples were allowed to bring their subordinates to participate in the banquet. Wang Baol brought along the female manager, who was dressed up and extremely nervous. She had also prepared a gift. On the night of the Gluttony Festival, compared to the fighting and fighting outside, the excited roars and painful wails were heard. The banquet hall in Zhou Hua's manor was brightly lit and filled with cheers and laughter. All of Zhou Hua's subordinates were gathered here. In the large number of servants attending the banquet, all sorts of delicacies were served one after another. Those who were qualified to come were provided with an unlimited number of delicacies. All of this was an unprecedented experience for the female manager. It was also the first time in her life. Wang Baol didn't care about all of this. After arriving, he let the female manager interact with him on her own. He walked into the banquet hall. The minced meat disciple who had introduced the Divine Furnace Tao to Wang Baol, who was respectfully surrounded by 7 to 8 well-fed cultivators, walked over. As he arrived, the well-fed people around the minced meat disciple retreated. It wasn't convenient for me to speak beside the altar earlier. I haven't introduced myself. I'm Xianxia, the minced meat disciple said with a smile as he looked at Wang Baol. Fellow Taoist Xianxia, may I know which 2 situations allow the minced meat to engage in a life-and-death battle? Wang Baol approached and picked up a flask of wine from a servant beside him. He spoke gently. It was obvious that Xianxia was willing to get along with Wang Baol as well. So he responded with a smile. The first option is to be like fellow Taoist Ice Spirit who has just been promoted to meat paste. This way, gluttons will protect him in order to win him over. The second option is, at the critical moment of promotion, the act of devouring other meat paste will not be interfered with. As for the Tao of the Divine Furnace, although he has yet to reach his limit, it is rumored that his true strength is far greater than what he is currently displaying. Therefore, fellow Taoist Bing Lingzi, you have to be careful. Xianxia looked deeply at Wang Baol. After all, if there is a 9th glutton in the city of appetites, that is what the Lord of Appetites would like to see. Xianxia smiled and looked at Wang Baol. Interesting. However, if the Lord of Appetites really wishes to see the birth of a 9th glutton, then a random glutton who has devoured a large number of cultivators should be able to advance even if he is not at the perfected stage. Why is there still no 9th glutton in the city of appetites? Wang Baol raised his eyebrows. The glutton gods devouring between the glutton god and the glutton god may have gained a lot, but there is a limit. A Dharma idol that is 1,000 feet tall is a glutton god. However, after the 99 feet, the difficulty of the remaining 10 feet is much, much higher than before. Therefore, the act of devouring must be done at the moment of true advancement. Only then can one use its power to condense one's own glutton crystal. The person who answered Wang Baol was not Xianxia, but another minced meat disciple. That person was the elder. He walked over, smiled at Wang Baol, and explained, "That's right. Otherwise, we wouldn't be chatting and laughing with each other. Minced meat is a proof of strength, but you have to be careful not to become someone else's minced meat." The elder shook his head and sighed. Then he glanced at Wang Baol and suddenly spoke. "But," Zhonghaliu said, "the third kind of meat minced between life and death, that is, hunting feast. Hunts the feast." In the sea sun to hear the speech, the facial expression suddenly changes, fiercely looks at the old man. It was stopped by 8 gluttonous owners. Could it be? That's right. According to my news, the hunting feast is about to be restarted. The elder nodded slightly. As for Wang Baol, he listened to the duo's words with a look of surprise in his eyes. Xianxia's expression changed rapidly. His face turned pale, and the elder explained the hunting feast to Wang Baol as well. The so-called hunting feast was something that had surpassed the gluttony festival in the past in the City of Appetites. It was a grand event that was held once a year. Once the Lord of Appetites activated it, all the participants would head to the lower levels of the world, where they would hunt ancient beasts and obtain ingredients. This world was divided into 3 levels. Everyone was on the 2nd level. The gods were sleeping on the 1st level, while the lower level was on the 3rd level. There were countless sleeping humans and beasts there. The origin of the ancients was inside. However, compared to the ancients who had awoken, those who had not awoken in the lower realm often had no intelligence. They were like walking corpses. At the same time, there were many more of them. Furthermore, they were extremely strange beasts, which was why they were extremely dangerous. However, at the same time, the ancient beasts themselves were the best ingredients. They were even like golden tentacles. They had been discovered in the lower realm at the very beginning. However, the Lord of Desire had taken control of them later, giving them unlimited power to regenerate. Other than that, there was another layer of danger, which came from the malice between the cultivators of Appetite City. Because the glutton god would not participate in every hunting feast, the strongest person who entered was the meat minion. Therefore, the cannibalism that was not allowed in the City of Appetite was the default rule in the lower-level world. It was the default rule. To the glutton god, the amount of meat minion they gained in the lower-level world also determined the proportion of authority they obtained from the Lord of Appetite. However, to the power of the City of Appetite, the rewards were out of control, and there was a high possibility that they wouldn't be proportional. This would cause the glutton god's forces to be greatly reduced. That was why the glutton god objected to the hunt. However, after the hunt had stopped for many years, for some unknown reason, the 8 glutton god no longer stopped the hunt. This caused all the minced meat disciples who had found out about the hunt to feel a sense of crisis in their hearts. The reason why it has been activated is because the Lord of Desire has sensed that the 9th gluttonous eater will appear in our City of Appetites. This gluttonous eater will be born during the hunting feast. Most of us believe that this might be a specially activated hunt for the Tao of the Divine Furnace. After the elder explained the hunting feast to Wang Baol, a faint voice with a suppressive force entered everyone's ears. The voice came from a middle-aged man. He was dressed in a long purple robe, and he exuded an air of authority even though he wasn't angry. He looked very similar to Zhou, who was like a mountain of flesh. As he walked over, all the people from the banquet around him, they saw the law of appetite vibrate in their bodies. They sensed it subconsciously, and they immediately recognized the person who had come. "Greetings, glutton." The elder, Xianxia, and the other 2 meat-eaters who hadn't come over immediately greeted him. The other cultivators in the banquet also lowered their heads. Wang Baol also cupped his fists. He could tell that the person who had arrived was a clone. Clearly, Zhou's true form was too majestic, and it was not suitable for him to appear in the banquet hall. Therefore, it was only natural for the clone to arrive. However, it was just a clone. Due to the resonance of the law of appetite, it was also extremely powerful. However, this did not affect Wang Beol. I've gathered you all here for this banquet to announce this matter. Zhou Hu walked over and swept his gaze across Wang Beol and the others. Then, he looked at the other two minced meat disciples who were walking over quickly. The hunting feast will begin in a month's time. I hope that all of you will prioritize survival in the lower levels of the world. As for the ice spirit child, you have to be careful in the Tao of the divine furnace. When the altar absorbs you today, you will have become its prey. Zhou Hu looked at Wang Beol. Prey? Wang Beol smiled, and a glint flashed in his eyes. Zhou Hu seemed to have read Wang Beol's thoughts. He narrowed his eyes and didn't say anything. Instead, he walked to the seat of honor in the banquet hall and stopped talking about it. The banquet had officially begun. As delicacies were presented one after another, and as a large number of beautiful or handsome servants interspersed with each other, desire filled the banquet. From afar, compared to the chaos in Appetite City, the black qi that was emitted from Zhou Hu's residence was just as shocking. It was also shocking. The black smoke represented a desire that was extremely intense. From a distance, the cultivators in Appetite City didn't dare to get any closer. That was because, if they got any closer, they would be unable to control their bodies from being contaminated, and would instantly wither. In this place, only when the laws of desire reached a certain level, or when the servants were brought in, would any outsider be completely affected, and would lose their sense of self. This was the power of the law of desire. The banquet didn't last long. When the fighting and competition caused by the festivals outside had ended, and the night had completely covered the sky, the banquet had reached its end. As the crowd left, Wang Beol summoned the female manager and bid Zhou Hu farewell. Zhou Hu, who was sitting there, suddenly spoke. The gift is not bad. As long as the glutton lord likes it, Wang Beol replied with a smile. The gift he had given to Zhou Hu was 40% of the ice spirit water in the shop. Zhou Hu glanced at Wang Beol. After a moment of silence, he continued speaking with a deep meaning. Your background is not important. Even if you have cultivated the law of happiness, it doesn't matter. However, this is under the circumstance that you don't have any enemies outside of the city of appetite. However, if you can become the 9th glutton lord that the Lord of Appetite feels, then your enemies are the enemies of the city of appetite. That's because you represent the law of appetite. With that, Zhou Hu stopped transmitting his voice. Wang Beol's expression did not change at all. He cupped his fists and turned to leave. When he walked out of Zhou Hu's mansion, the female manager did not notice that Wang Beol's eyes flashed with interest. The 9th glutton? Wang Beol wasn't very interested in becoming a glutton. To him, the most important function of comprehending the law of appetite itself was to understand the emperor. Ever since he realized that the 7 emotions and 6 desires in this world actually came from the emperor, Wang Beol had an idea. He could completely comprehend all the 7 emotions and 6 desires. Then, what would happen? Will the Empyrean Lord awaken, or will he never be able to awaken again? Wang Beol narrowed his eyes. He walked on the stone pavement in the city of appetite and raised his head to look at the sky. Although he couldn't see through the sky and see the first level of the world above, he could still sense, through his subconscious senses, that there was a figure in another world in the endless sky. It was meditating silently. After a long while, Wang Beol retracted his gaze and stepped into the main door of the Ice Spirit Workshop. Time passed once again. With the end of the Gluttony Festival, the expansion of the Ice Spirit Workshop was different from before. It was no longer overly conservative. Instead, it was spreading in all directions with the shops as the center. Shops were taken away one by one under the visits of the female manager and the others. When a month was about to pass, the only shop left on the street where the Ice Spirit Workshop was located in the eastern district of Appetite City was the Ice Spirit Workshop. The other shops, without exception, became part of the Ice Spirit Workshop, adding to the number of super restaurants in Appetite City. The expansion of the shops and the popularity of the Ice Spirit water, as well as the aura of greed that swept through the entire Appetite City, also rose steadily. It reached a terrifying level, causing Wang Bao's law of appetite to become more profound every day. No one knew what level Wang Bao's law of appetite had reached in the past month. They could only vaguely sense that anyone who stepped onto the street where he was would be unable to control their strong appetite. The abnormality in this place had long attracted the attention of the 8 gluttonous eaters in the city of appetite. Perhaps it was because the hunting feast was about to begin, so even though there were inspections, there were no obstructions or interference. That was because Wang Bao wasn't the only one who had erupted during this month. There were explosions of varying degrees in 13 areas in the entire city of appetite. There was no exception to the fact that there was a minced meat disciple at every location. It was clear that the hunting feast was a matter of life and death for the minced meat disciple. It was extremely important. Therefore, other than those who chose to remain hidden for various reasons, the rest had been expanding crazily during this month. They were searching for more ways to absorb the aura of appetite. Wang Bao's expansion was shocking, but it wasn't the most exaggerated. There were 3 people who were even more exaggerated than him. One of them was the Tao of the Divine Furnace. The Tao of the Divine Furnace didn't have its own shop, but the strongest glutton in the city of appetite that he had followed had transferred all the places under his command that could absorb the aura of appetite to him during the past month. In other words, the glutton had given the portion of his cultivation for a month to the Tao of the Divine Furnace. The amount of aura of appetite that the glutton needed to cultivate could be said to be massive. If it landed on a minced meat disciple, the degree of eruption would be. Naturally, it would be shocking. Other than the Tao of the Divine Furnace, the other 2 were also very exaggerated. One of them was unknown and seemed to have kept an extremely low profile before this. He had been in seclusion all year round, but when he came out of seclusion, it actually stirred up a portion of the vortexes of the aura of appetite in Appetite City. This scene caused everyone in Appetite City to be very surprised. It had to be known that even the glutton god had some difficulty in doing this. Only the glutton god had such authority. As a result, this matter caused a great deal of speculation. There were even rumors that this mysterious meat minion should be the true reason why the glutton god had started this hunting feast. The name of this meat minion was quickly found out by the cultivators in Appetite City. His name was Feng Di. As for the last person, the explosion of the law of appetite didn't cause too many surprises. That was why his identity was that of the first son of the glutton lord, Tuo Lingzi. His name was Cheng Lingzi. The 3 of them, together with Wang Bao, had been the focus of attention in the city of appetite for the past month. They had become the candidates that most people had guessed would be promoted to the glutton lord. Just like that, another gluttony festival slowly arrived. This time it was different than usual. The minced meat apostle did not appear. As the 8 glutton god teams and all the cultivators in the city gathered on the altar, and with the appearance of the glutton god, amidst the usual cheers from the surroundings, the minced meat-like existence on the altar suddenly waved at the sky. Heaven and earth rumbled, and the entire world trembled. An enormous vortex appeared above the city of appetites. It grew larger and larger, growing clearer and clearer. In the space of a few breaths, all of the cultivators in the city of appetites could clearly see the enormous black vortex. As it rumbled, bolts of lightning spread out and swam through the vortex. Within the vortex was a world that was faintly visible. That world was unfamiliar to everyone. The land within it was pitch black, and was filled with a thick stench of blood. It was like a burial ground. There were no ruins to be seen. It was as if the world within the vortex was a battlefield graveyard. It was a battlefield graveyard. Coldness and death seemed to be the main theme of that place. For the first time, the people in the city of appetite were suppressed, and their cheers were cut off. If that was all there was to it, then it would have been fine. However, as the black vortex spun and tore apart, it grew larger and larger. Suddenly, a roar came from within the world of burial within the vortex. The roar brought with it an aura that shook souls. It was like a storm that rushed into Appetite City through the vortex, causing the hearts of the people in Appetite City to thump. A gigantic rotting corpse hand appeared from within the vortex. It seemed to be going through the vortex and into the city. A large number of black bugs could be seen crawling out of the corpse hand. Each of them was ferocious, causing the corpse hand's aura to become even more terrifying. Just as it was about to get close, the huge piece of meat of Appetite City's master on the altar. Suddenly, he let out a cold snort. The sound of his snort immediately affected the corpse hand. The black bugs on the corpse hand instantly let out shrill cries as if they had gone mad. They began to devour the corpse hand, as if their appetite had been completely ignited. Other than devouring the corpse hand, they also began to bite each other madly. Just like that, the terrifying corpse hand disappeared before it could even spread out into the vortex. Eventually, it turned into a group of black bugs that began to devour each other. As they sucked on the meat on the altar, they were all sucked out of the vortex and went straight into the mouth of the meat. As the sound of chewing spread out, the people in Appetite City felt their hairs stand on end. At the same time, they began to have an intense desire to eat. The feast has begun. All meat-eaters, go in now. After swallowing the worm in his mouth, he stood on the altar and said coolly. His voice spread throughout the city. Almost as soon as the voice echoed in the air, cultivators in various areas of the city of Appetite opened their eyes while meditating. As their eyes opened, they stood up one by one, either nervously, excitedly, or expectantly. In a flash, they turned into long arcs that shot straight towards the vortex in the sky. Their appearance immediately attracted the attention of the crowd around the altar. As they looked over, the sounds of discussion instantly spread out. It's the Divine Furnace Dao. And Feng Di. That's Cheng Lingzi. As the sounds of discussion spread out from the area around the altar in all directions, for figures flew up from all over the place. They were extremely shocking and became the focus of everyone's attention. One of them was a bald, muscular man. He was tall and burly, and was clearly different from the glutton god's mountain of flesh. However, his appearance gave people the feeling that he was capable of pulling mountains out of the ground. He wore a long yellow robe, and his aura was like a rainbow. He was none other than Tao of the Divine Furnace. It was especially so for him, as if he contained a furnace. As he rose up into the sky, it gave people the feeling that the sky was about to be burned. Most of the other glutton disciples were suppressed by him, and could not compete with him. Only the other three figures were able to remain as normal under his aura. One of them was actually a meat mountain that looked almost the same as the glutton god. The meat mountain was dressed in white robes, and his aura shook the heavens and earth. His entire body emitted a powerful and domineering aura, and behind his back was a huge halo with complicated runes on it. Although he did not emit a heat wave like that of a furnace, there was a rich and shocking chi and blood on his body that exploded forth, arousing the appetite of all the onlookers. This person was none other than Feng Di, who had suddenly risen to prominence. As for the other two, one of them was a young man. Compared to everyone else, his existence was very special. He looked extremely skinny, like a ghost that had starved to death. There was a strange smile on his face, as if it would never disappear as he walked up into the sky. He looked at the other minced meat disciples and licked his lips, as if he was extremely hungry and was trying his best to suppress his hunger. The last one was Wang Baol. Compared to the others, his body was ordinary. He was neither fat nor skinny. He didn't have a halo on his back, and he didn't have a divine furnace in his body. It didn't seem out of the ordinary. However, there was an icy coldness on his body. As he walked forward, it gradually began to erupt. The coldness seemed to be able to freeze the furnace, suppress chi and blood, and ignore everything else. Other than them, the other minced meat disciples were clearly much weaker. In fact, their auras were like the stars next to the bright moon. Although they existed, they had no choice but to dim down. However, they had to participate in the hunting feast and couldn't refuse. Therefore, the minced meat disciples could only brace themselves and fly toward the vortex. At the same time, they approached the people they were close to. After all, during the hunting feast, even though it wasn't safe for each other, there were times when an alliance could be established to ensure the survival of the masses. Just like that, under the watchful eyes of the masses, all the minced meat disciples in the city of Appetite turned into streaks of light as they neared the vortex. Soon, the divine furnace Dao was the first to approach. Without any hesitation, he turned to look at the crowd behind him. He looked at Feng Di and Wang Beol in particular. He laughed sinisterly and stepped into the vortex. Feng Di followed. He ignored the gazes from the divine furnace Dao and remained expressionless. The halo behind him shone, and his qi and blood grew even more powerful. His speed didn't slow down at all as he flew straight into the vortex. Next was Wang Beol and the young man, Cheng Lingzi, who looked like he had starved to death. They approached the vortex almost at the same time. The moment they stepped in, Cheng Lingzi smiled at Wang Beol. "My father told me to eat you inside, but I like to play hide and seek. So, you have to hide well." As he spoke, Cheng Lingzi licked his lips and was about to step into the vortex. His voice spread throughout the area, causing the minced meat disciples behind him to not want to get too close to him. The people around the altar also sensed the bewitching charm of Cheng Lingzi. As for the 8 glutton eaters, they were expressionless. Only the father of Cheng Lingzi, Tuo Lingzi, who had tried to make things difficult for Wang Beol and had been stopped by Zhou Hua, had a look of admiration in his eyes. He liked high-profile children, and Cheng Lingzi was the strongest of his children. He believed that even if he hadn't been promoted to glutton eater, no one would have dared to risk offending him this time. They would lay a hand on Cheng Lingzi's life. Even the newly promoted glutton would rarely act so recklessly. As for the Ice Lingzi, he believed that even though he was strong, he knew his children better, so he was not worried. However, just as Cheng Lingzi, who looked like he had starved to death, spoke and everyone heard his words, Wang Beol, who had ignored his surroundings and was about to enter the whirlpool, suddenly raised his eyebrows. His body disappeared instantly. In the next moment, he appeared directly behind Cheng Lingzi. As Cheng Lingzi's expression changed, Wang Beol suddenly raised his right hand and grabbed viciously at Cheng Lingzi. "How dare you attack before entering the hunting battlefield? You're courting death." Tuo Lingzi, who was beside the altar, had a cold glint in his eyes. He suddenly raised his right hand and grabbed towards the sky. Immediately, a large hand materialized. With a loud boom, it shot towards the sky. Zhou Hua, who was beside him, frowned. He was about to stop it, but an even more powerful ripple spread out from the first glutton lord's expressionless face, enveloping Zhou Hua's entire body. It caused Zhou Hua's body to tremble. He could no longer stop it. As his expression changed, Tuo Lingzi's large hand materialized in the sky and charged towards Wang Beol. As for Wang Beol, he didn't even look at the large hand behind him. He raised his right hand and continued to grab Cheng Lingzi. "Foolish!" Cheng Lingzi laughed sinisterly. The law of appetite erupted from his entire body, and his body expanded rapidly to more than 800 feet. He opened his mouth wide and didn't dodge. Instead, he swallowed Wang Beol with an exaggerated mouth. In the blink of an eye, he seemed to have reached an area where he could swallow Wang Beol's body. Cruelty appeared in his eyes. After all, at that moment, Wang Beol had Tuo Lingzi's giant hand behind him. According to Cheng Lingzi's judgment, this time, even if the other party didn't die, he would still be severely injured, and he would turn the tables. He would devour a portion of the law of appetite. "It has come to me of its own accord." Cheng Lingzi was pleased with himself, and the light in his eyes grew stronger. However, in the next moment, a scene that made his body tremble violently, and his eyeballs almost fell out, appeared. An even more majestic and earth-shattering law of appetite, which made him shudder, exploded like a storm on Wang Beol's body. His body grew in size in an instant. 300 feet, 500 feet, 700 feet, 900 feet. In the next instant, he was 990 feet tall. He stood between heaven and earth like a giant that could support everything. His right hand also grew in size. As the young man stared blankly at his starving body, he crushed everything in his path. He crushed all obstacles and grabbed Cheng Lingzi's neck. "Do you like to play hide and seek?" Wang Beol's words were ice-cold. The moment he spoke, not only was the youth shocked, but everyone in the city of appetite was in an uproar. Even Tuolingzi, who had attacked, had a drastic change in expression for the first time. Zhou Hui did the same. The other gluttonous eaters' gazes turned sharp. However, the tables had turned so quickly that even Tuolingzi had no time to deal with it. In the next instant, as Wang Bao's words reverberated in the air, he grabbed Changlingzi's right hand and yanked it forcefully. Instantly, Changlingzi's body was grabbed. He swung it up and flung it behind him, in the direction of Tuolingzi's large hand. The entire process was extremely ingenious. Tuolingzi's eyes turned red instantly. He retracted the large hand that he had conjured, but it still touched his beloved son. This caused Changlingzi's body to collapse with a loud thud. He was covered in blood, and his shrill and hoarse screams could not be heard. They were stuck in Wang Bao's throat by his right hand. He could only express his pain by trembling violently. Wang Bao ignored Tuolingzi, who had an ugly expression on his face. After speaking calmly, he exerted force with his right hand. With a loud bang, he crushed Changlingzi in his hand. With a suction, the large amount of law of appetite contained in Changlingzi's shattered body was instantly sucked into Wang Bao's mouth. However, Changlingzi was, after all, a minced meat disciple, and he had many trump cards. At that moment, his shattered body. After Wang Bao absorbed a portion of the law, he immediately burned up and turned into ashes in an instant. In the next instant, near the vortex in the distance, as the void distorted, his figure formed out of thin air. However, he no longer looked like a youth but like an adult. His body had become thinner. His face was pale, and his breathing was much weaker. He looked at Wang Bao with a look of unprecedented fear. Ha! Wang Bao was a little surprised. He raised his head and looked at Changlingzi. The moment he raised his head, his body disappeared without a trace. When he reappeared, he was at the spot where Changlingzi had been previously. However, Changlingzi had been in a life-and-death crisis previously. He was alert, like a frightened rabbit. When Wang Bao arrived, his figure had disappeared once again. When he reappeared, he was in the vortex. He didn't dare look for his father. There wasn't enough time, and the other party would definitely make a move. He had a premonition that before his father made a move to stop him, he would definitely die. He believed that he wouldn't have the chance to use the life-saving method he had just used a moment ago a second time. Therefore, his only chance of survival now was to rush into the vortex and hide inside. That was indeed the case. At the same time, a large number of nightmares of desire appeared out of thin air between Wang Bao and the altar in Appetite City, forming a blockade. If Changlingzi fled in that direction, he would definitely be intercepted. Interesting. I also like to play hide and seek, so you have to hide well. Wang Bao narrowed his eyes. In reality, if he used the power of the external world, he could easily suppress a mere Changlingzi with a flip of his hand. He wouldn't give the other party a chance to escape. At that moment, he didn't pay too much attention to it. Wang Bao, who was walking towards the whirlpool, focused more of his divine thoughts on Tuolingzi, who was on the altar. His eyes were filled with intense killing intent. After the first attack, Tuolingzi had stopped attacking. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but the pressure from the Lord of Appetite City, who was standing on the altar, had swept across his body in that instant. That sweep had sealed Tuolingzi, making him unable to attack. That was why his killing intent had gone berserk, unable to explode. Wang Bao narrowed his eyes and looked at the piece of meat that was standing on the altar. Contained a shocking aura. Become the glutton lord and let bygones be bygones. If I fail, I will retrieve the law of appetite from you, the glutton lord said slowly as he looked at Wang Bao. A strange light appeared in his eyes. His voice caused the sky to change color. The wind and clouds swirled. It was as if he had spoken the law, causing the entire world to tremble. Wang Bao gave the city of Appetite Lord, who was as powerful as his true form, the respect he deserved. He fell silent for a moment before nodding. He turned around and headed straight for the vortex. In the next instant, his figure disappeared into the vortex. It was only at that moment that the other flesh-eaters entered the vortex one by one, bitter and helpless. Finally, When the last person stepped in, the city of appetite lord on the altar raised his hand again, and the vortex in the sky slowly disappeared. Originally, those who ate and fed should have participated. However, the master of Desire City changed his mind. He looked up at the fading vortex and smiled. Is that him? Beneath the second level of the world was an endless red mist. At the bottom of the mist was the first level of the world, which was also known as the burial ground. This was because the many universes where the origin universe Daokong had once been were buried here. In the countless eras, there had been countless living dead. Their consciousness had fallen into a deep slumber, and they might never awaken. What supported their physical movements were different desires. The Lord of Appetite City has seen through my identity. At that moment, in the world filled with burial ground, Wang Baol stood in midair and lowered his head to look at the land. What he saw was that the world was pitch black and boundless. The aura of death was extremely dense, turning into a cold and sinister feeling that seemed capable of freezing everything. However, he could sense that deep in the ground, there were countless breathing waves. There were strong and weak. The weak were like mortals, while the strong, in Wang Baol's eyes, his pupils constricted. Due to his original body's position, he could use the fifth step of his original body's perception to sense that deep in the ground. There seemed to be more than 90 of them, the same aura as the guardian he had chased after. All of this made Wang Baol finally understand where the 108 figures that surrounded the Empyrean Lord had gone. In silence, Wang Baol raised his head again and looked up at the rolling red fog above him. The aura buried below doesn't match the 108 figures. But what if I add in the Lord of 7 emotions and 6 desires? Wang Baol was silent. A moment later, he took a deep breath. So, the Lord of Appetite City, who most likely recognized my identity, is one of the 108 combat generals. This didn't match Wang Baol's initial guess. He had thought that cultivators at the same level as the Lord of Appetite City's Lord of Appetite City should be formed from the origin laws of the Emperor's 7 emotions and 6 desires, similar to a relatively independent clone. The water in the origin universe Dao space is very deep, very deep. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes. He suddenly raised his right hand and grabbed at the void. Immediately, a strand of black hair appeared out of thin air in the void where he had grabbed. It was as if it had come quietly to entangle Wang Baol. However, after being grabbed by him, it was yanked forcefully. Immediately, a large amount of black hair let out a buzzing sound from the void. Like a flood, it spread out like ink. As it spread out, the source was finally revealed. It was a head, a woman's head. It appeared out of thin air and stared at Wang Baol. There was an indescribable hatred in its eyes. Xianxia, you're Xianxia. Xianxia. Wang Baol's eyes focused as he looked at the woman's head. Although it was only a head, and her face was rather hideous, it was not rotten. Therefore, one could still see the beauty of her face. It was likely that many years ago, this woman was also a peerless beauty. Unfortunately, things had changed. Only her gaze, which was filled with hatred, seemed to pierce through life and death, connecting with the passage of time, exploding before Wang Baol's eyes. Xianxia, you are Xianxia. The woman's voice was shrill. As she spoke, the black hair around her twisted like vipers as they charged toward Wang Baol from all directions. Wang Baol frowned slightly and snorted coldly. Immediately, the law of appetite in his body spread out. In an instant, the hair seemed to possess independent intelligence. All of them instantly turned against each other, under the influence of the law of appetite. Each of them erupted with an intense desire to devour each other. There were even some that went for the woman's head. However, the woman was not affected in the slightest. It was as if the hatred in her body was too strong and had replaced everything. She could not tolerate other desires, and at that moment, she was filled with hatred. She charged at Wang Baol. A mournful voice rang out from her mouth. Xianxia, you are Xianxia. Wang Baol's body swayed and appeared on the head in the next instant. He raised his right hand and pressed down forcefully. Immediately, a powerful force erupted and landed on the head. It turned into countless nightmares of desire that instantly entwined around the head. It was hurled down toward the ground and eventually nailed to the ground. No matter how hard the head struggled, it was unable to escape. Its hair was also devouring each other, becoming less and less. However, its shrill voice did not weaken in the slightest. It continued to be heard frequently, causing Wang Beol to gradually understand that this woman seemed to only know that one sentence. In deep thought, Wang Beol looked at the head that he had nailed to the ground. As he walked closer, he pressed his finger between the woman's brows as she screamed, wanting to feel her soul. No soul? Wang Beol was stunned. He looked carefully at the head in front of him. There were no traces of a soul in her body. It was as if the hatred in her body was what drove her to attack and scream. Perhaps she was influenced by a will that I couldn't detect? Wang Beol raised his head and looked around. After a moment of silence, he ignored the woman's head and flew into the distance. Xianxia, you are Xianxia. Behind him, the woman's shrill voice rang out continuously. Gradually, as he walked further and further away, her voice grew weaker. Only when he could no longer hear her did Wang Beol wave his hand. Instantly, he was some distance away from her, around the woman's head that he had nailed to the ground previously. The nightmare of desire that had entangled her instantly disappeared. The woman's head, which had been unrestrained, was now filled with hatred. However, the hatred in her eyes slowly faded away, and in the end, it turned into a hole that floated up in the air. After a long moment passed, a beam of light shot out from the hole in the woman's head. Suddenly, the light in the woman's eyes began to shine, and the hatred in her eyes flared up once again. Xianxia, you're Xianxia. The woman let out a shrill cry. She charged straight towards the figure. The figure was a minced meat apprentice, and a look of terror appeared on his face. He had been rushing forward to sense what was happening behind him, but when he suddenly encountered the head, his expression changed, and he was unable to dodge in time. The head's long hair coiled around him. He was dragged to the mouth of the woman's head, and was swallowed whole. When he was swallowed, not only was he terrified, but there was also a look of confusion and doubt on his face. It was as if before he died, he couldn't help but wonder why the woman had told him that he was Xianxia when she saw him. When the other man from the City of Appetite, who had been chasing after the man, saw this, his scalp went numb, and he began to back away. Until he was gone, the woman's head was chewing, her eyes slowly losing their luster, and she returned to a state of numbness, drifting off into the distance, not noticing that a single hair of her own was now detached, landed on the ground, turned into a vague nightmare of desire. This nightmare of desire, far away looking at the woman's head, after a long while, their own more and more vague until dissipated. At the same time, Wang Beol, who was flying far away and surveying his surroundings, suddenly had a change in expression. He sensed it for a moment, and the doubt that remained in his brows dissipated by more than half. So, I see that everyone is shouting this sentence. Wang Beol didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In fact, when he had met the woman's head previously, he had been shocked by her hatred and the words she had suddenly shouted. At that moment, he stopped thinking about who Xianxia was. Wang Beol lowered his head once again and examined the land. He was looking for an entrance to the underground. Based on his cultivation, any area could be considered an entrance to the underground. However, this burial ground was very strange. Wang Beol had a feeling that there seemed to be a chaotic will in this burial ground. If he chose it randomly, would cause unnecessary trouble. Therefore, he was searching for a place with a weak will. Such a place was not difficult for Wang Beol. A few days later, he found a hill with a weak will on this seemingly eternal burial ground. The hill was completely black. Its internal structure was similar to a volcano. However, there was no fire in it. There was only a winding tunnel that connected to the underground. Wang Beol swept his gaze across the area. He was about to get closer, but his eyes suddenly narrowed. He raised his right hand and pressed forward. With that press, the ground immediately collapsed, and a tube-shaped object that was more than 10,000 feet long appeared, It was a tube-shaped object that was more than 100 feet thick. It broke out of the ground and lashed out at Wang Baol from the bottom to the top. When it came into contact with Wang Baol's raised right hand, there was a loud boom. The tube-shaped object that was more than 10,000 feet long shrank abruptly and landed on the ground again. At the same time, the hill trembled continuously. It began to move slowly. Upon closer inspection, it was not a hill. It was a strange beast that looked like a hill, but was actually a living creature. The tubular object was like its mouth part. It usually pierced deep into the ground, causing people to think that it was a passageway. They would think that it was a passageway. At that moment, it seemed to sense Wang Baol's threat. The strange beast chose to move, wanting to leave the place. However, its huge body lacked flexibility. This movement could shake the earth and the mountains, and it was powerful. However, it was actually very slow. There are indeed all sorts of strange things in the Origin Universe DAO space. Any kind of existence can be born. Wang Baol was greatly surprised. He circled the moving mountain, his eyes shining with surprise. With his cultivation, he hadn't been able to tell that it was a living creature. This alone was enough to prove the mountain beast's ability to conceal itself. As the hilltop beast moved, the area where it had been weak became stronger. That made Wang Baol's eyes shine even brighter. He moved and landed directly on the hilltop beast. As the hilltop beast seemed to be filled with anger, the ground rumbled, and the tube-shaped object was about to be pulled out again. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes, emitting a hint of a power that came from its original body. Boom! The hill beast trembled violently, not daring to move. To Wang Baol's original body, there were very few ferocious beasts in the universe that could pose a threat to him and not care about its pressure. To a certain extent, such ferocious beasts must have developed sufficient intelligence. There was a high probability that they would not engage in a life-and-death battle with Wang Baol because it did not involve life and death. Therefore, even though the current clone was not as powerful as the main body, it was the most normal choice for Wang Baol's clone to borrow some of the main body's power to suppress it. The main body is in a deep sleep. Let me do these troublesome things. Since that is the case, it is reasonable for me to borrow its power. Wang Baol snorted coldly. He stood on the back of the hill beast and lowered his head, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. This cold glint, along with the suppressive force, was the greatest threat. It caused the hill beast to tremble. It might have possessed intelligence in the past, but it had mostly dissipated in its slumber. All that was left was its instinct. Instinct was a subconscious instinct, and it would be even more direct when faced with a life-and-death crisis. Therefore, in that instant, the hill beast trembled, and its entire body went limp. It turned from a hill into a pile of meat paste. Get up. Use all your strength to break open this burial ground, Wang Baol said calmly, frowning slightly. His voice was a supreme command to the hill beast, which had already gone limp from fright. At that moment, as its body trembled, its mouth, which was like a passageway, pierced into the ground crazily, extending deep into the ground. Wang Baol spread out his divine thoughts and sensed the hill beast's efforts. From what he could sense, the other party's mouth could only go about 10,000 feet deep into the ground, but it seemed to be trying to show its worth. He didn't know how the mountain beast did it. As its body rapidly shrank, its mouth part continued to extend, eventually reaching a range of 2,000 feet. Wang Baol was pleasantly surprised. In a flash, he followed the mountain beast's mouthpart tunnel and headed for a depth of 2,000 feet. However, the moment he walked out of the tunnel and stepped into the underground soil, a wave of scattered wills from the soil in all directions came crashing down from all directions like the raging waves of the ocean. These scattered wills didn't seem to have any offensive power when viewed alone. However, they were too numerous at the moment. They blotted out the sky and covered the earth. When they gathered together, it was as if they had turned into a source that could destroy all souls. As they erupted, Wang Baol, who had just walked out of the tunnel, was instantly shaken. His mind seemed to have received countless souls and memories in an instant. However, there weren't any complete images. They were all fragments that couldn't be seen clearly and continuously attacked his soul. Even someone as powerful as Wang Baol was momentarily dazed. It was a good thing that he was strong. The veins on his forehead bulged, and he managed to survive the first wave. The law of appetite in his body began to circulate rapidly, forming a blurry distortion around his body. It continuously blocked the vast sea of consciousness. Just how many lives have been buried here? Wang Bao's expression was unsightly. He could sense the scattered wills from all directions. The number of wills was countless times greater than the living beings in the stone-steel realm. And this was only 20,000 feet underground. Wang Bao could sense that the deeper he went, the denser and more violent the sea of consciousness became. I wonder how deep it is down there. Wang Bao narrowed his eyes. He didn't act rashly. Instead, he sensed the effects of the law of appetite. When he saw that the law of appetite was fully activated, he gradually reached a balance in the 20,000 feet underground. The piercing pain from being submerged by the sea of consciousness also disappeared. That made Wang Bao feel slightly more at ease. At the same time, he had also sensed something special about the law of appetite. This law was used to fight against enemies. It seemed to affect the other party's physical body, causing them to feel hunger and greed. However, in reality, it was used to affect the soul and the will. In other words, the law of appetite was able to resist the surrounding sea of will because it was like a source of pollution. It was doing its best to pollute the scattered wills. These scattered wills were extremely weak in this aspect. It was as if they had met their natural enemy. The law of appetite, which was far inferior in numbers, gradually solidified. After reaching a balance, Wang Bao pondered for a moment. Then, with a sway of his body, he darted beneath the soil. His speed wasn't fast, and he controlled his speed to about 100 feet each time he darted. Just like that, as he continued to sink 100 feet, 300 feet, 800 feet, he darted more than 7,000 feet, and his overall position was already 2,000 and 7,000 feet underground. Wang Bao's body couldn't take it anymore. The balance of the law of appetite was also showing signs of breaking down and becoming chaotic. It was true that at this location, the sea of consciousness formed by scattered wills was much more violent than before, and the number was even more shocking. Most importantly, Wang Bao could sense that amongst the countless scattered wills, there were some divine thoughts belonging to a fourth-step cultivator. Each of these divine thoughts was emotionless, but the force of impact within them was still very strong, and there were too many of them. Should I leave, or should I rush over to take a look? Faced with the sea of consciousness that was becoming more and more shocking, Wang Bao was a little hesitant. However, very quickly, a bright light flashed in his eyes. I'm already here. How can I be willing to leave like this? I want to see why those mighty figures from the Origin Universe Tao space are sleeping deep within the ground. What secrets are hidden within? A sharp glint flashed in Wang Bao's eyes. The law of appetite in his body spread out with a loud bang. As it spun rapidly around him, his body also charged forward abruptly. With that charge, he was 3,000 feet tall. In the blink of an eye, Wang Bao appeared at a position of 5,000 and 7,000 feet. This was the limit of his ability to charge forward. Any more, and he wouldn't be taking a risk, but committing suicide. Even if he didn't intentionally commit suicide, the violence contained in the sea of consciousness at this position caused Wang Bao's mind to rumble the moment his body appeared, and his consciousness to instantly become chaotic. Fortunately, due to his original body state, he managed to regain a sliver of consciousness amidst the chaos. He scanned his surroundings quickly. The shock in his eyes rose, and he retreated rapidly without hesitation. Even though he retreated, the sea of consciousness seemed to have been detonated. It gathered crazily and charged continuously, as if it wanted to assimilate him completely. Even though Wang Bao retreated at an alarming speed, the chase of the sea of consciousness was equally terrifying. In the end, just as Wang Bao's consciousness was about to dissipate, he finally escaped to an area of 20,000 feet underground. The moment he entered the mountain beast's mouthpart tunnel, the sea of consciousness surged madly towards him. Stop it with all your might, Wang Bao roared. As he roared, the hill beast erupted with all its might. The strangeness of its body was completely revealed at that moment. It had isolated the sea of consciousness to a large extent. It was a pity that its strength was still insufficient. It was only isolated for an instant, but the mouth passage could not withstand it. It was a bloody mess. It collapsed with a loud bang. Fortunately, at that moment it meant a lot to Wang Baol. He could calm his mind and travel through it again. He rushed out of the underground through the collapsed passage. After he rushed out, Wang Baol endured the weakness in his body, the intense headache, and the tearing sensation of his soul. He raised his hand and grabbed the hill beast. With a loud bang, he pulled it up from the ground. The hill beast didn't seem to be conscious, but it had been of great help to him this time. Wang Baol had to save it, be it for this reason or for his future needs. As the hill beast was struck by the sea of consciousness, it was pulled up while screaming in pain. The ground where it had been suddenly rumbled, and a roar that seemed to have gathered all living things erupted violently from the ground. As it did, the ground bulged and formed a huge face. It roared ferociously, and from a distance, it looked as if the ground had turned into a huge net of seals, sealing a god within. At that moment, the god woke up and placed its face on the net of seals in an attempt to break free. However, if one did not listen to its roar and looked closely at the mouth shape of the face, one would be shocked to discover that the roar that the other party shouted was different from the mouth shape. The mouth shape was clearly two words. Save me, save me, save me. In the sky, Wang Baol, who was holding onto the hill beast, had a pale face. He lowered his head and looked at the face on the ground. A complicated look appeared in his eyes. With a sway of his body, he charged toward the distant sky. On the ground, the huge face that had bulged out roared for a long time before it slowly calmed down. It gradually shrank back, causing the land to return to peace. After a long time, Wang Baol, who was flying in the sky, released the hill beast. However, he left behind a mark and food that could be used to treat his injuries in Appetite City. Then, he sat cross-legged on top of a withered forest canopy and quickly meditated to recover. 2 hours later, Wang Baol opened his eyes. His eyes were bloodshot. The injuries on his body were nothing, but the damage to his soul had left him mentally exhausted. Most importantly, his law of appetite was severely lacking. He was like a candle that was about to go out. The light from the flame was dim. Wang Baol felt his condition and laughed bitterly. I don't know if I've made a profit or a loss, or if it's even. Wang Baol sighed. However, a complicated and confused look flashed across his eyes, after forcefully charging into a depth of nearly 6,000 feet. In the indescribable sea of violent will, he only managed to maintain a sliver of consciousness. He took a glance and left quickly. However, that one glance still allowed him to see some strange things. He saw a karst cave in the catacombs, and there was a person in it. He couldn't see the person's appearance clearly, and he didn't know whether it was a man or a woman. However, he could sense that the aura emanating from that person was on the same realm as his true body. In other words, the person he saw was at least a supreme mighty figure at the fifth step. This person was not sitting cross-legged, but floating in the cave. There were hundreds of tentacles on his body, and they were all black, almost exactly the same as the golden tentacles in Appetite City, except for their color. These tentacles did not seem to come from the floating person's own things, but from outsiders. Or perhaps they were planted by someone. One end was buried in his body, and the other end spread into the soil around the cave. It was unknown where the end was. They weren't motionless either. Instead, they were squirming slowly and rhythmically, as if they were absorbing. From the direction in which they were squirming, it was obvious that they were being extracted from the Almighty's body at all times and sent into an unknown place. Under Wang Baol's sliver of consciousness, the moment he saw this scene, he could clearly see the blurry face of the Almighty suddenly open its eyes. It opened its mouth and spoke with a voice that couldn't be distinguished between a man and a woman. "Save me." Wang Baol closed his eyes. The voice of the other party was still echoing in his mind. It was this voice that accelerated the collapse of his divine thoughts. It's a pity that the main body is not here. After a long while, Wang Baol opened his eyes. Deep down, he had many guesses about what he was seeing. However, he was still unable to make an accurate judgment. He wanted to know the answer. I need to explore it again. Wang Bao's eyes flashed. He lowered his head and thought for a while. When he raised his head again, his eyes were filled with ferocity. I need to replenish the law of appetite as soon as possible. This law has a strange effect on my ability to resist the will of the underground. Wang Bao narrowed his eyes as he thought of the child who liked to play hide and seek. The child was very young and tender. He had no idea that before he escaped into the vortex, Wang Bao had already silently imprinted a strand of his divine thought on his body. Wang Bao hadn't planned to find him so soon, but now that he needed it, the game of hide and seek could come to an end. With that thought in mind, Wang Bao's body, which was sitting cross-legged on the tree crown, silently turned into ashes and dissipated. At the same time, in the first level of the world, in a muddy pool, a small fish lay motionless in the depths of the pool. There was only one fish in the entire pool. Its life force was hidden very deeply. Furthermore, it did not move at all, which was enough to deceive everyone's investigation. This fish was Xianxia. After being severely injured and having been scared out of his wits by Wang Bao, he did not dare to run around after arriving in the first level of the world. Instead, he found the pool and jumped into it quickly. Using the transformation ability of his bloodline technique, he transformed into a small fish and lay in the depths of the pool. He cursed Wang Bao crazily while feeling uneasy. You dog, just you wait. When the hunt is over, I will definitely make your life a living hell when I return. Xianxia's hatred for Wang Bao reached its peak. He believed that it was because of Wang Bao that he had lost the chance to become a glutton and was now facing a life and death crisis. He knew very well that Wang Bao wasn't the only enemy he had now. All the other minced meat disciples could become his enemies. Even though his father was a glutton, he was still too weak at the moment. He also had a strong law of appetite. He found it hard to believe that others would be able to endure it after seeing him. Ice Spirit Child, as long as I survive this crisis, I will definitely return the damage you've done to me 100, 1,000, 1,000, 1,000 times over. Chung Spirit Child, who had transformed into a small fish, was cursing with all his might when suddenly, a line appeared in front of him. Suddenly, a line appeared in front of him. The line that had been thrown into the water was right next to his mouth. The sight caused the little fish's body to stiffen. Which bastard is this? He's actually fishing here. The little fish was on the verge of tears. He was already going crazy in his heart, and didn't dare to move. However, at that moment, a gentle voice came from the surface of the water. It passed through the water and entered the little fish's mind. Fish that don't bite are all dead fish. Even though the voice was gentle, when it echoed in the little fish's mind, it turned into a cold killing intent, causing Xianxia, who had turned into the little fish, to tremble uncontrollably. How could he not know that the damned ice spirit had come looking for him? And those words were a blatant threat. This caused Xianxia's heart to be filled with grief and indignation. He had an impulse to fight to the death with the other party, but that impulse was quickly suppressed by his survival instinct. In the depths of his heart, he couldn't help but think, a fish that didn't bite the hook was a dead fish. If that was the case, then as long as he obediently bit the hook, there was still a chance for him to survive. This thought caused Xianxia to be at a loss. At the same time, the hook in front of him seemed to grow impatient, and it swayed a few times before his eyes. However, this dilemma wasn't something that could be resolved in a short period of time. Thus, after a dozen breaths, the hook seemed to be lifted up and moved upwards. At the same time, the gentle voice turned into ice-cold indifference. Looks like it's a dead fish. As soon as the words left his mouth, killing intent filled the entire pond. Frightened, Xianxia quickly pushed down his dilemma. Feeling indignant and aggrieved, he charged forward and bit down on the hook. At that moment, for some unknown reason, he thought of a saying from his hometown. You can't see the tears of a fish, because it's in the water. Just like that, the fish that had been caught by the fishing hook that had been raised and caught in its mouth flew out of the pond. The moment it flew out of the pond, The tears and water from the corners of his eyes mixed together. It also lifted the mist in front of his eyes, allowing him to clearly see the ice spirit child that was sitting beside the pond, holding the fishing rod, and looking at him with a faint smile. Without waiting for him to speak, the fishing line swung, and the small fish was instantly pulled over. Wang Baol raised his left hand and grabbed it. Before the fish could finish spitting out the bubbles in his mouth, a huge suction force exploded. It spread out from Wang Baol's left hand and enveloped the fish. In the next instant, the law of appetite in the spirit child's body was instantly activated. It flew uncontrollably toward Wang Baol's left hand and was absorbed into his body. It replenished the power of his law, and at the same time perfected his law of appetite. The fish began to shrink visibly. After a few breaths, it seemed like it was about to turn into a dried fish. The grievance and fear in its eyes blended together, revealing a pitiful look. When his life force was weak, and the flame that represented life was about to be extinguished, the suction force suddenly stopped. In his confusion, he seemed to hear a voice. "Do you have a way to find the other meatloaf disciples?" The voice was like the sound of nature, and it was even more like sweet dew. In an instant, the dried-up Wang Baol seemed to have found the hope of life. His eyes widened, and his breathing quickened. The fish body trembled at the arrival of this hope, and it spoke quickly. "Yes, I can." Hearing that, Wang Baol nodded in satisfaction. He then released his hand and flung the fish. With a thud, it landed on the ground. The fish tail whipped the ground rapidly, and with a leap, it transformed into the appearance of a youth, extremely weak. It was as if it did not even have much strength to walk. When it looked at Wang Baol, its eyes were filled with intense fear. Wang Baol glanced at the frightened Chang Lingzi and walked over. As he approached, Chang Lingzi's body trembled even more intensely. His already pale face was now deathly pale, and the fear in his eyes seemed to be about to erupt. It wanted to drown him. He trembled and was about to speak. But before he could finish his words, Wang Baol had already walked up to him. He raised his right hand and gently pressed it on the youth's head. The trembling made the youth almost collapse to the ground in fright. However, at that moment, his eyes widened abruptly. He could feel a wisp of the law of appetite spreading out from Wang Baol's body and fusing into his body. His body, which had been extremely weak, instantly received some nourishment. He had also recovered a little of his strength. At the very least, he could barely fly. This was a small convenience that Wang Baol had given him in order for him to help him find other meat slaves. However, to the youth, the shock was so great that he could not help but feel a strong sense of gratitude towards Wang Baol. He was grateful that Wang Baol didn't kill him, and he was grateful that Wang Baol had helped him so much. He was also indescribably touched, and he couldn't help but feel it in his mind. He felt that Wang Baol was able to give him the law of appetite at this moment. This made him feel that deep down in his heart, there was no hatred towards Wang Baol at all. Instead, there was a surge of heat that made him feel like he wanted to give it his all for Wang Baol. Noticing the youth's expression, Wang Baol blinked. Suddenly, his voice became gentler as he gently patted the youth's head. "Brat, aren't you going to bring me to find the other minced meat disciples?" "Yes, sir." The youth's entire body trembled. He spoke loudly as his breathing quickened. He was clearly still very weak, but he seemed to be in high spirits. At that moment, he suddenly turned his head and looked around. Then, he raised both his hands and slapped his head forcefully. His eyes bulged immediately. The law of appetite fluctuated within his body, and there was a sense of qi and blood circulating within him. In the next instant, the blood vessels in his eyes increased. He turned his head and looked toward the northwest. "Benefactor, there's a minion of my father's in that direction. I'll bring you to him now." Wang Baol smiled and grabbed the youth's shoulder. His body disappeared in a flash, and he headed toward the direction that the youth had pointed out. In the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the distance changed. When Wang Baol reappeared with the youth, he immediately saw that the minced meat disciple under Tuolingzi was fleeing rapidly in the distance. Behind him, there was a muscular man with a cold expression. He was calmly pursuing the youth. The man looked like a mountain of meat. He was dressed in white robes, and his aura was majestic. At the same time, he exuded a powerful and domineering aura. Behind him, there was a huge halo with complicated runes on it. The blood chi was so strong that it seemed to dye the sky red. It was Feng Di, who the Lord of Appetite City had favored. The moment Wang Baol and Chang Lingzi arrived, Feng Di, who was chasing after the minced meat disciple, stopped in his tracks. He suddenly raised his head and looked at the spot where Wang Baol had appeared. His previously calm face instantly turned solemn. The halo behind him flashed. The minced meat thug, who was fleeing in front of him, trembled violently and retreated uncontrollably. Feng Di grabbed his head. As he absorbed it, he narrowed his eyes and looked at Wang Baol, who was also looking at him. As their gazes met, killing intent shone between them. However, compared to Feng Di's killing intent, Wang Baol was more greedy for the rich law of appetite in Feng Di's body. As they looked at each other, the meat minion that Feng Di had absorbed could not help but let out a shrill scream due to the intense pain. As his voice reverberated, the youth beside Wang Baol felt the same as he did, and fear rose once again. "The minced meat disciple in your hand is mine," Wang Baol suddenly said as he looked at Feng Di. "Yours?" Feng Di narrowed his eyes. The qi and blood in his body seemed to become even more majestic as his emotions fluctuated. The halo behind his back shone even brighter. The corners of his mouth suddenly curled up, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. As he spoke, he grabbed the minced meat disciple's right hand and exerted force. Instantly, the minced meat disciple let out a shrill scream that reached the heavens, and the shrill scream instantly stopped. One could see that in his body, all the laws of appetite and his life force were forcefully sucked away by Feng Di at that moment. He turned the minced meat disciple into a desiccated corpse. Then he tossed the corpse to where Wang Baol was. "Since it's yours, I'll give it to you. How about we exchange it for an arm?" Feng Di licked his lips and said slowly. When Wang Baol saw this scene, he immediately smiled. He was exceptionally happy. He ignored the desiccated corpse that was thrown at him. Instead, the more he looked at Feng Di, the happier he became. Wang Baol's clone had always felt that he was different from his original body. His original body was a person who had no principles or bottom line. Everything he did depended on his personal preferences, which made him despise him and think that he was shameless. He believed that the biggest difference between him and his original body was that he had principles. If others did not take the initiative to provoke him, he would definitely distinguish between gratitude and grudges and would not bully them. Therefore, he would think of a way to let them provoke him first. That way, he would feel at ease when they bullied him, and it would be in accordance with his principles. This principle of doing things made Wang Baol say what he had said just now. It also made Feng Di pleasing to the eye no matter how he looked at him. As a smile spread across his face, Wang Baol's body suddenly moved. In the next instant, Feng Di's eyes narrowed. His body disappeared in an instant. The instant he disappeared, Wang Baol's figure appeared where he had been just now. However, in an instant he disappeared again. A loud boom and a muffled groan came from mid-air. In the next instant, Feng Di's figure flashed out from afar. His face was pale, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. One of his arms had already disappeared, and his wound was a bloody mess. On the other side, as the air distorted, Wang Baol, who was holding one of his arms, walked out step by step. He had the same smile on his face as always. The hand that was holding his arm emitted black gas, enveloping Feng Di's arm. It caused the arm to wither visibly, and in the next moment, it turned into ashes. A strong law of appetite surged into Wang Baol's body, causing him to feel a strong sense of satisfaction. He licked his lips and looked at Feng Di as if he was looking at a peerless delicacy. Feng Di's breathing quickened. His expression was ugly, and his heart was palpitating like never before. When they had made contact just now, he had clearly sensed that he had dodged in advance. However, the other party had predicted everything about him, and there was even a suppressive force enveloping him. It was as if his own cultivation was completely useless in front of the other party, as if he had been crushed like a dried twig. If he hadn't been so decisive, he might have lost more than just an arm. Suppression of the rank. Feng Di's face was pale. He spoke word by word, staring at Wang Baol. "Who are you?" Wang Baol smiled and didn't say anything. He turned to Feng Di and swayed once more. The next moment, Feng Di roared. This time, he didn't retreat or dodge. He knew that there was no way for him to escape. As for escaping, he also knew that in the hands of this terrifying person before him, unless there was an opportunity, it was impossible for him to escape. That was why he didn't retreat. Instead, as he roared, the qi and blood in his body exploded, forming a blood fog around his body. As it rolled, it turned into a huge mouth and swallowed forward. The air distorted, and cracks appeared. It was obvious how terrifying the blood fog mystic technique was. However, no matter how terrifying it was, it didn't seem to have much of an effect on Wang Baol, even though his body was revealed under the mystic technique. The moment the blood fog opened its mouth to swallow him, Wang Baol raised his head abruptly and sucked in the blood fog. As he sucked in, the blood fog squirmed and exploded with a loud bang. It turned into the law of appetite and charged towards Wang Baol. He sucked it into his body, making his law of appetite even more powerful. Feng Di was completely shocked by this scene. His face was drained of blood, and his eyeballs were about to explode. Disbelief appeared on his face as he retreated abruptly. He used the shattering of the halo behind him as the price in exchange for an astonishing speed. He had no choice but to flee. They were on completely different levels. "You want to escape?" A sharp glint flashed in Wang Baol's eyes as he chased after Feng Di. His speed was so fast that it tore the void apart. In the next instant, he caught up to Feng Di, whose expression had changed drastically, and grabbed at him. Veins bulged on Feng Di's forehead. At this critical moment, he erupted without hesitation. Immediately, the halo behind him, which was being shattered inch by inch, exploded in an instant, giving rise to a powerful force. The body that supported him charged forward abruptly, wanting to increase the distance between them. His hands formed hand seals, as if he was about to unleash a mystic technique. The power of his qi and blood surged into the sky as he fought with all his might. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes. He didn't make any unnecessary movements. His right hand that was raised didn't change either. However, his eyes were even darker as he uttered a single word. "Absorb." The moment the word was uttered, a huge suction force erupted from Wang Baol's right hand, as if it had turned into a black hole. The earth-shattering suction force spread in all directions in an instant. It enveloped Feng Di's surroundings. "Ice Spirit Child." Feng Di was shocked. At that moment, he was unable to charge forward. He couldn't control his body and retreated on his own. It was as if countless threads were winding him up and pulling him toward Wang Baol bit by bit. During this process, his qi and blood, as well as his laws, were unable to be controlled and spread out, heading straight for Wang Baol. From afar, Wang Baol looked like a god that had descended from the heavens. At that moment, wherever his palm went, nothing could stop him. No matter how much Feng Di struggled, it was useless. The Flesh Mountain's body was visibly shrinking rapidly. Chang Lingzi, who was watching from afar, felt his spirits lift. It was as if the one who had absorbed Feng Di was not Wang Baol, but himself. "Ice Lingzi, I am the disciple of the Master of Desire. If you kill me, there will be no place for you in the city of appetite." Feng Di was completely shocked and terrified. His pride from before had completely crumbled, and now his voice was shrill. Wang Baol's expression remained the same, and he was still smiling. However, in the next moment, his eyes suddenly shrank, and without any hesitation, he retreated rapidly. A sudden change occurred. The source of this change was the sudden churning of the clouds in the sky. Amidst the churning, a black tentacle suddenly hung down from the clouds in the sky. It landed abruptly between Wang Baol and Feng Di, which was the center of the suction force. The suction force at that spot should be extremely strong. However, the black tentacle seemed light as it landed, but it wasn't affected by the suction force at all. Not only that, there was also an aura that made Wang Bao's heart tremble. From the source of the black tentacles, it was faintly discernible. That was why he did not hesitate and decisively gave up on Feng Di, who had absorbed more than half of it. He retreated rapidly. The instant he retreated, for more black tentacles fell from the fog above him. One of them was where Wang Bao had been previously, and the other was. It landed on Feng Di, who had a look of despair in his eyes. Feng Di seemed to have lost all resistance. He allowed the black tentacles to fall and instantly bound him. The fourth tentacle landed on the youth, Xianxia. The youth's eyes were blank, and his body trembled. Like Feng Di, he seemed to have lost all resistance and was about to be touched by the tentacles. However, his existence was clearly still of value to Wang Bao. Therefore, Wang Bao appeared beside the youth when he retreated. The moment the black tentacle fell, Wang Bao grabbed the youth's shoulder. He retreated abruptly. Almost at the instant the two of them left, the black tentacle suddenly fell and made contact with nothing. However, it didn't seem to care much because, at that moment, even more tentacles were falling from the sky. One after another, hundreds of densely packed tentacles spread out. Feng Di, who was inside, was bound by one of them. His body dried up crazily at a speed faster than when he was absorbed by Wang Bao. The entire process only took about 10 breaths of time. Feng Di's body had turned into a dried corpse. Upon closer inspection, one could see that there were hundreds of such dried corpses on the hundreds of black tentacles that drooped down. Every one of them was bound tightly and didn't move at all. However, their clothes did not rot. One could even tell from the way they dressed that they did not belong to the same era. At that moment, the sky was still churning, and new tentacles were still hanging down. However, the frequency was less than before. As Wang Bao and Xianxia continued to retreat, they appeared in the distance. Looking at the densely packed black tentacles in front of him, Wang Bao's eyes lit up. The youth, who was at the side, had gradually recovered from the strange place. The confusion in his eyes disappeared, replaced by a trembling body and a look of intense fear. The remains of the fallen god. Fallen god. Wang Bao looked at the youth. The youth trembled. He noticed Wang Bao's question and quickly explained. The so-called fallen gods were, in fact, the almighty figures of the ancient era. Some had died in the battle of the gods and some had died in the passage of time. However, all of them were at the level of the Lord of Desire. They were peerless experts of a higher level. Some of these experts might still be sleeping in the first-level world. However, it was rumored that most of them had already died. Their limbs would occasionally appear in the first-level world. I've heard from my father that some of the most powerful individuals among these fallen gods are on the same level as the Divine Emperor who is sleeping in our world. It seems like the Divine Emperor's slumber is also related to these gods. Xianxia spoke out everything he knew with a trembling voice. Wang Bao heard these words. Due to the differences in his understanding, he could see more of the inner workings of these words. He narrowed his eyes and stared at the spot where the black tentacles had fallen. He also saw the sky churning. There was a huge finger that seemed to be faintly discernible within. It was just a finger, but its size was probably around 10,000 feet. The black tentacles hanging down were actually just hair on its body. It's even stronger than my actual body. A complicated look appeared in Wang Bao's eyes. He didn't know who the owner of the finger was, but he could guess that it must be one of the 108 battle generals. He had been too strong when he was alive. Even after he had died and only had one finger left, he was still able to suppress everything, making the cultivators lose their resistance in front of him and allowing him to absorb them. That was how Feng Di and the youth were at a loss. The reason why Wang Bao wasn't affected was naturally due to his original body status. Although his original body wasn't as strong as the owner of the finger, it wasn't much different. Therefore, the finger posed a threat to Wang Bao, however, it wasn't that great. That was because he could already sense that there was only one finger in the clouds. At the same time, the remains of the fallen god are also among the top ingredients in the City of Appetite. The youth, who was a spirit child, said as his breathing quickened. Greed couldn't help but appear in his eyes. Eating corpses? Wang Baol frowned slightly. That's not it, benefactor. Ordinary ingredients need to be eaten. However, such top-grade ingredients do not need to be eaten. Instead, they need to be absorbed by the presence of the God Spirit within. Even though the God Spirit has fallen, the presence still exists. Absorbing this presence can allow one's laws to advance by leaps and bounds, Xianxia explained hurriedly. Wang Baol was deep in thought. He could not help but raise his head to look in another direction in the sky. That was the direction of the second level. If one were to look carefully, Wang Baol would be able to see through everything at the end of his gaze. Then he would be locked onto the place where his original body was hiding. My original body should be considered a God spirit, right? Then can I absorb his aura as well? For some reason, such an evil thought appeared in Wang Baol's mind. Fortunately, he was still rational. As soon as this evil thought appeared, he suppressed it. He retracted his gaze and looked back at the direction of the finger of the fallen god. As Wang Baol looked over, the fingers in the fog lifted. The hundreds of tentacles that had drooped down slowly rose up, as if they were about to return to the fog and leave the area. Wang Baol thought for a moment. As the expression on the youth's face changed, he charged forward. In the next instant, he appeared beside a black tentacle. He raised his right hand and grabbed it forcefully. A suction force immediately spread out from within the tentacle. However, what he encountered was the pressure of Wang Baol's status. They instantly clashed against each other. In this clash, Wang Baol's body trembled, and a strange light shone in his eyes. He could feel the earth-shattering aura that was contained within the finger that was connected to the black tentacle. He had not felt this aura when he had not come into contact with it earlier. However, at that moment, with the tentacle as a medium, the law of appetite in Wang Baol's body instantly exploded, emitting a sense of madness for the first time. He seemed to be extremely eager to devour the finger's aura. Both parties were like two vortexes, one big and one small, that wanted to devour each other. However, in terms of strength, Wang Baol was not a match for the finger. After all, he was only a clone. Therefore, under normal circumstances, the moment he touched the black tentacle, all of Wang Baol's life force would be bound and absorbed by the black tentacle like Feng Di. After all, compared to the finger, Wang Baol's whirlpool was the smaller one. However, his original body status was too high. Even though it was inferior to the owner of the finger when he was alive, it was still on the same level. Therefore, just one finger was unable to shake Wang Baol, making it difficult for him to break through. Therefore, he could not devour and absorb it. Hence, a delicate balance was formed. The protection of the status quo prevented the finger from devouring Wang Baol, but the suction force was still there. Wang Baol wasn't willing to give up either. The protection of the status quo allowed him to remain unharmed under the suction force. At the same time, he could use the connection at a slow speed to slowly absorb the aura that the other party emitted. However, the price he had to pay was that he couldn't move his body. The finger of the fallen god couldn't move either. When he looked up, he saw a strange and shocking scene in the sky. A finger was faintly discernible in the clouds. Beneath the clouds, hundreds of black tentacles were motionless. The dried corpses that were tied to them were the same. On the outside, Wang Baol was holding on to one of the tentacles with one hand while his body was suspended in midair. He did not move either. Only the clouds squirmed on their own, bringing them slowly into the distance. The youth Xianxia was also watching everything with his mouth agape. His mind was filled with confusion. He watched as the clouds moved and the finger disappeared into the distance. He watched as Wang Baol held onto the tentacles without letting go. He was only shocked. Fierce man. He wanted to leave, but he was conflicted. He could only brace himself and follow the black tentacle in the sky from afar. He thought that perhaps very soon, the ice spirit child would let go of the tentacle. Time passed slowly. Soon, 3 days passed. During these 3 days, the hunting feast in the first level continued. Due to Feng Di's death, Wang Baol's immobility, and the crippled spirit child Chang, during the hunting feast. The Tao of the divine furnace became the only hunter. He was lucky. He devoured and absorbed everything along the way. He didn't encounter anything that posed a threat to him. On the contrary, the minced meat apostle encountered quite a few. Every single person he encountered was unable to escape and eventually turned to dust. He forcefully devoured the law of appetite. Just like that, the law of appetite in his body grew stronger and stronger. At the same time, he also gained quite a lot. For example, he found a lot of ingredients in the past few days. Although they couldn't be considered peerless ingredients, they were still quite good. If he could bring them back to Appetite City and use them as a reserve to become a glutton, it would be a very good choice. Next, I'll find a few minced apostles who are similar to me. If I consume one of them, then I'll be able to become a glutton, Divine Furnace said. He stood there in the air, looking coldly down at the first level of the world. Currently, there were more than a dozen minced meat disciples alive, but most of them were hiding. It would be too much of a waste of time to search for them one by one. Furthermore, even if he devoured all of them, it would still be difficult for him to make a breakthrough. If he wanted to make a breakthrough, he would need to undergo a qualitative change in the laws of appetite, and such a qualitative change. There was nothing more suitable than devouring someone with a similar amount of laws. That's a bit strange. Why aren't Feng Di and Bing Lingzi around? Divine Furnace Dao frowned. His target was these two. As for Cheng Lingzi, he didn't plan to touch him. After all, his father was the glutton god. Although he was confident that after becoming the glutton god, his status would be the same as Feng Di's, it would be best if he didn't make enemies. As he pondered, Divine Furnace Dao began to search the first level of the world. 2 more days passed, and the Divine Furnace Dao who was searching gradually grew impatient. Many questions arose in his heart. He was searching for a target when he suddenly stopped in midair. He suddenly raised his head and looked into the distant sky. In the fog in the sky that he was looking at, waves of rolling and mighty pressure could be felt. Before long, he saw hundreds of black tentacles appear at the end of his vision. The black tentacles hung down from the fog and were slowly moving in his direction. They were not fast, but as the mighty pressure spread out, Divine Furnace Dao's heart began to tremble. Fallen God! A hint of greed appeared in Divine Furnace Dao's eyes. He naturally knew that these were top-tier ingredients, but his reason still allowed him to suppress his greed. His body swayed, and he was about to leave when suddenly he glanced at the approaching black tentacle from the corner of his eye. A figure on it immediately caught his attention. He took a closer look, and the eyes of the Divine Furnace Dao immediately lit up. He saw Wang Baol, who was hanging from a tentacle with one hand. It's him! A look of shock appeared on the Divine Furnace Dao's face. He couldn't understand why the other party's body remained the same without any signs of absorption, especially when compared to the other dried corpses on the black tentacles. Wang Baol's current appearance was extremely eye-catching. This caused many thoughts to rise in the Divine Furnace Dao's mind. He scanned the other dried corpses with his divine thoughts, and soon, his gaze landed on Feng Di. He identified him, and a strange glint appeared in his eyes. Feng Di died here. All of this made the Divine Furnace Dao have no choice but to be cautious. However, he wasn't willing to give up, especially after Feng Di had died. The only person he could use to achieve a breakthrough was Wang Baol. In deep thought, the Divine Furnace Dao looked at the approaching black tentacle. Suddenly, he lowered his head and looked at the ground in the distance. With a flash, he appeared in front of Cheng Lingzi, who had been following the black tentacle all the way. His appearance made Cheng Lingzi's expression change. He couldn't help but raise his head and glance at Wang Baol, who was hanging in midair. Cheng Lingzi, you're actually so weak. The Divine Furnace Dao glanced at the youth and said calmly. He didn't want to provoke other gluttonous people. Now that Cheng Lingzi was so weak, he had no value to him. Therefore, he no longer had any intention of devouring him. I won't touch you, but you have to tell me what's going on up there. The Dao of the Divine Furnace pointed at the black tentacle above him. Cheng Lingzi hesitated for a moment before speaking hoarsely. Feng Di and Ice Lingzi met, and the two of them fought. However, Feng Di was stronger. He didn't know how to control the finger of the fallen god, forcing Xianxia to barely maintain himself. They should be at a critical juncture now. However, I've been following them all the way, and I can already tell that Xianxia will definitely lose. There's a high chance that Feng Di will win. Furthermore, he's in control of the finger of the fallen god. He should be able to sweep through the entire first-level world, Xianxia said bitterly. His words caused the divine furnace Dao's pupils to constrict. His gaze shifted away from Wang Baol and landed on Feng Di, who had turned into a dried corpse. Confusion slowly appeared on his face. Feng Di has controlled the fallen god finger? But he doesn't seem to be breathing at all. How would I know? After all, he was personally chosen by the owner of the fallen god finger. Naturally, he has his own methods. Damn it, the owner of the fallen god finger is too biased this time. Xianxia gritted his teeth and said hatefully. Hearing Xianxia's words, the divine furnace Dao narrowed his eyes. He looked at the hundreds of black tentacles floating slowly in the sky, as well as Wang Baol and the large number of dried corpses on them. Then, he looked at Xianxia and snorted coldly in his heart. He could tell that Xianxia's words were not sincere. He could also tell that Xianxia wanted to use him to target Feng Di. However, he did not pay too much attention to it. This was the same as his goal. As for schemes and plots, they were nothing compared to each other's absolute strength. In fact, if it weren't for Xianxia's background, he would have long since suppressed him. Furthermore, Xianxia's words contained some intention to help Bing Lingzi. This was naturally noticed by the divine furnace Dao, which led to some confusion. However, the confusion only flashed through the divine furnace Dao's mind for a moment before it quickly disappeared. He believed that this was impossible. Although he had arrived early and hadn't witnessed the battle between Xianxia and the ice spirit child in the air above the city of appetites, he knew that Xianxia's father had attacked the ice spirit child, and both parties were at odds. On the other hand, during the hunting feast, he had heard about the scene outside the entrance of the vortex when he had inquired about Wang Baol from the other minced meat disciples. Therefore, no matter what the reason was, he didn't believe that there was any possibility of an alliance between Xianxia and Xianxia. Based on the judgment of the Tao of the divine furnace, the hundreds of tentacles in the sky were most likely Feng Di and Xianxia working together to suppress Xianxia. After the latter was suppressed, there was a new conflict between Xianxia and the Tao of the divine furnace. This caused Xianxia to feel resentment in his heart. He wanted to use his own hands to destroy Feng Di. All sorts of thoughts appeared in the mind of divine furnace Dao. His body flashed and he charged into the sky. In the next instant, his figure appeared next to the moving black tentacle. As he looked at the figure of divine furnace Dao, Xianxia laughed coldly in his heart and thought to himself, "Foolish. The highest level of a lie is to intentionally leave some flaws in the truth and make the other party think about it in his mind. Then he can fill in all the gaps. That way, I won't be the only one lying to him. I'll be the one lying to himself together with him." Xianxia was proud in his heart. He had a feeling that there were very few people in the world who could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. However, on the surface, he didn't reveal any of his thoughts. Instead, he stared at Feng Di's dried corpse. His eyes seemed to be trying his best to suppress his hatred. That was how he managed to reach the divine furnace Dao in midair. He swept his gaze across the area and vaguely sensed something. He was even more certain of his own judgment. He retracted the divine thoughts that had landed on Xianxia and stared fixedly at Feng Di's dried corpse. Even though the other party had no aura and was no different from a corpse, the Tao of the divine furnace was still aware of Wang Baol's presence. However, Xianxia had still misled the Tao of the divine furnace into focusing on Feng Di. After scanning with his divine thoughts, the Tao of the divine furnace suddenly raised his right hand and shook it violently. Immediately, a wave of energy erupted. The wave of energy spread out in all directions. Then, the Tao of the divine furnace clenched his right hand into a fist. All the waves that had spread out were instantly swept back. They finally gathered together and formed a black ball. The black ball released a large amount of wisps of smoke. There were roars coming from within, as if it possessed intelligence. The divine furnace Tao flung it violently and charged at the hundreds of black tentacles. As it charged, the black ball began to expand. In the next instant, it transformed into a gigantic black ant. It approached the black tentacles with a ferocious look. If it had been before Wang Baol had touched the finger of the fallen god, the black ant would have been bound and suppressed by the black tentacles as soon as it had entered the area. However, all the devouring power of the finger of the fallen god was placed on Wang Baol's side. It was in a certain balance with its status. Therefore, the arrival of the black ant didn't attract the attention of the black tentacles. As it passed through the tentacles and was about to approach Feng Di, the scene immediately caught the attention of Cheng Lingzi below. At the same time, it also made the divine furnace Tao. He was even more certain of his own judgment. As expected, his divine soul left his physical body and used some unknown method to fuse into the fallen god finger. If I can master this method. A hint of greed flashed through the eyes of the divine furnace Tao. Without the slightest hesitation, he controlled the black ants to instantly crash into Feng Di. A loud explosion rang out as the two of them collided and the black ant self-destructed. The cultivation of the Tao of the divine furnace was already extraordinary, and he was just a hair's breadth away from becoming a glutton. Therefore, the mystic technique that he unleashed with all his might was naturally extremely powerful. As he self-destructed, the shock waves that he created instantly covered an area of 10,000 feet. The area was filled with the power of destruction. Feng Di's body bore the brunt. He was a desiccated corpse, and all the essence, qi, spirit, and flesh in his body had been sucked away, leaving behind an empty shell. If the finger of the fallen god hadn't reached a balance with Wang Baol, he could still control it subconsciously. He had given the desiccated corpse a certain amount of power. However, he wasn't in the mood to be distracted. Feng Di's corpse instantly collapsed. He was torn into pieces and turned into ashes. Along with the desiccated corpse were a large number of black tentacles. These tentacles were in a state similar to that of a desiccated corpse. They had lost control of the corpse, and as they disintegrated, many of the other desiccated corpses also disintegrated. This caused the eyes of divine furnace Tao to widen, and his heart to thump. He had never imagined that things would go so smoothly. Furthermore, Feng Di was so weak that he couldn't even withstand a single blow. In fact, the finger of the fallen god was also in such a state. There had to be something fishy about this. No matter how much he had been tricked by the spirit child, he had come to his senses. A sense of foreboding exploded in his mind. The expression on the divine furnace Tao's face changed. He was about to retreat, but, as he retreated, Wang Baol, who had been suspended by a black tentacle and had his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. He looked at the Tao of the divine furnace. The Tao of the divine furnace raised his head as well. The moment his gaze met Wang Baol's, a loud boom reverberated in his mind, and his expression changed drastically. That was because he saw that those around Wang Baol had not been destroyed by him. The remaining dozens of black tentacles were no longer as still as before. Instead, they wriggled together and surrounded Wang Baol, as if he was their master. What shocked him the most was the faint finger in the clouds in the sky. It was emitting a suppressive force, which was becoming more and more obvious. Furthermore, the suppressive force was locked onto him. It wasn't Feng Di who controlled the fallen god's remains. It was you. Cheng Lingzi, how dare you? The Tao of the divine furnace growled as he retreated rapidly. However, the black tentacles around Wang Baol seemed to have gone mad as they shot out rapidly and continued to extend. They charged towards the Tao of the divine furnace. Below, Spirit Child Cheng poked his head out and watched the scene excitedly. When he noticed that Wang Baol had woken up, he was so excited that tears were about to fall. He immediately shouted, "Congratulations to the benefactor for coming out of seclusion and subduing the remains of the fallen god. You have cleared the hunting grounds." Cheng Lingzi's words made the divine furnace Tao feel even more aggrieved. He couldn't understand how the two people who should have been filled with hatred had ended up in such a state. He had also checked in secret previously and didn't sense any signs of being controlled on Cheng Lingzi's body. In other words, all of this was done willingly by Cheng Lingzi when he was conscious. This was something that the divine furnace Tao could not understand. At the same time, he grew even more fearful of Wang Baol. He had already given up on the thought of devouring him. All he could think about was to leave this place as soon as possible. That was because he could already tell that the terrifying finger of the fallen god was indeed under Wang Baol's control. It was already difficult for him to fight against Wang Baol alone, and with the finger of the fallen god. It was no longer something he could suppress. However, he wanted to leave, but the black tentacles were too fast. They caught up in an instant and surrounded him, about to entangle him. At that moment, the strength of the divine furnace Tao, as well as the difference between it and Feng Di, was completely revealed. Compared to Feng Di's loss of resistance against the black tentacles, even though he had fought against Wang Baol. However, in the end, he was still not strong enough. However, the Tao of the divine furnace was different. Many years ago, he was the #1 minced meat disciple in the city of Appetite. He was also extremely talented. At that moment, he was enveloped by the black tentacles, but in the next moment, his expression was ferocious as he let out a low roar. A heat wave instantly erupted from his body. It was as if his body had turned into a huge furnace. It was like the sun, and in the blink of an eye, it released an unimaginable high temperature. It was like a heavenly fire, exploding in all directions and burning. Although the black tentacles were extraordinary, they had lost part of their suppressive force due to Wang Baol's confrontation with the fallen god. They were now surrounded by a heat wave and heavenly fire. Even though they weren't burned, they were still fast and powerful. They were slightly weakened, allowing the divine furnace Tao to seize the opportunity. In a flash, they broke through the encirclement and charged out through the cracks. It looked like it was about to escape, but how could Wang Baol let it happen? Wang Baol opened his eyes, and a deep look appeared in his eyes. He was very satisfied with the spirit child's performance. In reality, if the first wave of attacks from the divine furnace Tao hadn't been directed at Feng Di, if it had been him, even though it wouldn't have affected his life or death, the balance would have been broken. The suction force from the fallen god finger would have increased, and he would have suffered some damage. That would be troublesome for Wang Baol. Furthermore, the divine furnace Tao was eyeing him like a tiger eyeing its prey. By then, Wang Baol would be in a sorry state. However, Cheng Lingzi's deception had caused the divine furnace Tao to make a wrong judgment. They had attacked Feng Di and destroyed more than half of the black tentacles. As a result, the balance had been broken at the end of the fallen god finger. To Wang Baol, it was a completely beneficial thing. Therefore, using this opportunity, the suction force that emanated from Wang Baol's body surged. Even though it didn't completely suck the fallen god's finger dry, it had sucked at least 20% of it. It caused the law of appetite to completely fill up from its previous emptiness. It had reached the peak of the minced meat apostle, and indirectly, it had gained the right to control part of the fallen god's finger. Satisfied, Wang Baol looked at the fleeing divine furnace Tao, a dark glint in his eyes. He preferred the minced meat apostle to absorbing the aura of the fallen god's remains. Not only was the latter easier to suppress, it was also easier to absorb. He could also sense that as long as he swallowed the law of appetite from the divine furnace Tao, he would be able to break through the limitations of the existing laws. He would reach the level of a glutton. As the controller of the highest law below the glutton lord, the law of appetite was one of the origins. According to Wang Baol's judgment, after becoming a glutton lord, he would be considered a true, equal to the law of appetite. If he were to die, the law of appetite would weaken due to him for a period of time. That was why, to a large extent, he was considered one of the true members of the city of appetite after he became a glutton. That was why the city of appetite's master had said those words before he came to the hunting feast. If that's the case, Wang Baol narrowed his eyes. He raised his head and looked at the finger of the fallen god in the fog above his head. Then, he looked at the Tao of the divine furnace, which was widening the distance between them and was about to leave. He knew that, with his current level of control over the finger, he couldn't control it to chase after him. If he let go of the finger, there was a high chance that the finger would hide again. However, now that he had a portion of the authority, he could use his senses and spend some time to find the finger again. Therefore, the measurement didn't last for more than a few breaths before Wang Baol had an answer. In the next moment, Wang Baol released his grip on the black tentacle and cut off the absorption of the fallen god finger. The moment he released his grip, Wang Baol took a step forward. His afterimage flashed across the sky. In the blink of an eye, the expression on the face of the fleeing divine furnace Tao changed drastically. Without any hesitation, he unleashed all the heat waves in his body towards his surroundings. The air around him began to distort, as if everything around him were about to be completely incinerated. However, that was clearly not the case. In the blink of an eye, a hand appeared out of thin air and slammed into divine furnace Tao's forehead. Boom! The sky seemed to be on the verge of collapse, and a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering boom rang out. Divine furnace Tao let out a miserable shriek, and his body seemed to be beyond his control as the power from his forehead shot toward him like a tempest. Its body was thrown backwards by the violent force. Its speed was even faster than its previous escape, and it was thrown towards the ground. As the ground rumbled, its body crashed into the ground like a meteorite, forming a huge depression. Wang Baol stood in midair. His hair flew in the wind, and his eyes shone with a dark light. He lowered his head to look at the Tao of the divine furnace struggling in the deep pit. Then, he raised his head to look up into the sky at the spot where the meteorite finger had been. That spot was empty. The moment Wang Baol let go, the fallen god finger had already moved away. It had disappeared, but Wang Baol could still sense it. He could still vaguely sense where the other party was moving at high speed. One at a time. There's no rush. Wang Baol licked his lips and averted his gaze from the sky. His body streaked through the air and appeared above the deep pit on the ground. He lowered his head to look at the divine furnace Tao below. At that moment, the divine furnace Tao was on the verge of shattering into pieces. Blood flowed out of its mouth continuously. It looked at Wang Baol with fear and disbelief in its eyes. It wanted to struggle, however. In the next moment, dozens of Wang Baol's nightmares of desire appeared around it and held it down tightly. There were many scattered wills in the first level of the world. They interfered with one's state of mind, but they were also extremely dangerous. That was what was happening in the deep pit where the divine furnace Tao was located. A large number of scattered wills appeared in the soil, causing the deep pit on the ground to squirm visibly from all directions, as if it was about to return to its original state. However, no one cared about this strange scene. Wang Baol didn't care, as the number of scattered wills wasn't enough to make him frown. The Tao of the divine furnace didn't care either because, regardless of whether they were buried or be swallowed by Wang Baol, he will end up the same way. As a minced meat in the hunting feast has been determined by the fate of the same as the hunting of other minced meat, now such an outcome, although he was surprised, but at the moment can only bitter. There is no enmity between us, so, do you have any last words? Wang Baol, who was standing on the deep pit, lowered his head and spoke slowly. I don't have any last words, but I do have one last wish. Ice Spirit Child, since you have come this far, you must become the #1 glutton. This is my wish. Help me fulfill it. The divine furnace Tao said. Panting, he struggled to speak. Of course. Wang Baol nodded. The divine furnace Tao laughed heartily when he saw this. There's no need for you to absorb it, Ice Spirit Child. I will fulfill your wish on the road to becoming a glutton. As he spoke, the divine furnace Tao's eyes widened, and the law of appetite in his body erupted. It seeped out of his body and was sent out on its own accord. It headed straight for Wang Baol. From afar, the law of appetite in the body of the divine furnace Tao turned into an astonishingly thick black fog. The fog contained an intense desire, and it even affected the entire world, causing the desire in the surroundings to. As the desire grew stronger, the fog charged straight at Wang Baol. Wang Baol didn't dodge. He allowed the fog to envelop him. It went through his 7 orifices, his skin, and into his body in a frenzy. It fused with the law of appetite in his body. As it fused, the crystal of desire in Wang Bao's dantian continued to grow with a cracking sound. It was faintly discernible, and there seemed to be a black line growing within it. Sensing that his body was undergoing a transformation, Wang Bao immediately sat cross-legged in midair. The nightmare of desire that belonged to him in the deep pit below also flew up and circled around him, protecting him. They continued to revolve around Wang Bao at an extremely fast speed. This caused Wang Bao to be invisible to outsiders. All they could see was a huge whirlpool with him at the center. It continued to rise higher and higher, and its aura grew more and more shocking. The deep pit on the ground where the divine furnace Tao was also rapidly healing. After a few breaths, when the whirlpool shook the sky and earth, the deep pit returned to its original state. Soon, Cheng Lingzi, who was off in the distance, arrived. He looked at the vortex, and his eyes filled with excitement. He could sense that the aura of his benefactor was rapidly rising up. The rise was so great that it wouldn't be long before he reached the level of the Glutton Lord. The 9th Glutton Lord will appear in the City of Appetite. Cheng Lingzi was panting. After looking around for a moment, he sat down cross-legged and began to work vigilantly as a Dharma protector. He felt that he had to put on a good show. Only then would he be able to reinforce his earlier contributions. That way, once he returned to the City of Appetite, he would have 2 backers. One would be his father, the other would be his benefactor. With 2 backers of the Glutton Lord, he would probably become an astounding figure in the City of Appetite, second only to the Glutton Lord. At the thought of this, Cheng Lingzi suddenly felt that his luck was too good. As he was filled with joy, he began to guard Wang Bao conscientiously. Time passed slowly, and soon 3 days had passed. During these 3 days, Cheng Lingzi's excitement on the first day had turned into nervousness. On the 3rd day, his heart was in turmoil, and his eyeballs felt like they were about to fall off. He was extremely nervous and shocked. That was because, on the 2nd day, Wang Bao's aura in the storm vortex had already reached the level of his father. That meant that at that time, the other party wouldn't be much different from the Glutton God. However, even though his aura had reached that level, the suppression of the laws that belonged to the Glutton God didn't appear. The Glutton God's strength was not only due to the terrifying power of his own laws, but more importantly, as one of the sources, he had the power to suppress all cultivators within the system of laws. This was the sign of the Glutton God. However, on Wang Bao's side, although his aura had reached a certain level, the suppression had yet to appear. This meant that he had yet to successfully advance. This isn't right. Cheng Lingzi was shocked and in disbelief. Although he had never seen anyone advance to become a Glutton God with his own eyes, his father was, after all, a Glutton God. As a result, he had been influenced by his father's words and had a deep understanding of the process of advancement. He was very familiar with the process of ascension. Logically speaking, at that moment, Wang Bao should have already been promoted, unless his talent is too strong, so the limits of others aren't the limits to him. But if that's the case, could it be that the law of appetite in the Tao of the divine furnace isn't enough to support his ascension? Cheng Lingzi's expression changed. Suddenly, from within the vortex, a streak of black gas flew out abruptly and headed straight for Cheng Lingzi. In that instant, the black gas fused into the space between Cheng Lingzi's brows, causing his body to tremble. The law of appetite in his body, which had been devoured by Wang Bao, was instantly completely restored, and it even improved. However, there was a difference. The law of appetite that had fused into his body now had a brand, and this brand was Wang Bao. In other words, this was a gift from Wang Bao, and he could take it back at any time. Gather all the minced meat disciples. I don't need to kill, but I need them to contribute half of their law of appetite. As the law of appetite was integrated into it, Wang Bao's voice reverberated in Cheng Lingzi's mind. Cheng Lingzi's body trembled. He knew that his judgment was correct. The benefactor's advancement was different from his father's. He needed more law of appetite. This also meant that once the benefactor succeeded, his initial strength would surpass that of his father and more than half of the gluttonous eaters. Therefore, Cheng Lingzi immediately stood up and shouted, "Yes, sir!" He turned around and used all his strength. He unleashed his full strength and began searching for traces of the other meat loaf disciples for Wang Baol. There was no need for Wang Baol to remind him. Cheng Lingzi was already very anxious. He told himself that he had to complete this task as quickly as possible. Now, my benefactor and I can be said to be sharing the same glory. Cheng Lingzi's eyes were filled with madness. His eyes were red as he sped up to search for the meat loaf disciples. He also had the mystic technique that his father had imparted to him. At that moment, he activated the mystic technique without hesitation. There were only a total of more than 20 minced meat disciples in the city of Appetite. All of them had entered the first level of the world's hunting feast, and half of them had been killed and devoured by the divine furnace path. In addition to the strangeness of this place, Cheng Lingzi used a secret technique to sense that only 6 of them had survived. These 6 were not the strongest, but most of them had special concealment techniques. However, no matter how much they hid, they could not escape from Cheng Lingzi's secret technique. This secret technique had been imparted to him by his father. It was specially used to search for other meat pulp disciples. It was also one of Cheng Lingzi's trump cards. According to the plan his father had arranged for him, he would be here. He would rely on his own secret technique to search and devour them one by one. In the end, even if he couldn't become a glutton, he would still reap great rewards here. However, everything was unexpected. Now, this secret technique had become his weapon to help Wang Baol, and he was willing to do so. It had to be said that it was hard to fathom the human heart. Sometimes, when it was needed to a certain extent, even he himself didn't know what shape he had become. Cheng Lingzi's eyes were red with rage. He began to speed up in the first level of the world. Very quickly, he stopped abruptly in an empty space. He lowered his head to look at it and suddenly spoke. "I'll give you a chance. Come out and follow me. Give half of the law of appetite to my benefactor, and I'll guarantee your life." When his words left his mouth, the entire area fell silent. After waiting for a few breaths of time, Cheng Lingzi grew impatient. His body flashed, and he appeared in a certain direction. He raised his right hand and made a grasping motion, causing the surrounding area to distort. A blurry figure could be seen rapidly retreating. Cheng Lingzi snorted coldly and chased after him. The entire process only took about 10 breaths of time. When Cheng Lingzi once again flew off into the distance, he held a rope in his hand, which was tied behind the rope. Shockingly, it was a pale-faced minced meat thug. Due to the huge difference in strength, he was unable to fight back for too long. Now that he was imprisoned, he could only be captured alive like a prisoner. Just like that, time passed. Soon, 2 days had passed. Cheng Lingzi's speed and efficiency were both shocking. During these 2 days, he had already found 5 hidden minced meat thug and captured them all alive. However, the search for the last one was not going well. He stood in the sky, looking down at the land below. The area was very special. It was made up of depressions, and the water was red in color. There was also a rich, scattered will. This made it difficult for his secret magic to be fully effective. He could only sense that there was a meat loaf disciple here. However, unless he opened up the entire area, it would be very difficult to find any traces of him. However, with his cultivation base, it would take a long time to open up the entire area filled with willpower fragments. It would take a very long time to do so. This was not in line with his plan. Therefore, he narrowed his eyes and suddenly looked behind him at the other 5 minced meat apprentices who were tied up by his rope. Originally, according to the benefactor's request, if there were 6 minced meat apprentices, then your lives would be guaranteed. After all, the laws of appetite are already sufficient, and you don't need your lives to replenish them, but now that one of them is missing, I can't make any promises. Therefore, I'll give you the time it takes an incense stick to burn to find this person. Otherwise, you know the consequences. With that, Master Cheng's spirit waved his hand and cast a vicious restrictive spell on the 5 people behind him. Then, he released the rope and said coolly, "I, Master Cheng's spirit, "We'll never go back on my words," he said. "And you don't believe me. Not to mention that the restrictive spell can take your lives. Even if you escape, unless you don't return to the City of Appetite, you'll still end up the same way." Chang Lingzi closed his eyes and sat cross-legged in midair, counting the time. The faces of the 5 of them paled, and they looked at each other helplessly. They didn't dare to provoke Chang Lingzi, and it was impossible for them not to return to the City of Appetite. At this moment, they could only place their hopes on Chang Lingzi not going back on his words. Furthermore, what the other party said made sense. Since the 6 of them were going to share the burden, it was more likely that they would keep their lives. Therefore, gritting their teeth, the 5 of them lowered their heads and headed straight for the puddle below. According to their respective methods, they began to search in a large area. As for those who were good at hiding, most of them had something in common. Therefore, in the eyes of Chang Lingzi, there was nothing he could do. Under the combined efforts of the 5 people, after the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, a rumbling sound echoed out, and Chang Lingzi's eyes suddenly opened. "I've found him!" He disappeared in a flash. 10 breaths later, when Chang Lingzi flew out again, the 5 people behind him had turned into 6. Just like that, while the 6 people were feeling apprehensive, Chang Lingzi led them forward. At dusk, they finally rushed back to the place where Wang Baol was in seclusion. They were far away. The 6 people saw the huge vortex that rumbled in all directions. Although they couldn't see the people in the vortex, the law of appetite that emanated from the vortex was so strong that it shook their minds. Their faces turned pale. When Chang Lingzi saw that the 6 of them had come to a halt, a fierce glare appeared in his eyes. With a yank, he led the 6 of them straight into the vortex. Once they closed in, he immediately knelt down in front of the vortex, and the fierce look on his face changed from before. It turned into an incredibly obedient and respectful expression as he spoke loudly. "Benefactor, these are the remaining meat-minced apostles. I've brought them all." "Very good." A voice that sounded like thunder rang out from within the vortex. It shook the surroundings. At the same time, 6 giant chains formed from black fog extended out from within the vortex and wrapped around the 6 minced meat disciples. They sucked in. The law of appetite within the 6 minced meat disciples exploded with a loud bang and flew towards the vortex along the chains. As for the spirit child, he didn't need Wang Baol's instructions. He sent out the law of appetite from within his body and fused it into the vortex. Wang Baol was extremely satisfied with him. His advancement had reached a critical moment. His aura had long surpassed that of an ordinary glutton, but his realm was still lacking by a tiny bit. As a large amount of the law of appetite surged into his body, the tiny bit of difference, he had finally reached perfection. In the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, when 70% of the law of appetite had been extracted from the 6 minced meat disciples' bodies, a low roar suddenly came from within the vortex. Amidst the low roar, the vortex suddenly contracted. It began to assemble into a body that could shake heaven and earth. At first, the body was 300 meters tall. As the vortex continued to shrink and fuse into the body, it began to grow in size. It grew to 1,300 meters, 1,700 meters, 2,100 meters, and finally, when it finally reached 1,300 meters, the vortex disappeared, and the pressure from the glutton lord descended. The fog in the sky roiled, and the land rumbled. It was as if the only point of convergence between heaven and earth was the 1,300-meter-tall body. The face was a little blurry, but it was still an earth-shattering figure. "Greetings, Glutton Lord." Chang Lingzi was the first to speak, and he shouted loudly. The other 6 minced meat disciples also knelt down in a weakened state and greeted him one after another. As they greeted him, the 3,000 feet tall figure lowered its head slowly. As its face became blurry, it slowly became clear, revealing Wang Baol's face. He smiled faintly. "Ninth, Glutton." The moment the 3,000-foot-tall body of desire was formed, the crystal of appetite in Wang Baol's body melted instantly and spread throughout his body. It seemed to have changed the structure of his physical body, but it also seemed to have completely fused with his physical body. As the fusion happened, Wang Baol's mind rumbled. His divine thoughts seemed to be pulled by a strange force, drifting towards the sky above. After passing through the endless red fog, he entered the second level. It wasn't over. In the second level, his divine thoughts were pulled by the force. Once it reached the limits of the sky, it seemed to break through a certain barrier. He entered a world that existed in endless ruins. In this world, Wang Baol saw a mountain formed by a person sitting cross-legged. One could vaguely make out the position of the head at the top of the mountain, the blurry facial features, and a black nail in the center of his brows. It was the mountain that was pulling Wang Baol's telekinesis power. However, it seemed like the pulling power wasn't enough, or perhaps Wang Baol's telekinesis wasn't enough to support him to this place. Therefore, the moment he saw the mountain, Wang Baol's mind rumbled, and his telekinesis dissipated. When he opened his eyes abruptly, he was still in the heaven and earth of the first level. The congratulatory voices of Cheng Lingzi and the others rang in his ears. He raised his head and looked into the sky, his eyes shining with a profound light. That's the Emperor. In the silence, Wang Baol could also feel his current state. It was different from before. The law of appetite seemed to have fused perfectly with him, and there was no distinction between them. This state allowed him to have a more comprehensive understanding of the law of appetite. The law of appetite was like a trapezoid in Wang Baol's perception. The highest point was the Lord of Desire. However, in his perception, the Lord of Desire was not the main source of the law of appetite. The main source is the Empyrean Lord. Then, the Lord of Desire should be, to a certain extent, the largest branch under the main source. While the source of the Lord is asleep, the branch will naturally be equivalent to the Lord. Wang Baol thought to himself as he sensed his own law of appetite. Even though he had cultivated the 7 emotions and 6 desires of the Empyrean Lord, there would be some drawbacks. For example, he would be suppressed by it and be affected by it. However, there were also benefits. He would be able to get closer to the Empyrean Lord. It was like an invisible game. There was no right or wrong, only different choices. As for the Glutton Lord, it was also a branch. From Wang Baol's senses, he could tell that the branch of the Glutton Lord didn't come from the Desire Lord, but from the source of the Slumbering Lord. However, compared to the Desire Lord's branch, the Glutton Lord was much smaller. Advancing to the Glutton Lord allows me to be guided by my divine thoughts and see the Empyrean Lord. Then, if I become one of the other 6 desires that is second only to the Desire Lord, I should be able to see the Empyrean Lord as I did just now. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes. As he was deep in thought, his body swayed. He gradually recovered from his original size of more than 3,000 feet. When he became an ordinary person, his gaze swept across Cheng Lingzi and the 6 people who had contributed to the law of appetite. The 6 people were trembling in fear and awe. However, it was obvious that they were all relieved. They clearly knew that since a new Glutton Lord had appeared, there was no longer a need for them to continue contributing to the law of appetite. They would die as a result. Compared to them, Cheng Lingzi's excitement came from the bottom of his heart. His body was trembling as he looked at Wang Baol with eyes that seemed to be even more excited than Wang Baol's own. Wang Baol was not surprised by this. He was already used to encountering similar people in his original body's life and memories. Usually, his original body would severely destroy his mind, and for some unknown reason, it would create a kind of sick dependence. My main body is shameless, Wang Baol muttered in his heart out of habit. As for himself, he didn't think that he had destroyed Cheng Lingzi's mind. Instead, it was his way of doing things that resonated with him. This made him admire him, and he was willing to help him. Thinking of this, Wang Baol looked at Cheng Lingzi with admiration. To Cheng Lingzi, that gaze of admiration was the most perfect motivation in the world. It made his scalp tingle and made him even more excited. Benefactor, should we head back now? Cheng Lingzi asked loudly in his excitement. There's no rush. Wang Baol shook his head. He looked into the distance, slowly closed his eyes, and began to sense. In the first level of the world, other than advancing to the Glutton God level, he had 2 other things to accomplish. One was to escape with the fallen God finger. This would help him further improve the law of appetite. It would be very helpful. That was why he wouldn't give up. The second was to go deep underground again and investigate what he had failed in the past. He would take a look at the person who had cried out for help. The former was beneficial to his law, while the latter would help him understand the world and learn more about the secrets of the imperial kings. He hadn't been able to become a glutton previously, so he hadn't been able to move freely. Now, the situation was different. Whether it was the fallen Godfinger or the underground exploration, Wang Baol had a certain degree of confidence. Then, I'll look for the fallen Godfinger first. Wang Baol closed his eyes, and his divine thoughts spread out slowly, following the direction that emerged from the depths of his heart. After a few breaths, Wang Baol opened his eyes abruptly. Spirit Child Chung, wait for me here. After giving his instructions, Wang Baol took a step towards the sky. As his feet landed, his body disappeared abruptly. When he reappeared, he was already in the distance between heaven and earth. He shuttled back and forth again, charging straight into the clouds and fog in the sky. The crimson fog had a certain degree of corrosion. However, after Wang Baol's law of appetite spread out, the corrosion didn't affect him. Instead, it had a slight nourishing effect. This made Wang Baol gasp in surprise. He had a new guess as to the origin of the boundless red fog. However, he lacked the necessary information, so it was difficult to guess the true source of the red fog. Therefore, Wang Baol suppressed his thoughts. He moved extremely fast in the fog, and with a whistle, he got closer and closer according to the direction that his mind had locked onto. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Wang Baol paused. He narrowed his eyes and stared at the dense fog before him. Then, he raised his hand and waved it violently. Immediately, a powerful force was released, turning into a storm that swept across the surroundings, turning the fog before him into a blur. It blew away more than half of the fog, turning the area in front of him, where he couldn't see anything clearly, into a blur within the thin fog. In this blur, he saw the meteorite finger that he had been searching for floating there. It didn't move at all. Only the black tentacles on it were swaying slowly and unconsciously. From afar, the finger was 3,000 feet in size, and its pressure was astonishing. I found it. Wang Baol licked his lips. The law of appetite in his body exploded, and his body expanded in that instant. He reached 3,000 feet and took a step forward. As it neared, the fallen god's finger seemed to wake up. All the black tentacles that had been swaying irregularly suddenly straightened, as if they had turned into hedgehogs. The black tentacles that were facing Wang Baol were so fast that they seemed to pierce through the air. They let out a sharp and ear-piercing screech as they charged towards Wang Baol. It was as if they were about to pierce through his body. However, as they neared him, Wang Baol's eyes lit up. He raised his right hand and waved it violently. Instantly, the law of appetite in his body exploded. It formed a suppressive force that enveloped the finger of the fallen god. In the next moment, the black tentacles were affected. They seemed to have gained their own intelligence. They twisted together and started devouring each other. The scene became chaotic. Wang Baol took advantage of this chaotic moment. His body, which was more than 3,000 feet tall, moved as he took a step forward. When he appeared, he was on the 10,000-foot-long finger. He raised his right hand and threw a punch at the finger below. The punch was like a bolt of lightning. An intense sound reverberated in the surroundings. It created an impact that swept across the surroundings, causing the black tentacles in a certain area to be tearing and devouring each other. More than half of the tentacles were pulled out by the roots. As they broke apart, the red fog in all directions also began to roll. Most importantly, the 10,000-foot-long finger was affected by Wang Baol's punch. With the interference of his physical strength and the law of appetite, the finger sank down abruptly, falling tens of thousands of feet. It wasn't over yet. Wang Baol's eyes shone with a strange light as he punched again. Then the third punch, the fourth punch, and the fifth punch. Each punch caused the finger to sink heavily into the sky. Finally, when Wang Baol's fifth punch landed, the force of the finger's fall reached its peak, pierced through the red fog in the sky and fell directly onto the black ground. With a loud boom, the ground trembled. The finger suddenly collided with the ground, causing the ground to crack, forming a depression like a basin. Large amounts of black soil flew in all directions. The black tentacles on the finger were also broken. From afar, from the sky to the ground, broken black tentacles could be seen everywhere. However, the finger was extraordinary. Under Wang Baol's continuous attacks, even though it fell from the sky and most of its tentacles were broken, it did not sustain any injuries. Even after landing, it was still struggling. A terrifying suppressive force erupted from within, as if it wanted to counter Wang Baol. Wang Baol snorted coldly. The power of his original body's plain personality erupted at that moment. As he fought against the finger, the law of appetite also spread out and absorbed its aura crazily. This aura was like a great tonic to the law of appetite. It caused Wang Baol's law of appetite to rise once again. His body suddenly grew from 330 feet to 380 feet. Wang Baol licked his lips and attacked again. However, the struggle of the finger was becoming more and more violent. When Wang Baol's fist landed for the 11th time, the finger suddenly bent and bounced off the bow like a snap of a finger. With a loud boom, Wang Baol was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. His body was flung into the air. After throwing Wang Baol off, the finger was lifted abruptly. It pointed at Wang Baol at the tip of the finger and charged out instantly. It was so fast and powerful that it seemed like it was going to pierce a hole in the sky and charge straight at Wang Baol. Wang Baol's body was now nearly 4,000 feet tall, but compared to the finger, it was less than half. He could dodge it now, but he knew that once he did, the finger would charge into the red fog and try to find it again. He didn't know how long it would take. A fierce look flashed across his face. He didn't dodge at all. He roared and raised both his hands. The moment the finger pressed down, he grabbed the finger's tip. A loud boom reverberated in the air. His body was pushed by the finger and shot up into the sky, piercing into the red fog. Veins bulged on Wang Baol's face. He felt the red fog sweep past him rapidly. He felt his body tremble and the intense pain of being torn apart. As he roared, the law of appetite spread out continuously. It was as if it was corroding, absorbing the aura from the finger in a frenzy. As he repaired his body, he devoured it. Gradually, his body expanded once again, reaching a height of 420 feet. Within the red fog in the sky, the 10,000-foot-long finger finally showed signs of withering, and its momentum also slowed down. The moment it slowed down, Wang Baol's entire body rumbled. He erupted with all his might, lifting the finger that he had been hugging up. He flung it violently, causing it to travel through the fog like a meteorite and slam into the ground. The earth rumbled and spread in all directions. It wasn't too far from where Xianxia and the others were. They had been waiting on the spot, so they naturally heard the sound and saw the fog in the distance. They saw the finger fall. They were shocked. They saw Wang Baol, who was like a god, behind the finger. He caught up with the finger and slammed it into the ground. Xianxia was still fine with this scene. After all, this wasn't the first time he had seen Wang Baol fight with the finger of the fallen god. He was mentally prepared. However, the other 6 people looked as if they had seen a ghost. They were all shocked. They had all come into contact with the Glutton Lord and knew that the Glutton Lord was very powerful. However, they also knew that, in the first level, the remains of the fallen god were even more powerful. However, the newly promoted Glutton Lord, Xianxia, had actually smashed a finger of the fallen god into the ground that had caused the reverence in their hearts to reach its peak. Amidst their shock, Wang Baol unleashed his full power. He continued to attack and absorb the finger until the finger began to shrink under his frenzied torture. His body had finally reached 5,000 feet. It had reached 5,100 feet. However, at that moment, the god-perishing finger suddenly exploded with a thick blood-red glow. As the blood-red glow shone, Wang Baol's expression changed. He felt a strong sense of danger. However, he was unwilling to give up. He continued to absorb the blood-red glow. From afar, a large amount of black gas flew out from the wound on the finger and headed straight for Wang Baol. It was absorbed by his entire body. The blood-red glow on the finger grew brighter and brighter as the black gas spread. At that moment, the red fog in the sky suddenly churned. It was as if the blood-red light on the finger was some sort of summoning. As the fog churned in the sky, a giant four-fingered hand that was tens of thousands of feet in size gradually appeared from within the fog. It was the sky that covered the entire area. Wang Bao's expression changed drastically when he saw this. He recognized that the giant four-fingered hand had the same origin as the finger. "Fuck you, you actually know how to call for help?" Wang Bao's scalp tingled. He released the hands that were holding onto the finger, and his body sped up as he retreated rapidly. As he fled, the giant hand in the sky broke through the fog with a loud bang. It grabbed towards Wang Bao. At the same time, the withered finger that had been absorbed by Wang Bao on the ground sprung up rapidly and chased after Wang Bao frantically. Wang Bao's expression changed. His speed reached its limit, and he finally charged out from the edge of the palm as it descended. However, the pressure and storm formed by the giant palm still swept past Wang Bao. It caused him to stagger. However, in the next instant, he unleashed his speed once again. Without turning his head, he fled at high speed. The finger that was chasing him fused with the giant hand that was descending. It appeared at the spot where the finger had been severed and gradually grew together. Wang Bao noticed this scene, and he fled even faster. That was because after the finger was connected to the palm, the 5 fingers of the giant hand moved slowly. They turned into fists, and as they touched each other, it was as if they had reached a consensus. They opened up and chased after Wang Bao at an even faster speed. This is too much. Wang Bao was depressed. He could still resist with one finger, but with 5 fingers and 1 palm, unless he was in his original form, it was impossible to suppress him. If he was caught, Wang Bao was worried that he would be devoured by the other party very quickly. This gave Wang Bao a headache, but he did not regret his greed. After all, wealth came with risk. If it weren't for his previous efforts, how could the law of appetite increase so much? He grew from 3,000 feet to more than 500 feet. Even though he was depressed, Wang Bao was satisfied. He fled rapidly, turning into a long rainbow that flashed across the sky above Chang Lingzi and the others. Chang Lingzi and the others stared blankly at the giant palm behind Wang Bao, which seemed to contain anger. Their faces were pale. They looked at each other. Even though they were shocked by Wang Bao's strength, they couldn't help but make a guess. The newly promoted glutton lord, is he going to die here? Even Chang Lingzi, who had always been fanatical about Wang Bao, was shaken. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something. However, when he saw Wang Bao's disheveled figure in the distance, he fell silent. Wang Bao also had a headache. Even though he was fast, the speed of his palm was equally astonishing. He pursued relentlessly. Even though he had escaped into the fog, he still chased after him. Under the clouds, the palm did not let him go. It seemed like it could pursue him forever. There were even a few times when the finger, which he did not know what method it had used, suddenly sped up and grabbed at Wang Bao. Even though it missed, Wang Bao was still shocked. I can't go on like this. Otherwise, the further I go, the more dangerous it will be. In his anxiety, Wang Bao suddenly lowered his head and looked at the ground. His eyes showed signs of struggle, but soon, the struggle disappeared. What replaced it was determination. His body swayed, and he changed direction and headed straight for the ground. Since neither the sky nor the air could shake off the palm behind him, there was only one path in front of Wang Bao, and that was underground. Let's see if this palm can fight against the scattered sea of consciousness underground. Wang Bao's speed was astonishing. With a boom, his figure landed on the ground. Without any pause, he stepped into the ground and rushed through the soil. He headed underground. Behind him, the giant finger that was tens of thousands of feet long was already chasing after him. With a boom, it pressed down on the ground and penetrated through it as well. Continued to chase after Wang Bao with unstoppable force. Very soon, Wang Bao reached a spot that was more than 2,000 feet underground. The scattered wills here were already very strong. But Wang Baol did not slow down at all. After sensing that the palm behind him was still chasing after him, he sank down again. When he reached a spot that was more than 4,000 feet deep, with the law of appetite spreading out, Wang Baol clearly felt that he was much calmer than when he first reached this depth. At the same time, he also sensed the palm behind him, under the impact of the scattered sea of consciousness. His speed slowed down slightly. His 5 fingers seemed to be slightly out of sync with each other. This scene made Wang Baol perk up. He charged forward again. Just like that, when Wang Baol was more than 10,000 feet away, he heard a faint cry for help. "Save me! Save me!" The cry for help seemed to contain some kind of soul-stirring power. The moment it rang out, the law of desire in Wang Baol's body immediately began to fluctuate intensely. Wang Baol himself felt a strong sense of discomfort. However, when he realized that his 5 fingers were becoming increasingly chaotic as they chased after his palm, as if they were about to split apart, he gritted his teeth and headed in the direction of the cry for help. He sped forward. This was the same depth as the first time Wang Baol had entered the underground. However, the location was different. However, it didn't matter. The cry for help was like a coordinate, causing Wang Baol to be speeding underground. He was getting closer and closer to the cave that he had been to before. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the cry for help became clearer. Wang Baol's mind was affected, and he felt his mind buzzing. Fortunately, the law of appetite was extremely effective at that moment, helping him to constantly counteract it, allowing Wang Baol to maintain his consciousness. However, he chased after the palm from behind. At that spot, perhaps due to the ununity of his will, it reached its peak. With a boom, all 5 fingers were separated from the palm. As they separated, the 5 fingers and the palm immediately retreated rapidly in 6 different directions. Wang Baol finally heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he felt the withering fingers that he had absorbed with hatred in the same direction. "Just you wait." After muttering to himself, Wang Baol fell silent for a moment. He didn't leave. Instead, he continued charging towards the source of the cry for help. This had been his plan all along. He wanted to see what was going on in the cave. Now that he was here, there was no reason for him not to go. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. When Wang Baol reached his limit, the soil before his eyes disappeared, and a cave appeared before him. In the cave, a figure floated in midair. His body was entangled by a large number of tentacles. These tentacles drilled into his body and squirmed, absorbing his life and soul and transferring it to an unknown place. The scattered wills in the cave were also extremely violent. Wang Baol endured the pain of his head exploding. His eyes were red as he stared at the floating figure. "Save me!" The floating figure was a man. His body was thin and withered like a corpse. However, the pressure emanating from his body was not inferior to that of Wang Baol's true body. He seemed to have sensed Wang Baol's presence. His closed eyes slowly opened, revealing his dual pupils. He looked at Wang Baol, but in the next moment, when he saw Wang Baol's appearance clearly, his pupils constricted, his body suddenly trembled violently. His eyes instantly erupted with a monstrous hatred as he roared. "Empyrean Lord, you're despicable and shameless. You're a traitor." The other party's words formed a strong impact towards Wang Baol. It caused Wang Baol's mind to thump, and he couldn't help but take a few steps back. Fortunately, the law of appetite permeated the air, as well as his identity. He could still hold on here. However, his eyes, along with the impact and the violent sea of consciousness in the area, were filled with blood. They were bright red as he stared at the figure and spoke hoarsely. "Look carefully. Am I the Supreme Emperor?" The figure floating in midair had red eyes as well. He stared at Wang Baol with a pained expression on his face. However, a sliver of clarity gradually appeared on his face. After a long while, he suddenly laughed. "You're not. Haha, you're not. Interesting. Very interesting. Speak clearly." Wang Baol said slowly as he struggled to take it. "Come closer, I'll tell you." The figure looked at Wang Baol. His expression twisted as he squeezed out a smile. Wang Bao's head was aching. He looked carefully at the figure in front of him. Suddenly, he snorted coldly and ignored it. He turned around and was about to leave. However, just as he was about to leave, the figure behind him suddenly let out a roar and rushed out, chasing after Wang Bao. However, his body was clearly bound here. He only rushed out a few feet before the tentacles on his body straightened. It was like a chain that prevented him from continuing to charge forward. He could only let out a roar as he struggled. Treacherous, despicable, and shameless. Wang Bao stopped in his tracks. He suddenly turned his head and stared coldly at the struggling figure. He could vaguely sense that there were tens to hundreds of such caves below this location. He had more or less made up his mind. In reality, he had already made a judgment about their condition. He then gave the person a deep look. Wang Bao didn't turn his head back. He left coldly and headed straight for the ground. He came slowly, but returned faster as his sea of consciousness gradually weakened. Just like that, not long after, a loud rumble reverberated from the ground in the first level. Wang Bao rushed out from underground. He stood in midair and lowered his head to look at the ground. His eyes shone with a deep light. The Emperor's guard looks exactly the same as my original body. And this person said that I'm the Emperor. This is interesting. Wang Bao narrowed his eyes. After a moment of silence, he suddenly laughed coldly. Let's not consider what the madman said first. This person's state clearly doesn't have much rationality. Furthermore, his body is sealed. It's like a source of nutrients. A term from the Federation appeared in Wang Bao's mind. Battery. From Wang Bao's point of view, the madman's state was clearly a battery. The tentacles on his body were constantly extracting nutrients from his body. If that was the case, then the other caves deeper underground. There must have been many such powerhouses, and they were most likely batteries. As for the source of the nutrients, it wasn't hard to guess that it must have been the Emperor. The 108 mighty figures under my command were all sealed and turned into batteries to support myself in healing and fighting against the black wooden nails. That's why the original universe Tao space has become like this then. If I can cut off the supply of these batteries, will I be able to cut off the treatment of the Emperor? Wang Bao fell into deep thought, but he decided to postpone this plan in the end. There were two uncertainties in this matter. One was that it was highly likely that the Emperor would wake up early because of this, and the second was the madman's attitude towards him. It would have been fine if the other party was the only one. Wang Bao was worried that the other mighty figures who had been sealed might be the same. At this moment, even he himself was unsure of one thing. What is the relationship between the Empyrean Lord and me? Am I the Empyrean Lord? Wang Bao was silent. No matter how he judged it, he felt that it was impossible. He seemed to have obtained many clues during the hunting trip, but at the same time he had more doubts. After a long while, Wang Bao shook his head. He still needed more clues to connect all these together and obtain an answer. He buried all his thoughts deep in his heart. He raised his head and looked around. His body swayed. He charged into the distant void. Soon he found Cheng Lingzi and the others. As for the finger that had escaped, Wang Bao had wanted to search for it. However, the feeling he had left behind had dissipated as the finger and the palm fused. It was like looking for a needle in a haystack. There was no way to find it. Therefore, Wang Bao had no choice but to give up. After reuniting with Cheng Lingzi and the others, he took a deep breath and released his law of appetite. Gathering it into a will, he charged into the sky above. This was the way to leave the first level of the world and descend directly into the city of appetite. Although every minced meat disciple could grasp it, they could only use it when they reached the level of glutton. Otherwise, they could only passively wait for the city of appetite to activate itself and bring them back. At that moment, as Wang Bao's law of appetite gathered, the fog in the sky began to move very quickly. A loud rumble was heard, and amidst the sound, the fog began to spin slowly. Eventually, it turned into a huge whirlpool. At the end of the whirlpool, the blurry outline of Appetite City could be seen. As the outline gradually became clearer, a suction force was emitted from the whirlpool. It reflected the law of appetite on Wang Bao's body, and it also attracted the law of appetite in the bodies of the other meat-eaters, causing their bodies to. They didn't need to control themselves to leave the ground naturally. Combined with their own power, the 8 of them instantly turned into 8 long arcs that shot straight towards the vortex in the sky. In the next instant, they entered it. The vortex also closed slowly with a loud bang. However, the moment it closed, the black ground suddenly rose and fell. Faces appeared silently on the ground. There were dozens of them. They didn't say a word as they appeared on the ground. They raised their heads and stared at the vortex that was closing. The moment the vortex was about to completely disappear, Wang Bao, who was inside, seemed to sense something and lowered his head. As he looked at the ground, his gaze met the eyes of the faces that appeared on the ground. Wang Bao's pupils constricted. He was about to take a closer look when the whirlpool instantly enveloped him. In that instant, his body disappeared into the sky along with the whirlpool. When he reappeared, he was in the air above the second level of the world, the city of appetites. The moment Wang Bao appeared, waves of aura belonging to the Glutton Lord erupted around him. It was earth-shattering. At the same time, an even more violent aura of the law of appetite overtook the Glutton Lord. It surged into the sky. "Welcome back, Ninth Glutton Lord." A muffled voice, like thunder, reverberated in all directions. The world before Wang Bao's eyes became clear. He saw the ugly expression on Tuolingzi's face. He also saw Zhou Hua's shock and the flickering eyes of the others. In the end, Wang Bao, who was standing in midair, raised his head and looked at the gigantic body of the Glutton Lord behind the Glutton Lord. "Greetings, Lord of Desire." Wang Bao cupped his fists and bowed. "It was the third watch today, good." Following Wang Bao's bow, a strange light appeared in the eyes of the man whose body was like a lump of flesh. He nodded slightly, and Zhou Hua and the others cupped their fists at Wang Bao. Tuolingzi's expression was ugly, but there was confusion in his eyes. He saw his son standing beside Wang Bao. Even though his aura was much weaker, both his body and soul were unharmed. What made him feel even stranger was the fervor in his son's eyes when he saw him looking at Wang Bao. This made Tuolingzi suppress the displeasure he had for Wang Bao. Now, with a dark expression, he bowed in response. Wang Bao didn't care about Tuolingzi. Putting aside whether Lingzi could persuade him, just the difference in the laws of appetite between the two of them was enough for Wang Bao to ignore more than half of the gluttonous eaters. Of the other 8 gluttonous eaters, only 2 were worthy of his attention. During the Gluttony Festival, the bodies of desire revealed by these 2 were all more than 5,000 feet tall, and one was more than 7,000 feet tall. Wang Bao returned the greeting and swept his gaze across all the gluttonous eaters. At the same time, the residents from Appetite City also came to their senses. They knew that a 9th gluttonous eater had appeared in Appetite City. Soon, an uproar broke out, turned into a greeting that rose and fell and didn't disappear for a long time. For Appetite City, there hadn't been any gluttonous eaters in many years. Therefore, Wang Bao's promotion was of great significance. Soon, the city's gluttonous eater announced that there would be another gluttony festival today. The announcement caused the atmosphere in Appetite City to turn violent once again. The most excited ones were the people in the Ice Spirit Workshop. They had been holding a grudge against the youth all this while. The dwarf who had been chewing on the young man's eyeballs suddenly felt grateful towards the young man in his excitement. He felt that the young man's actions from the beginning to the end had been very correct. It was as if he had found himself a glutton as a backer, causing all the people in the Ice Spirit Workshop to become the subordinates of the dragon. They were directly promoted to the direct line of descent of the glutton. Therefore, he was in a great mood. He took the eyeball out of his mouth and returned it to the young man. The young man was equally excited, and he quickly placed it in the empty eye hole. Just like that, the temporary increase in the Gluttony Festival in Appetite City began. At the same time, Wang Bao heard an invitation from the Lord of Desire. "Ice Spirit Child, follow me." As he spoke, the Lord of Desire, who was like a piece of meat, raised his right hand and waved it. Instantly, the surroundings became blurry. He and Wang Baol's figures instantly disappeared into the air above the City of Appetite. When they appeared, they were already in the mysterious City Lord's residence. The City Lord's residence was located at the center of the entire City of Appetite. It was shaped like a tall tower. It seemed to exist between reality and illusion. It seemed to be in the City of Appetite, but it didn't seem to be there. Its illusory location was the altar at the center of the city. The actual area that existed was another layer of space that overlapped with the City of Appetite. This place was infinitely large. It looked vast, and at the same time there was a huge bronze cauldron. It seemed to contain ingredients that had been cooking all year round. It let out a gurgling sound, and there was also a rich fragrance. It filled the entire space where the City Lord's residence was located. Other than that, there were no other decorations in the space. Only the owner of Desire, who had appeared here, sat cross-legged on the huge cauldron. He lowered his head to look at Wang Baol, who had been moved over by him. Wang Baol's eyes were immediately drawn to the huge cauldron the moment he appeared. The cauldron looked like it had been there for eons. It seemed to have been there since ancient times. The decaying aura on it couldn't be concealed. Even if it was filled with the fragrance, could not cover it up. Then, his gaze landed on the giant cauldron. The owner of Desire, who was floating there, cupped his fists and bowed once again. The law of 6 desires comes from the gods. After Wang Baol bowed, a deep voice reverberated from the flesh on the giant cauldron like muffled thunder. It's just that the gods are in a deep sleep. That's why we control the law on their behalf. As for you, regardless of your identity, regardless of where you come from, regardless of your motives, since you have become a glutton and are connected to the source of the laws of appetite, then you are a part of the laws of appetite. As the meat spoke, the sound of boiling grew louder from within the giant cauldron below. Fog also emanated from within, enveloping the Desire Master. Wang Baol watched and watched. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed. He saw that as the mist enveloped the possessor's body, it began to melt. Drops of blood began to emanate from his body. They dripped into the giant cauldron below. The boiling within the cauldron grew stronger, and the fragrance spread even stronger. Possessor, you? Wang Baol couldn't help but speak. Inside the cauldron of appetite is my true form. The me you see now is in the same state as you. It's just a clone. The Master of Desire, who was on the giant cauldron, looked deeply at Wang Baol and spoke slowly. Wang Baol was silent. When he had entered the first level, he had already sensed that the other party had seen through some of his identities. At that moment, he was even more certain that, to mighty figures like them, there was no point in lying. While he was silent, the chunk of flesh on the giant cauldron spoke casually, sending out words that shocked Wang Baol. Some time ago, the Emperor's spirit was shaken, and a guardian took action. Then, the upper realm issued an edict, saying that an outsider had trespassed into this realm. It asked us, the Lord of Desire, to investigate where he was and offered a reward. Do you know what the reward is? In the fog, the Lord of Desire, whose body was still slowly melting, stared at Wang Baol. Freedom. Without waiting for Wang Baol to speak, the owner of Desire spoke slowly. Wang Baol remained silent after hearing those 2 words. He didn't speak. The owner of Desire fell silent as well. After a long while, he suddenly laughed at himself. Freedom. It's funny that there are some people who can't be seen through. For example, the woman who listens to the owner of Desire is one of those people who can't be seen through right now, in this world. She is the one who is doing her best to search for that mysterious outsider as the Desire Master. She is the most sensitive to the outside world. As long as this outsider appears in front of her, she will immediately sense it. She doesn't even need to do it herself. She only needs to summon the Emperor's spirit and the Guardian, and she will be rewarded with a reward. Do you know how to resolve this kind of detection? The sex maniac narrowed his eyes and looked at Wang Baol. The silence from the beginning to the end confused him. Transform it into her desires, just like how I became a glutton here, Wang Baol said calmly. That is one of the prerequisites. There is one more condition. That is, this sex maniac has sustained serious injuries. She needs to transform it into an unconscious melody to treat her injuries. That way, she won't be able to detect anything abnormal in the early stages. The sex maniac, the moment he said that, the eyes that were looking at Wang Beol suddenly shone brightly. They were bright and energetic, as if they were waiting for Wang Beol to give him an answer. Even though he wasn't asking, he believed that the person knew what he was talking about. Compared to the freedom of being given alms, I prefer to obtain hope that has unlimited possibilities. Wang Beol was silent for a moment. He raised his head and looked at the city of Appetite Lord, who was staring at him from atop the giant cauldron. He naturally understood the meaning behind the other party's words. First, he was told about the bargaining chips given by the upper realm. Then, he was told about his attitude. Finally, he made a proposal. The foundation of all of this was whether the two parties would be able to come to an agreement. Perhaps the other party wasn't completely clear about his identity, but he had probably guessed most of it. This kind of cooperation might be risky for the possessor, but it wouldn't be too big of a risk. At most, he would be suppressed for a while. However, if he succeeded, then what he would gain would be true freedom. As for Wang Beol, he had already come to a conclusion about the identities of the few people who wanted to live in the second-level world. These people should be one of the 108 mighty figures from back then. However, compared to the people who had been sealed and turned into batteries in the first-level world, these people had chosen to submit. Therefore, they had not been sealed into batteries, but they had lost their freedom almost eternally. Some of them had already given up hope, some were seeking charity, and some were still burning with the fire in their hearts, waiting for the opportunity to come. Wang Beol understood all of this, so he could not make any promises. All he could give was this hope. However, he believed that, in the countless years, his appearance was the only and greatest hope. Therefore, after saying those words, Wang Beol didn't panic. Instead, he waited for the Lord of Appetite City's reply. After a long while, he heard heavy breathing. Gluttony is about to begin. Become a spirit child. This gluttony festival is specially prepared for you. Follow me. The Lord of Appetite City didn't immediately give an answer. Instead, he changed the topic. He stood up slowly on the giant cauldron. With a wave of his hand, the surroundings instantly became blurry. It was as if the stars had shifted. In the next moment, Wang Beol and the City Lord of Appetite City left the City Lord's residence. When they appeared, they were already above the altar at the center of the Gluttony Festival in Appetite City. As they appeared, deafening cheers came from below. Wang Beol lowered his head to look. All he could see were the densely packed citizens of Appetite City. At his current level of the law of appetite, his gaze swept across the city. Other than seeing the countless cultivators, he could also clearly sense their gluttonous aura. This aura was an extremely nourishing thing for the law of appetite. This was especially so after the Lord of Appetite took out the countless golden tentacles. The gluttonous aura around them exploded. Spirit child, why aren't you absorbing it? The Lord of Desire's voice rang in Wang Beol's ears. His eyes flashed. He didn't hold back, nor did he hesitate. The law of appetite in his body exploded, and his body instantly. It turned into a 5,000-foot-long vortex, forming a huge whirlpool. It sucked hard at the gluttonous aura around it. As it sucked, the gluttonous aura was like a stream of water, gathering rapidly towards Wang Beol. It merged into the whirlpool and into his body, causing Wang Beol's law of appetite to slowly rise. The whole time lasted about an incense stick. The gluttony festival this time was prepared for Wang Beol. Therefore, during the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the Lord of Desire did not absorb the slightest hint of gluttony. It was the same for the 8 Gluttonians. However, compared to the former, the shock of the latter group of 8 was enormous at the moment. Zhou Hua was dumbstruck, Tuolingzi's forehead was sweating, and the other gluttons were also trembling with fear. Only the 2 people whose bodies of desire had reached more than 5,000 zhong could be slightly more relaxed, but their eyes also showed fear and vigilance. It was simply, Wang Beol's 5,000 feet vortex had completely shocked them. One had to know that the 1,000 feet vortex was already a gluttonous eater. Reaching 5,000 feet meant that Wang Baol's law of desire could already suppress many gluttonous eaters. In a single leap, he had gone from being a minced meat eater to such a height. Such speed was shocking to everyone. Just as these gluttons were shocked and various thoughts surfaced in their minds, Wang Baol ended his absorption. In the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, he had absorbed about 30% of the aura of gluttony. It wasn't that he didn't want to continue, but it was that the aura of gluttony had helped him. It was extremely powerful when he was a glutton. However, after the glutton, although there were some, it was difficult for him to digest too much at once. This was also the reason why the Gluttony Festival was held once a month. The aura of gluttony still needed to be digested. It wasn't something that could be directly absorbed like devouring other glutton cultivators. Then, the Lord of Desire took a deep breath and absorbed half of the gluttony aura in all directions. Then, the other gluttonous cultivators followed. At this point, the Gluttony Festival had come to an end for Wang Baol. As the Lord of Desire left, the other gluttonous cultivators sent invitations one after another. Wang Baol didn't cut himself off from them. In the next few days, he first visited Zhouhua. Then, following Zhouhua's instructions, he visited the other gluttonous cultivators one by one. He went to visit Tuolingzi as well. The other party's attitude had changed a lot. They were polite, and they expressed their gratitude for taking care of Lingzi. Although the two of them had had some conflicts previously because of the meat maniac, with Lingzi mediating between them and Wang Baol's strength, Tuolingzi was afraid. Therefore, the visit ended happily. At the same time, ice spirit water, a food ingredient, had gained a firm foothold in the city of Appetite. The restaurants in the ice spirit workshop also bloomed everywhere. They expanded smoothly in the city of Appetite without any obstacles. After all, Wang Baol was a glutton. His promotion required a new division of the city of Appetite. His strength and goodwill made the other gluttons, even if they were unwilling, have no choice but to give up part of their profits. In the end, the 9th faction, led by Wang Baol, appeared in the city of Appetites. The entire process lasted for about half a month. Ice Spirit Child's name was like a divine presence in the city of Appetites. One of the original 8 city gates had been built, and Wang Baol handed it over to Chang Spirit Child to control. Similarly, regardless of whether it was the female manager or the dwarf, the people who had followed him in the first place had all risen. They dispersed and started running their businesses loyally for him. The benefits were naturally immense. At the very least, in terms of cultivation, the few of them had improved greatly in terms of absorbing the gluttonous aura. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before they were promoted to meat-eating apostles. Everything seemed to be going well. Wang Baol had finally gained a firm foothold in the city of Appetites. However, he understood that this was only on the surface. That was because there was a subconscious feeling that made him realize that there was a malicious intent that was rapidly approaching the city of Appetites from a certain location in the 2nd level. This feeling came true 7 days later. The first to arrive was a melancholic melody that suddenly reverberated throughout the city of Appetites that night. The melody was extremely abrupt. However, in the blink of an eye, it echoed in the minds of every resident of Appetite City, causing most of the cultivators to fall into a trance. In the next moment, a roar rang out from the location of the strongest glutton. The roar was as loud as thunder, and the instant it exploded, it did not cause a sound wave. It was the power of appetite that came from the bodies of all the cultivators. It was the power of appetite against the power of hearing. The laws were the same, but the level of the person who used them was different. It determined the strength of the person. In an instant, most of the cultivators in Appetite City who were in a daze woke up. However, there was still a portion of them who were affected by the melancholy melody. A strange smile appeared on their faces. They chose to raise their hands and hit the center of their brows, shattering their heads and their minds. At the same time, Wang Baol opened his eyes from where he was sitting cross-legged. He stared coldly at the dark night sky and the world outside the city of Appetite. Tens of thousands of cultivators in white robes floated in the sky. Their bodies were illusory, sometimes turning into musical notes and other times into human bodies. 12 tall figures were walking slowly towards them from the ground. Each of them was like the actors from before. They were filled with strangeness, but they also had their own complete music. There were a large number of cultivators around them who acted like an orchestra. Further away, between the heaven and earth, there was a huge, distorted ball floating. Wang Baol only took a glance at the distorted ball. Laughter, cries, mournful cries, and all sorts of other sounds that came from all sentient beings appeared in his mind. There was music, booming sounds, and sounds that seemed to be contained within the law of listening. They were all present in the distorted mass. They were from the city of listening. One could imagine the identity of the gigantic distorted mass. It was the owner of the city of listening. At the same time, the city of listening also reacted quickly. The bodies of the gluttonous lords swelled, turning into mountains of flesh that rose into the sky. Although the meat was scarce, the cultivators of the city of listening roared as their eyes turned red. It was as if they were famished to the extreme, exuding an intense aura of appetite. At the city lord's residence, the gigantic bronze cauldron slowly materialized, revealing the figure of the city of appetite lord sitting cross-legged on the giant cauldron. Appetite, the aura of outsiders is right here with you. Leave it to me, and we'll share it. As Wang Baol narrowed his eyes, a sound that seemed like all living things had gathered together spread out from the distorted mass, spreading in all directions. Share? You deserve it. The voice that responded to the distorted mass was that of the city of appetite's lord of appetite, who was sitting on the giant cauldron. It was a voice filled with contempt. The voice seemed to have provoked the distorted mass, causing a sharp sound to be heard from within. In the next moment, the army of cultivators from the city of appetite outside the city erupted with music, charging towards the city of appetite. They were met with the cultivators from the city of appetite that soared into the sky. At that moment, a battle erupted. As for the dozen or so tall figures with complete music, the one who stopped them was the glutton lord. Zhou Hua and Tuolingzi charged out with a roar. The strongest glutton god was fighting 3 against 1. In an instant, the battle within and outside the city continued. Wang Baol didn't make a move. He was waiting. He was waiting for the glutton god of the city of appetites to give him an answer. His wait didn't last long. As the battle between the two sides began, the distorted mass charged into the city of appetites and headed straight for the giant cauldron. The meat-like body of the city of appetite master on the giant cauldron suddenly leaped up. In the next instant, it collided with the distorted mass. As a loud boom reverberated, 2 types of nomological powers erupted from their bodies. Seeing this, Wang Baol's body blurred and disappeared from where he stood. When he reappeared, he was outside the city. In front of a tall figure was a cultivator who looked like a scholar. A large number of attendants who looked like page boys surrounded him. His music was almost like scriptures, and as it reverberated in all directions, it contained the power to suppress and seal. After seeing Wang Baol, the scholar waved his hand, and the sound of scriptures surged into the sky. However, Wang Baol laughed coldly, and his body suddenly expanded. After reaching more than 5,000 feet, he threw a punch at the scholar. The punch hit empty air and exploded in all directions, causing the attendants around the scholar to suddenly change their expressions. Their expressions were ferocious, as if they had been hungry for a long time. They turned against the scholar and began biting and devouring him crazily. At the same time, Wang Baol did not stop. He charged forward, and his 5,000-foot-tall body turned into a huge vortex that seemed to be devouring the scholar. This scene caused the expression of the scholar to change drastically. It was not that he had never fought the glutton lord before, but the unfamiliar glutton lord before him seemed to be different from the other glutton lords. He seemed to be even more ferocious. Therefore, he did not hesitate. His body disappeared with a bang, turning into an invisible melody that seemed to be rapidly moving away. In the next instant, the whirlpool that Wang Baol had turned into appeared where he had been previously. With a single gulp, it devoured the surrounding void, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to sink. You want to leave? Within the whirlpool, Wang Bao's face appeared. A strange light appeared in his eyes as he licked his lips. Although the other party had escaped, he had still managed to absorb some of the aura of the law of appetite. He was pleasantly surprised to discover that the aura within his body had actually nourished the law of desire to a large extent. With a flash, he gave chase once again. Similar scenes could be seen everywhere on the battlefield. However, in some places, the law of desire had the upper hand, while in others, it was the exact opposite. However, devouring each other could nourish the law of desire. This wasn't unique to Wang Bao. This was the law of the law. A person wasn't allowed to possess two laws of desire. Once a second law appeared, it would be devoured by the stronger party. It was also because of this that the battle on the battlefield became intense from the very beginning. At the same time, the battle between the two desire masters in the sky shook the entire world the moment they made their move. However, it was clear that the desire master of the City of Appetite was only a clone based on what he had told Wang Bao. Therefore, very quickly, Wang Bao caught up with the scholar and started devouring him again. A roar came from the sky. The body of the city lord of the City of Appetite was enveloped by the distorted mass in the sky and collapsed with a loud bang. This collapse caused the hearts of everyone in the City of Appetite to tremble. Wang Bao narrowed his eyes. A strong sense of danger erupted in his heart. That was because he sensed the distortion in the air, and a beautiful woman's face emerged from within. The woman swept her gaze across the battlefield, across the entire city, and finally locked her gaze on Wang Bao. "I've found you. If it wasn't for the cowardice of the original body. So what if this woman found me?" Being locked onto by the woman's gaze, a strong sense of danger suddenly erupted in Wang Bao's mind. It made all the flesh and blood in his body tremble. As his body retreated rapidly, a wave of anger emerged in Wang Bao's heart. He felt that the original body was too weak. As he retreated, the face of the woman in the distorted mass revealed a sickly smile. In a flash, she was about to charge at Wang Bao. However, at that moment, the giant bronze cauldron that was floating in mid-air at the center of Appetite City suddenly let out a crashing sound. In the next moment, the giant cauldron shifted on its own and disappeared. When it reappeared, it was right in front of the distorted mass. It blocked the eyes of the face inside. As the rich aroma of meat spread out in all directions, a pale hand that seemed to have been cooked for countless years slowly stretched out from within the cauldron. "Hu Erli, you were cursed by the god and turned into his favorite ingredient. You've been boiling for an eternity, and now, for the sake of an outsider, you're trying to resist the curse. Don't you know that this will make you lose even more of your humanity? Are you crazy?" When she saw the pale arm sticking out from within the cauldron, the woman's face fell, and she let out a shrill cry. She seemed to be extremely wary of the pale hand, and the distorted mass of the woman rapidly retreated. Ripples spread out, as if it wanted to summon the king spirit and the guardian. However, the instant the ripples spread out, the pale hand stretched out from within the huge cauldron and pushed down toward the sky. As it did, massive cracks spread out in all directions like a spiderweb, enveloping the City of Appetites, making it seem as if it had been cut off from the rest of the world. "You stinky bitch! I've long since disliked you." As the area was cut off from the rest of the world, a hoarse voice rang out from within the huge cauldron. The pale hand also made a grasping motion, causing the entire area to be cut off from the rest of the world. The distorted mass began to struggle, but was unable to break free. "Hu Erli, you really have gone mad." The eyes of the woman in the distorted face shone with venomous hatred. The law of listening and desire exploded out, and the voices of all living things, the music of nature, and the voices of all living things echoed out in all directions. The isolated area was showing signs of collapsing. The isolation was about to dissipate, but at that moment, laughter suddenly came from within the giant cauldron. "This is my answer." The sentence was abrupt, but Wang Bao understood it clearly. His eyes shone brightly. He saw the pale hand that extended from within the giant cauldron break on its own. It flew out of the giant cauldron and burned. The woman in the distorted mask stared in disbelief. It was as if a bone spear had pierced straight into the woman's forehead. In an instant, an extremely shrill scream rang out in all directions. Whether it was the sound of nature, the sound of all living things, or the sound of all living things, everything changed at that moment. The distorted mask could no longer withstand it and collapsed with a loud crash. It broke into pieces and exploded completely. On the battlefield, all the cultivators from the City of Desire saw this scene and their expressions changed drastically. Their fighting spirit vanished instantly, and they retreated rapidly. That woman has 3 main bodies. This is one of them. If it is destroyed, it will affect the other 2 bodies, forcing them to go into a deep sleep to recuperate. Wang Beol, on the other hand, immediately attacked the scholar who he had been chasing for a long time, after shattering his body and absorbing the nomological aura in his body. The voice rang in his ears. Ice Spirit Child, I will use one of my arms as a price to help you. In exchange for you giving me hope in the future, you will not lose out on this deal. There are still half an incense stick's worth of time left in this isolated area. The Emperor Spirit and Guardian are about to arrive. If you don't leave now, you won't be able to leave in a while. Wang Beol listened to the hoarse voice that came from within the giant cauldron and entered his mind. He took a deep breath and took a deep look. When he turned around, his figure disappeared instantly. After he disappeared, a massacre began. Although there were still some cultivators from the City of Listening to Music who escaped, in the end, half of them still died here. The time it takes for an incense stick to burn passed quickly. As the isolated area collapsed, the heavens rumbled in that instant, and figures wearing white masks appeared in the heavens and earth. The pressure radiating off of them covered the entire city, causing the hearts of all cultivators and gluttonous eaters to tremble. They looked up with trepidation. In their eyes, they saw that behind the figures wearing white masks, an enormous, expressionless face appeared in the sky. The face's gaze swept across the land, and then finally landed on the enormous cauldron. The cauldron didn't move, and laughter could be heard from within. Long time no see. Curse! The giant face replied with a single word. As soon as the word left his mouth, the sound of boiling within the cauldron grew even more intense. It was as if the heat and torture had increased by 100-fold, causing the entire cauldron to turn scarlet red. The boiling within. It was as if it could melt everything. It could be imagined that the City of Appetite Lord inside must have endured indescribable torture. However, even as he was being tortured, laughter could still be heard coming from within the cauldron. However, it was clear that the laughter was suffering. However, it was as if the power of faith made it unwilling to let out even the slightest sound of pain. Since you have such a backbone, why did you have to submit back then? The words seemed to have provoked the master of the City of Appetite within the cauldron, causing him to stop laughing and let out a shrill cry. Xianxia, you... It was as if to him, all of the pain from before was nothing compared to those words. However, before he could finish speaking, the face in the sky let out a cold harumph, and a shocking power descended, crushing down onto the cauldron. A boom rang out as the face was pressed down onto the ground. It didn't stop there, but pressed down once more. It only stopped when it reached deep into the ground. The light of dawn in the darkness is the most precious thing. Since you want hope, then you can wait in the darkness, the face said coolly. Only the owner of the desire within the cauldron could hear his words. Then he ignored all living things. He disappeared into the sky. As he disappeared, the Emperor spirits that descended around him turned into long arcs and rushed back into the sky. The land was silent. The cultivators from the City of Appetite were shocked and confused. Only the gluttonous lords had complicated expressions on their faces. They looked at each other and didn't say a word. However, on the ground, Chang Lingzi's face was filled with disappointment. He looked into the distance, as if he was looking for someone. At the same time, on the ground some distance away from the City of Appetite, Wang Beol, who had changed his appearance, was speeding forward. His destination was the place where his true form was sleeping. Lord of Appetite, I will definitely fulfill my promise to you. although Wang Baol wasn't very clear about what had happened in Appetite City after he left, and the fact that the Lord of Appetite had been punished. All of this could be guessed and judged. After all, the distorted mass formed by the Lord of Appetite, which contained the voices of all living things, represented the will of the Guardian. It was the Guardian who had come to Appetite City in compliance with the Guardian's bounty. The appetizing god's actions were both a hindrance and a provocation. While helping Wang Baol, he would definitely face the Guardian's punishment and pay the price. The price couldn't be small. Otherwise, the appetizing god wouldn't have made a decision at the last moment and given Wang Baol an answer. Perhaps the reason why he chose to lower his head in the past was because he couldn't see any hope. Wang Baol's heart was complicated. During the time he had been here, he had already gained a basic understanding of the world. In the first level of the world, the mighty figures who had transformed into batteries were clearly people who had never submitted. That was why they were in an extremely miserable state. They would be constantly absorbed for all eternity, unable to escape from the sea of suffering. For example, the master of appetite, the master of listening, and the others had obviously chosen to submit. That was why they could have their current status. However, at the same time, they had to pay a price for their submission. The price was the loss of their freedom. There might be other consequences. Wang Baol, who was speeding through the world, suddenly thought of the huge bronze cauldron of the appetites. The appetite's owner had said that his main body was inside the cauldron. Perhaps this is one of the costs. Wang Baol sighed softly. He understood that his appearance was like a ray of hope for the appetite's owner. It was this ray of hope that made the Almighty, who had once chosen to bow his head and become the appetite's master, willing to risk it all for the future. The appetite's master clearly doesn't think that way. There are still a few other appetites. I wonder what they are thinking. Wang Baol was silent as he sped up. 3 days later, he flew across the forest and across the mountain range. Finally, on the afternoon of the 4th day, a desert appeared in front of Wang Baol's eyes from afar. This desert didn't look any different from when he had left. It was still desolate, barren, and devoid of signs of life. Even Wang Baol, as an independent entity separated from his main body, was unable to sense the presence of his main body in this area. If he was like this, it was obvious that if it were anyone else, they wouldn't have been able to sense anything unusual in this area. They wouldn't have been able to know that there was a deity that was almost the same as the owner of the desires in this desert. His main body is as timid as a mouse. If he claims to be second in his ability to hide, no one would dare claim to be first, Wang Baol muttered. He was just about to fly into the desert when he suddenly stopped at the edge of the desert. A deep glint flashed in his eyes. Wang Baol fell silent. He first turned his head to look in the direction of Appetite City in the distance. Then, he looked at the location of his main body in his memories in the desert. He fell silent for a moment. Even though I have yet to complete the arrangements and plans of my main body, I can't not consider it. My main body has changed its mind at the last minute. It no longer needs a clone to go out. Instead, it will integrate me into its body in that case. Whether the main body will agree to my promise to the Lord of Appetite is unknown. Wang Baol shook his head and took a few steps back. He sat cross-legged outside the desert and raised his right hand to point at the center of his brows. Immediately, his body shook violently. Numerous nightmares of desire emerged from his body and surrounded him. Wang Baol formed a seal with his hands and pressed his palms together. Condense! As he spoke, dozens of nightmares of desire gathered rapidly from all directions and fused together. As the black fog squirmed gradually, they turned into a figure that looked exactly like Wang Baol. This figure was completely formed by the nightmare of desire. The only difference between it and Wang Baol was that its eyes were red. It seemed to be suppressing its madness as it walked towards Wang Baol step by step. Finally, it knelt before him. Wang Baol narrowed his eyes. He raised his right hand and pointed lightly, pressing it between the nightmare of desire's brows. 30% of his will was split, fusing into it, causing the red glow in the nightmare of desire's eyes to dissipate. Revealing its clarity, he turned and dashed towards the desert. Staring at the figure of the nightmare of desire that he had gathered, Wang Baol, who was sitting cross-legged, slowly closed his eyes, not moving at all. However, a faint whirlpool had appeared outside his body. This was the power of the law of appetite, which could protect Wang Baol from harm. Just like that, Wang Baol, who was multitasking, meditated while controlling his nightmare of desire. He sped through the desert, slowly approaching the location of his original body in his memories. After another 6 hours, in the central area of the desert, Wang Baol's nightmare of desire stopped and searched around. Finally, with a stomp of his foot, his body turned into a large amount of black fog that burrowed into the sand on the ground. It turned into countless wisps of fog that followed the sand and didn't spread underground. The speed at which it spread was very fast. In the time it took for more than 10 breaths, a figure sat cross-legged in a hole that had been dug deep underground. The figure did not exude any aura, but anyone who saw him sitting there would feel their hearts thump. They would feel as if they were being suppressed, as if they were facing a god. It was Wang Baol's true form. At that moment, before the figure, wisps of fog extended from the surrounding soil and gathered together quickly, forming Wang Baol's nightmare of desire. At that moment, Wang Baol's true form, who was sitting cross-legged, opened his eyes slowly. He opened his eyes slowly. As his eyes opened, 2 lightning-like gazes enveloped the nightmare of desire with a loud boom. The pressure from the gaze made the nightmare of desire unable to resist at all. In an instant, it was clearly seen by Wang Baol's actual body, completely and thoroughly, as expected of an avatar with independent thoughts. During this period of time outside, he actually learned not to come personally. Wang Baol's actual body smiled. "Tell me, why did you come back?" Wang Baol's main body spoke calmly. He retracted his gaze, causing the nightmare of desire to release its suppressive force. He took a few steps back and stared at his main body with a complicated and wary gaze. After a long while, he spoke hoarsely. "I became the glutton of the city of appetite, becoming a part of the law of appetite." Just as the nightmare of desire finished speaking, its expression changed abruptly. It wanted to retreat, but it was too late. The moment Wang Baol's original body heard the first sentence, he raised his head abruptly. He raised his right hand and grabbed slightly. Immediately, the nightmare of desire collapsed. A large amount of fog dispersed, and the will of Wang Baol's clone that was inside was grabbed by his original body and pressed between his brows. He didn't absorb it, but instead he sensed it. In the next instant, everything that Wang Baol's clone had encountered from the moment it left to the moment it arrived was completely controlled by Wang Baol's original body. A moment later, a strange glint appeared in Wang Baol's eyes as he looked at the clone's will in his hand. "Do you want to be free?"